1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, guys on the 11. Two, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance.
Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin, we reaffirm our vision, 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, ITB fiscal year 23-251, asphalt and clay court paving, repairs, resurfacing, and striping.
So moved.
Second.
The memo to vote down, moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. It is moved and seconded to move item 1 to the floor. Are there any public speakers on item number 1?
No, ma'am.
Is there any board debate? Anyone like to speak on the memo to vote down item 1? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do we need to say no? Yes. So all in favor of item 1 say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Item fails unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item 2, ITB FY 23-251, asphalt and clay court paving, repairs, resurfacing, and striping.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Public speakers on item 2.
No, ma'am.
Board comment on item 2. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just curious about the pace of this. You know, when you look going backwards a little bit, there's, a pace where we're burning around $1 million, between $1 million and $1.5 million per year. Now we're being asked every 9 months to come back and spend over $2 million. That's a pretty big clip, at least 100% increase in the pace of expenditures. Is something going on with a decision that we've made about buying down the backlog of these kinds of PPO activities. I totally understand how important these things are to all of our students all over the district, but is there something that we need to know as a board about why the pace of this particular spend authority has accelerated?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Zeman. And I'll ask Mrs. Dorsett to add any more detail after I'm done. One of the major things that's been going on is the demolition of portables. So we've been demolishing portables for the past year and a half at a higher clip, which is resulting in the need for some of this work to be done.
Terrific. And last question, Mr. Superintendent, is what, with this, approving this, assume that we do, would this take care of all of the formal portable land and all of the other requirements that there are for sidewalks, paving, and the like?
That's the hopes. It should take care of most, but as you can see, we definitely don't have a problem in coming back and asking the board for additional funds if it doesn't.
Terrific. And when you do that, Mr. Superintendent, just as one member of the board, I'd like to know what the whole requirement is. If the requirement's $100 million and we're spending $2
Gotcha.
a year, it'd be nice to know that. If the requirement's $2 a year and we're spending $2 a year, we'll have a different expectation as a school system in terms of what we see out in our facilities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for bringing this item forward. It's so vitally important for just how our schools look when parents drive in and not seeing potholes. So it's so important to get the driveways fixed, and the play courts, which our students are playing on, is so vitally important. And you don't have to answer this question now, Dr. Hepburn, but if I can get a board member follow-up of when the portables at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School will be removed and replaced within that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? All in, oh, go ahead, Ms. Rupert. Yes.
Thank you. My computer's still doing a little bonky. But my notes on this one were, which I had never seen before, and the quote was, if not renewed, would be higher. So I know we had asked for more information when it came to bids, when it came to renewals, but I was looking through the other ones and they didn't have that. Is this the first time that we've had this? If not, what was the decision to actually have that part in there? Because I flipped through the other ones, like I said, and they were all like, you know, yes, I want, yes, yes, I want to. And then this little box said, if not renewed, would be higher.
No, so this isn't the first time. This is a ongoing ITB, and the prices are pretty locked in. If we were to go back out, the prices would be significantly higher, just for the cost of doing business today versus the prices that we've locked in for the past couple of years.
Right. Thank you. And I understood that. But when other ones were getting renewed, they did not have that particular language this time. So it just kind of confused me. I'll actually, you know, talk about it with you later. It doesn't have to take up board meeting time here. But I thought, oh, okay, well, thanks for putting that right out there and, you know, being open and transparent on this, which is one of the reasons we usually have like a 3-year term on something because of these price changes. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of item 2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and second on item 3, RFP FY21-188, structured cabling and enterprise networking, E-rate memo to vote down?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment on the memo to vote down? Remember, it's a memo to vote down. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item fails unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item number 4?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 4.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment on item 4. Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate this, that we've reduced the ask a little bit following our conversation from last week. But I have a question about some of the items that are in here. one that caught my eye just because it's in my district is cabling for the Bethune admin building. I mean, we haven't even broken ground on that as far as I know, so I'm wondering why we're asking for that now, because it says fiscal year 2027, which would be like in, not this coming year, but the next year.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yep. Mr. Davis and Mr. Dorsett.
Good morning, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. To address some of the requirements that are E-rate funded, we have an application in March, but it would start for July 1st. So that's the deadline for any projects that would be covered by E-rate in FY27. So we have to do the application in order to get the 80% value or discount from E-rate at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board member comment? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just curious about the E-rate program. I'm fascinated every time the federal government wants to help out K-12 education. It seems like a wonderful example. The background material available is interesting. But in our district, are we taking full advantage of the federal E-rate program?
Yes, that's correct. And Mr. Davis, if you have any details that could possibly help the board out.
It'd be a pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for the question. We have an E-rate ninja that I call her, Michelle Gresham, here at the district, who has been with the district since 1997 with this program since its inception. And since that time, she has generated $240 million in discounts to the district, averaging over $8 million a year in E-rate discounts.
Terrific, Chair. I hope we continue to find ninjas in federal E-rate and federal grants of all programs. 240 sounds pretty good.
All right. Any other board member discussion? All in favor of approving item 4, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I have a motion and a second on item 5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 5.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I brought this item forward because I think there's a couple things happening in the schools, campuses that are about to close that are causing our teachers a lot of anxiety. And I just feel like it would benefit them to formalize that process. And I wanted to bring it up to my colleagues, and I know some of them might not be involved in the negotiation, but it is important that we get an answer on them. So first, when teachers' children's school placement, is that something that would be involved in negotiation?
Dr. Hepburn.
So I'm going to ask Dr. Lozano and, oh, there you go, Dr. Lozano. Houdini, you were right behind me a minute ago. Go ahead.
So again, we'll talk through all those factors, what's in the collective bargaining and not. We're working with the BTU to schedule a meeting by the end of this week to get together and talk through all the impacts on staff and students as well.
So, and I appreciate you working with them already. I do think there's some things that might not be contract negotiation though, so I want to make that distinction so then we can discuss with my colleagues moving forward. So would where teachers' children's are placed be a collective bargaining?
It's not where their students are placed is part of the contract, but we can have those conversations as well.
Okay, and then would helping teachers move from the closed site to the new placement, would that be something that could be in that conversation?
Yes, we could talk through with our PPO team and facility staff to support the teachers as they transition, which we normally do every year as teachers move from one location to another.
Okay, and what about, so I've been hearing that there are walkthroughs occurring during the school day that's causing teachers and students alike a lot of stress. Is there a way that, I don't think that would be collective bargaining, but can we not do walkthroughs in our closing campuses until the school day is over?
Just to clarify, in walkthroughs, you're talking
like,
about tours.
No,
right?
not walkthroughs, like tours, like assessing the building and where, if we could put staff there and those kind of walkthroughs.
Go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that concern. That concern came up earlier, and we did emphatically let all district staff know that no walkthroughs to assess space or where I'm going to move to should be conducted until towards the end of the year. It's important to note that school is still in session every single day, and our teachers are preparing our students to be successful, and any interruptions will work contrary to that, so they've been told. So if that's happening, we need to know what departments, and we'll address it as it happens.
Okay. And then I think that's it. So I appreciate you guys starting this process.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thompson, for bringing this item forward. I think this is, whether it's necessary or not necessary, I think it is necessary in terms of, necessary in terms of what's contracted and not contracted. It is necessary for our teachers and our staff that are being moved to know that there is going to be some engagement with them, that somebody's going to listen to their concerns. I think it really goes towards the transparency that we have as a board. With they're already high anxiety is happening, they're already nervous about things that are going on, and I think this is a good faith effort to say, we understand your concerns and we're going to work with you to be able to make this transition smooth. So I appreciate you bringing that forward.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Did we do this type of negotiations last year when we repurposed one elementary school?
We had a smaller conversation, but we did talk.
Go ahead, Mr. Azarito.
Good morning, David Azarito, Executive Director of Labor Relations. We didn't have a formal impact bargaining session, but we did speak with the union on several occasions about how we would help those teachers transition.
And as a result of those negotiations, what happened?
In terms of so the teachers that were placed, if they were going to go to one of the two other feeder schools, they were given a little benefit on the transfer. They were allowed to transfer. We extended the period for them to choose a school if it was not the two schools Broward Estates was feeding into, another location. I don't know if we helped them move or not, but I can check on that. We did.
But as a result of impact bargaining, there were decisions that were made to change the process in order to make it even better. Is that fair to say?
Yep. Correct. Yes,
Terrific.
sir.
What I'm curious about this year, because now there's 6 times as many schools being involved, how does the superintendent and the superintendent's team get direction from this board about things that extend beyond the collective bargaining agreement? If you're going to go to do impact bargaining, you're going to be representing the school board of Broward County. How do you want to get guidance from the board about priorities, about values, about what our goals are for impact bargaining that exceed anything that's written in the collective bargaining agreement?
Yeah.
We're willing to take any board member who has ideas and suggestions and priorities. Please send those to us so we can include that in our conversations with cabinet and the superintendent.
Yep. And then in addition, most of the feedback or desires of the board were expressed at workshops. I remember, white glove service, all of those statements that were made at a workshop, which we took those to heart and made sure that we executed in assisting staff and students in transitioning. So a lot of that feedback came through workshop sessions. We also have a workshop, Dr. Wands, if you can give us the specific date, I want to say March 21st.
March 24th.
To provide an update of where we are and then start talking about some other next steps. And so it'll be a perfect time also, in addition to any collective feedback the board may receive from staff that are, impacted by school closures to give us some additional feedback.
Mr. Superintendent, to your knowledge then, this board has asked you to exercise whatever would kind of be this white glove treatment of our staff, of our students, and our families as we transition these 6 schools to other purposes.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of lessons learned from last year that we're implementing and also enhancing. Dr. Wanzer and her teams have had frequent meetings with various stakeholder groups for those individual schools and utilizing that feedback just to continue to enhance the process along the way.
Thank you. Let me just ask one more question, because the goal to me is like really important for this. You know, this is a little bit outside of, you know, we do this because we've agreed in a contract to operate in this way, and I think it's great. I don't think we need to be confined. You know, goodness isn't confined to a contract. You can always exceed what your minimal requirements are in a contract. I think that that's exactly what we should be doing. What I'm worried about, though, is what is the goal of this? And I want to make sure, I imagine, Mr. Superintendent, there's some instances in impact bargaining where there are winners and losers. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
My belief is that we have to think hard, and I suspect you said at March 24th we're going to talk more about this at a workshop?
Correct.
I think hopefully my colleagues will come prepared to that so that we can establish clear goals and clear expectations about what we can do. And many of these things I think are straightforward. There are things that we can do, as you mentioned from last year. They asked about an extra school. We've opened up an extra school. Those things are good for the whole school system. I hope what the goal is, though, is that we build a more vibrant, growing school board system as a result of all the decisions that are made, those that are required according to our contracted agreements, and those outside those agreements. We have to build a great school system. And that's why we went through the pain of repurposing. That's why we go through all the data gathering and analysis and decision making to get to a better school system. And if that's the goal, then I look forward to that conversation on March 24th.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
I just want to get staff's clarification on timeline because I don't want us to wait until March 24th to begin these conversations. They're too critical. People are stressed now, and the conversations need to move forward.
So again, our goal is to, as far as our collective bargaining groups, to schedule those meetings and get together by the end of this week. Staff has already, the HR team has already been out to all the schools to meet with the staffs in a meeting to gather their feedback and input on the process. We have North Fork left this week, and which is meeting this week. We're meeting with the staff of North Fork this week, and then Hollandale High as well as they transition to a 4-day week. So we've already been out in one round, and we promise the staff will continue to come out, collect their feedback. They've given us some good feedback and thoughts as we continue this process. And like we told them, our goal, every individual who's affected has a best place where they can see themselves for next year. So as we help them to write the next chapter of their professional career, our goal is to work with each individual to get them in the next best place for them, because every individual has a different desire. Not everybody may want to go to this place or that place. So how do we provide options for each employee so they can write the next best chapter in their professional career here in Broward County Public Schools?
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? All in favor of item 5, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item 6? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 6?
We got one registered speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm the former chair of the district's audit committee. I was on the audit committee for 10 years until your superintendent committed misconduct to remove me, and that's coming. But today we're talking about the chief auditor. I just like to remind him, I haven't forgotten, it's like a grand jury or an IG investigation, but it is coming. So today, having looked at the resumes, because that's all that was available, only one candidate would be capable of keeping the wheels on the Office of the Chief Auditor bus, and that would be Mark Magley, who you approved for the interim last week. But after listening to a much longer discussion than expected, it would seem that if you're looking for efficiency and not doing piecemeal type decisions, there's an easy decision to be made if only one person is truly capable of keeping the department together for where you are now. because there are two candidates that I could see growing into the position based on what's on paper, but it would not be fair to task them with trying to keep the wheels on the bus now because of where you are and where you need to get to. Once things settle down and people have grown into the position, that would be feasible, but you're not there yet. So you already have someone sitting here, and if you have someone as an interim, you can't fill their position. So you kind of have an opportunity for killing two birds with one stone. It's important to also have people with strong accounting and audit backgrounds, and these two candidates that are actually the first two on the list have that, and it would be interesting to see, but I'm seeing them as the executive director, and then they would grow into it. So for where you are now, and based on the conversations you had last week, and for where you need to get to, and not wanting to set people up for failure, my recommendation would be to direct appoint Mark Magley as the chief auditor, which would open up his position. And then I would also strongly recommend the first two candidates on this list, I think would make excellent executive directors who could grow into the position. There are other people on the list. One of them is not an accountant by trade, and the other person's background is almost purely healthcare, which is not really what you need either. But the first two have Big Four audit experience and all the experience that would be an asset to the Office of the Chief Auditor as executive directors, but not as the chief. You already have a person sitting there. You want to move forward. You want to be efficient. I recommend Mark Magley for the Chief Auditor, just direct appoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we direct appoint Mark Magley to the Chief Auditor position.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hickson to direct to appoint Mark Magley to the Chief Auditor position, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Obviously, I fully support the motion. I think that this allows you to keep moving forward. They're trying to rebuild the department, and there's a lot of work to be done. I have full confidence in his ability to lead the department, and then you can look for a strong number two. Well, actually, they would be looking, but I support the motion. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mr. Cervera?
Chair, I'd like to hear from Mr. Rhodes on the pending motion.
Mr. Rhodes?
Thank you to the chair. Last year, as a part of my evaluation, I put together a succession plan looking at trying to make this an easy and seamless opportunity for the board to make a decision and a motion similar to that made today. I believe that I succeeded in doing that. I believe that I found not only the best person for the executive director position, but one that I've had the opportunity to work with since he came on board in mid-October. And he's proven to me, and I hope that he's proven that same thing to the board members that he's had the opportunity to interact with, that he is I'll go as far as to say not just very experienced in the world of investigation and in auditing. I believe that he's a cut above the rest, including myself. I think that you wouldn't just have the best candidate for the job, you'd have a candidate who is better than me in many respects, and I say that with great humility after having had the opportunity to serve this board.
Any other board member, or Mr. Cervera, are you done? Any other board member comment? Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, I support the motion. I would just like to give a substitute motion to also add on to that motion to the board to direct the chair to go into negotiations with Mr. Magley for his contract.
Is that a substitute motion, or are you just asking?
Substitute.
Second? Public comment on the substitute motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, as long as both work together and you move forward with negotiations so this isn't delayed any for more than it needs to be, I support it. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the substitute motion? Board member discussion. Mrs. Al-Hadaf, would you like to, are you done, or, okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm worried about moving in this direction this quickly for a couple reasons. One, we have 2 applicants for this job that are amazing, and they have expressed an interest in coming here to compete to be the chief auditor. Alicia Brown and Latrish Davis both have extensive experience in accounting and auditing, finance, years of just professional experience, excellent credentials, particularly the one with a bachelor, multiple master's degrees, and a doctorate. I never want to discourage people from applying here. And when we go out to recruit and we tell people this is an open recruit and they apply and they're highly qualified and we then pick our internal candidate, we will chill future pools, which is really, really dangerous. The second is I believe we're going to end up at a better place through competition. I think if we go through the process, and with all due respect to our chief auditor, I appreciate the plan that you put together. I'm just not looking for easy and fast. I'm looking to be the best school district in the United States. And this is one of 3 positions that we get to fill that's a direct report to the board. And I have enjoyed very much having Mark Magley here, and I've enjoyed learning about his amazing skills. I've gotten calls from dozens of people who know Mr. Magley and all wanting to weigh in way ahead of this decision. But for my preferences, I would rather bring in Alicia Brown, Latrish Davis, and Mark Magley to interview, to confirm that, or to test to see which is the best candidate for this critical position for Broward County. The third reason I think it's not wise to go direct is that Broward County Public Schools has a reputation and a perception problem. If we decide to go fast and do an internal candidate, that perception and that reputation is not going to change. It's going to be great. Now you've hired somebody from inside to perpetuate that, and I'm very concerned about that. My idea would delay things a couple weeks. It would be more work, not less work. But again, I'm not here to try and find shortcuts to get to fast answers. I'm here to make great decisions so that everybody in Broward County and outside of Broward County knows we're very serious about what we set as our strategic goal. And so I can't support this. I just think with a couple weeks of extra work, we may end up here, and we may have picked somebody after a competition that we clearly think is the best. But we have not met Alicia Brown or Latrish Davis. Is that fair, Chair?
That is correct.
Then I would just ask us to be a little bit more circumspect and a little bit more thoughtful about the community, and just a little bit more patient in filling this critical job. Thanks, Chair.
Any other board member discussion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would say that in one sense, I agree with Dr. Zeman, and under normal circumstances, I personally prefer to interview as many candidates as we can who qualify. But in Mr. Magley's case, it's a tough decision because I've seen his work and I've seen what he has done under pressure of time a couple of times, and he's very responsive to the board. So I think I struggle with the decision because on one end I prefer to interview, but I know I also have a great candidate in front of us because I have seen his work firsthand. So, Madam Chair, I'm still on the fence, but I do appreciate Dr. Zeman comment, and I understand it. And under normal circumstances, I probably would have been very definitive in interviewing. But in this case, I'll wait to hear what the other board members have to say. Any
other board member comment before I give my comments? First I want to thank Mr. Rhodes for building a succession plan. I think that's something that great leaders do, and it puts us as a school district in a really positive position. I look at this a little bit differently than my colleague, Dr. Zeman, in the sense that, like, if it's not broken, why try to fix it? I think with Mr. Magley, we've seen in collaboration with Mr. Rhodes, some really great work that as a board we've demanded of that office, and I tend to feel like we should work smarter, not harder, and this is not an office that we hear many complaints about. I think the board is very complimentary of this office. The community works well with this office. So, I do, I like the exercise of going out for interviews and stuff, but in this instance, I think we're in a good position if we move forward with this substitute motion. I do have a question for staff. If this substitute motion passes, are we able to make the negotiation session scheduled for tomorrow, because that was for Mr. Magley to serve as interim? Would we be able to change that to make it the negotiation session for the permanent position? Because I don't know if that conflicts with like the advertising that was done.
Ernie Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer, we would have to re-advertise because it's a different request action.
And then how would that work? Do we still need to do a negotiation session for interim? Because would he serve as the interim and then do a negotiation session to serve as the permanent? How would that? Because I believe we were going to vote on it on March 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I don't know.
So we could still negotiate and make him the interim although that would come to the same board meeting. So I would say cancel the interim.
Negotiations and schedule permanent negotiations.
Correct.
That would be your recommendation. Is there any objection from my colleagues on that if this motion passes? Ms. Hickson?
I'm sorry, excuse me, Chair.
I don't have an objection, just how long do you have to advertise? Like, what would be the difference in time?
48 hours.
Oh, so it's just a couple of days?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
I'm just worried the legal issue if, in fact, at 11 o'clock on the 3rd, we say to Mr. Magley, you are the chief auditor, did we violate the law that tells us we have to have an interim or an acting or somebody designated as a chief auditor every day of the year?
Ms. Jack Adams?
It would depend upon whether there are any duties that the auditor is responsible for pursuant to statute on that day. So I hear your question. There would be like a 6-hour or however many hours there is between 12 midnight and the time that the board approves it. If there's any duties that the auditor is responsible for during that time period, like the statutory duty, then I see an issue. If not, then I don't see an issue.
Terrific. And we'd also have the option on the 3rd of March to designate. I mean, if for some unforeseen reason it doesn't go positive on the 3rd of March, we could still designate a new interim chief auditor at that meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, but...
Thank you. That's fine.
All right. Any other board discussion on the substitute motion?
Chair, if I may. The other individuals that have submitted their resumes for consideration for chief auditor, Ms. Brown, Ms. Davis, Ms. Panier, and Mr. Ventilado. In the event that this motion passes and Mr. Magley is named the chief auditor, I guess my question to staff would be, has there been any discussion with any of these other individuals about potentially filling Mr. Magley's current space if in fact he was awarded the chief's position, and if there was any interest by any of those individuals, or are they just kind of going for the top and it's chief or nothing, or have those conversations taken place at all?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay.
But if this motion passes and that happens and he's approved at the board meeting, then we can begin to reach out and have those conversations with those individuals.
Incidentally enough, pay grade between the chief and executive director, ballparking it. Generally, what is the difference in pay grade between those two positions?
We can provide a specific follow-up and look at the history of that, but I would say it's probably about a $50,000 estimated difference.
50? 50?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, the uniqueness there is you negotiate the chief auditor contract.
All right. Any other board discussion on the substitute motion? Ms. Pullman?
Well, I appreciate that this conversation is going better than last week. I would generally agree with Dr. Zeman about competition, but in this case, with the position that we're seeking to fill, where I think that we need to have a great deal of trust in the person that's going to fill that, and that's and the good work that's been demonstrated by Mr. Magley, I in this case will support the motion. Thank you.
All right. Any other board discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Substitute motion, oh, go ahead, Doc. Okay. Substitute motion passes unanimously. I believe Dr. Zeman would like to speak.
Thanks so much, Chair. Wonderful that we've moved forward with this item. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for pointing out how the efficiency we're demonstrating today. There is one more change, though, that I'd like the board to think a little bit about, which is the basis of negotiation. We often use the departing incumbent. We often use a percentage raise from current salary and things like that. That's about 20 years out of date. Like healthy organizations use market data, and they go out and say, with X number of years of experience that Mr. Magley has, our designee for chief auditor, and these degrees and these certifications, the market is paying Y dollars per year. The reason that's important is if we just keep using the current process, we're going to have forever escalation of executive salaries. And that's not what the county wants. The county wants to pay people fairly. They recognize that this is government service. You're probably not going to retire on the French Riviera if you work for a government agency. You might, which is great. You are a hell of a saver and an investor if you do that. But government jobs that have forever escalations are not what's an appropriate thing to do. So what I'd like us to do as a basis for negotiation is to create just a quick market salary report. They're available free to any organization that wants to put in years of service and job and requirements and certifications. It usually comes with a pay band, and it might say it's between this $10,000 one way or the other. I just don't think that it's appropriate to forever have escalating executive salaries. I think we should figure out what the market rate is for a chief auditor in a school district our size, and that ought to be the basis for negotiations. So my motion is that we use market salary as the basis of negotiations for the next chief auditor.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. In spirit, I support the motion, although you're starting to turn Mr. Magley into both a noun and a verb, where we can now joke about Magleying things, where he's always the guinea pig for any new initiative. I totally support market research on salaries for all your direct reports, the cabinet, and all the central office staff. So please, if this passes, don't stop with Mr. Magley. I don't think doing market research is going to work to his disadvantage based on what others are making. However, I would say don't stop there, do everybody, because there's this theory that Broward schools, or not even a theory, it's an assertion I keep hearing, that Broward schools pays so badly. And I'm not talking about the office of the chief auditor, because 2 chief auditors ago, Mr. Riley was treated like garbage. He wasn't paid like a cabinet member, he wasn't treated like one. So this is fixing it, but do a study on everybody. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? I have a question for staff. How quickly could you turn around that report?
Pretty quickly. That's part of our analysis when we look at positions.
Okay. Ms. Bowman?
To that point, I mean, is this something that you're doing generally anyway when you're setting?
That is a part of the work we do when we look to provide a salary recommendation to a candidate.
Yeah. How do you usually come to those numbers?
Good morning, Ann Titer, Director of Talent Acquisition. If for staff that's supervised by the superintendent, we look at the band range that's authorized by the board, and when someone applies, we get their current salary information. We analyze internal individuals at that same level and band, and our compensation team also factors in using a particular software market across the Northeast, the Southeast. We compare depending on if someone is moving from another location, so that we provide equity with current staff and being able to negotiate competitively.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member discussion on the motion? The motion was to, Dr. Seaman, could you repeat the motion? I know it was around market salary.
Just to use market salary as a basis for negotiation with the chief auditor.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. So based on what you just said, you do that already. You already put that into the...
Correct. That's part of the analysis we do when we prepare a salary recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Because my concern, and again, no disrespect ever, we can't pay market value. We're a government agency. We cannot, I would love to say that we could, but we're in a budget deficit of $100 million, and we can't give any of our employees a raise. So not to say that I don't think we should be paying our top administrators good money, but we just can't compete with the market. Let's be honest. So I have a struggle with saying we're going to go into negotiations looking at market price for an auditor, because unfortunately government agencies just can't pay that price.
Mr. Cervera?
To the maker of the motion, 2 inquiries. Number one, I assume when you're asking for market rate, you're referring to the government space and not the private sector space?
Absolutely. As you might be aware, there are market salaries for auditors that work in the Big Four and want to run to New York every week and do their critical work for any client that is willing to pay their hourly rate. Then there's a government market, which it'll look at big urban school districts and say, kind of based on years of experience and degrees, this is the band for a government job. So we can pay government salaries. In many cases, we pay over government market salaries in Broward County. And to me, we ought to be tilting back toward government market.
And second question, we're hearing from Mr. Lozano that apparently that's part of the analysis that's done. Is there something different that you're asking within the motion? And if so, can you elaborate a little bit, please?
Thanks so much. The basis for the negotiation means that when it comes back, the total comp being offered to the selected candidate is compared to government market salaries. It doesn't mean we stop there. We may look at this and say, yeah, but we really needed a guy with a lot of IG experience. It didn't come through in the market analysis. We're going to pay him more. That's fine to do. The motion is to just say that is the basis, so that when it comes back, it gives us all the flexibility in the world to pay more or less than the government market. But I just believe as a government entity that spends only taxpayer dollars here, minus a tiny, tiny bit of donations that are given to Broward County Schools, we just need to forever going forward use the market salary as the basis for our negotiations for the 3 positions that we have.
Are you done? Dr. Zeman, did you want to add anything? I know you waved me down.
I do not at this time. Thanks, Chair.
Any other board discussion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Lozano, you mentioned that you've already been doing this, right? So based upon the clarification from Dr. Zeman just now, what do you understand to be the difference of what you've already been doing and what his motion implies?
From my understanding, Dr. Zeman wants us to make the market analysis the basis of our starting point, comparing that position to other governmental entities that have similar positions, and look at that data as we make the decision. We'll provide the chair that information as well as much information as we can so she can enter into the negotiations with the best possible position for the district.
Okay, and you understand, based upon Mr. Silvera's question, that the market rate is based on government entities, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other board discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
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 Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School Board Members Ahodeff,
No.
Bowman,
No.
Severa, Hickson, Honus,
Yes.
Lenardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson,
No.
Zeman,
Yes.
fails 6-3.
All right. I believe Ms. Hickson wanted to make some motion.
I did, but in speaking with general counsels now, it's not appropriate, so I'll save it for later.
All right. Any other board discussion on the item? I would just ask, now is the time if you have other, I appreciate Dr. Zeman's guidance on negotiations. If there are any other, issues you'd like to bring up for negotiations or parameters that you'd like me to adhere to, I would appreciate that now. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And we've now had a new superintendent that this board has negotiated and also general counsel. So would ask in this contract moving forward with chief auditor, and anytime we have a direct appoints, to put in there where it's scaled in terms of if they were to be separated without cause. My brain's not working right today. There's they have to be here a certain amount of time to get. So if it would just be consistent with the superintendent and general counsel, that would be great.
Any other guidance? Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I concur with Board Member Hickson that it's consistent with the other 2 direct reports as far as in general, severance and all of these other things to make it consistent.
Okay. And I will just, I do want us to be cognizant of the fact that there is some difference between the superintendent's contract and some of those things and the general counsel and the chief auditor. So just to be aware there is some distinction there. And something that came up a lot during the negotiations with our future general counsel was, those 2 direct reports are not the same as the superintendent. And that was something that Mr. Harvey continued to bring up because there was some comparison going on there. So I just want us to be cognizant of that. All right. Any other board discussion? All right. All in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes as amended. Would Mr. Magley like to make a few remarks?
As it were, last week was an interesting thing for all of us, I think. I didn't know what to expect. And today you've shown your commitment to me. I am very grateful for the consideration, let alone the appointment as it would be. I will do my best to make sure that is it lives up to the expectation. I think that I had an opportunity, whether I chose to or not, to come in here and get running. And I always run. So people will tell you that they walk with me. It's annoying because I move fast. But I think that's what it takes. I want to thank Mr. Rhodes for the kind words. He's done a great job under a lot of circumstances. We've been able to work through some things real quickly, and I appreciate it. It was almost an audition of sorts, it turns out. That's not how we looked at it. We put our head down and went. And we will do that, and I will continue to try to build a team that reflects that and does the board's, exercises the board's will. So thank you very much, and I'm honored and grateful.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to future workshops or student successes to share? Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to tell the board, last week I was at the Capitol for Alyssa's Act, and that's on our federal legislative platform. And Alyssa's Act creates standards around emergency response standards, minimum standards for panic buttons and digital mapping and creating a data center. So super successful. We had 10 students from around the country that came and helped us, and we did get 5 co-sponsors on the bill afterwards. So I just wanted to update the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I just want to thank all of the schools in the district for the Day of Service and Love. We went around to a couple of different schools, and we started the morning at the breakfast at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and a lot of people from the community that came out. There were lots of first responders that were there, and students were doing different service projects. I ended up at South Broward afterwards. I think Mrs. Aladef went to a couple of schools. So, 8 years later, it's really important that we continue to remember the 17 that were taken from us. And I would say on behalf of all of the families, just want to say thank you for continuing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting. Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the school board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board member Rupert will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Do we know what school this is? Beacon? We're proud to hear from Margate Middle to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
As we begin, we reaffirm our vision, 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement and supporting every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item is final BOC meeting, FY26 Q1 plus October 2025. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Good morning, Chair, school board members, and public. I'll turn it over to Mr. Omar Shim and the Bond Oversight Committee for brief presentation.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Hepburn. On January 15, 2026, the Bond Oversight Committee held its final quarterly meeting to review and discuss the report provided to you for the period ending October 2025, which is included as an attachment for the workshop. And just before I introduce the members of the committee that were able to make the workshop, I wanted to go over some achievements and lessons learned from the completion of the SMART program. In May 2015, the district established a SMART program that included voter-approved $800 million general obligation bond and approximately $200 million in other capital funding, totaling close to $1 billion. Since then, the district added funding to the program, and the final budget for the SMART program is $1.7 billion. Out of that $1.7 billion, the district has expended $1.5 billion, approximately 88%, and $147.7 million now remain on active projects, on purchase orders or project balances. All general obligation bond funds have been expended, and the remaining activity will be completed using the capital funds allocated in the capital budget. So the district used those funds to provide technology infrastructure and devices which surpassed the goals to achieve a 3-to-1 student ratio to closer to a 1-to-1. We expanded the arts and music program, bringing back these programs that had suffered from cuts through the Great Recession with better spaces and upgraded equipment. We upgraded athletic facilities to allow students to have access to improved track and weight room facilities that help to propel student success. The program also completed single point of entry projects that enhance the security of our schools. Many significant remodeling and renovation projects were delivered, with the district completing 219 projects that helped improve the conditions of the learning environment. The remaining 119 projects are being completed in the ongoing capital program, and many are close to being complete. A list of those projects, along with the budget and projected completion dates, are provided, beginning on page 14 of the report. Page 41 also provides a list of projects that increase the scope beyond what was originally planned in the SMART program as an added value to the learning environment. Now, the SMART program had significant setbacks with challenges to the budget and delays to project schedules. There were many lessons learned. A few of them include to ensure that projects are shovel-ready before launching a large-scale program, assessing organizational readiness, and aligning processes to accomplish program goals, to manage budget and scheduling risk up front in the program and build that into communications, accountability, and transparency in a transparent way, working closely with regulatory agents in the beginning of the program to reduce delays towards the end of the program. The Bond Oversight Committee provided valuable feedback along the way. They utilized information from Florida Tax Watch and reviewed the information provided in the quarterly reports to actively engage and steer the district towards the finish line. So with that, let me introduce to you Steve Hilberg, William Tracy, and Latha Krishnaiyer. Also unable to make it was Parth Patel with the city and Tommy Demopoulos, who's up in Tallahassee. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Our most recent committee meeting was held on January 15th. It was the final meeting, a wrap-up, looking one quarter back into the completion of the SMART bond expenditures. So as the SMART bond program ends, it's evident there's many things that didn't go as planned. We've talked about that through our meetings and presentations quite a bit. To the point that the emphasis has been on what's wrong with the program, and these issues have overshadowed the considerable successes of the SMART bond program. And one of the greatest indicators of those successes is when you go to the schools and you meet the people that are teaching and prevailing or presiding over the schools, and they're very enthusiastic and supportive with the changes that they've made, and it's reflected also in the future of the students that are going to learn in these new state-of-the-art, attractive facilities. And the second one is the program improves safety by ensuring all schools have a single point of entry. This was started before the Marjorie Stone Douglas tragedy, but through this program, I say we, but I'm an observer, you got that done, and all the schools are much safer because of it. Finally, the next one is the fire alarm systems were installed in schools that didn't have them. And Tommy, who is our fire department representative, who's in Tallahassee at the moment, was saying that how fire marshals across the county are pleased that the schools in their districts and that they're responsible for have new fire alarm systems. And in our meetings, not so evident here, it's not a glamorous subject, but the process of implementing these projects was continuously streamlined. This last meeting, we had the consultant representative talk about how a lot of the process is now automated, and that one of the benefits is anybody can pull up, with access, can pull up a status, and they'll get the same information that the people that are running the software will get. That's a tremendous thing. It helps with providing information when needed very quickly. A thing that kind of came up late that really surprised me, and it was good, is the school board's Office of Economic Development, Opportunity, and Compliance. Those efforts have put $600 million back into the community. And not only that, they trained a whole group, more than a group, it's hundreds of contractors on the way to get through the Broward County School Board implementation process, which is a benefit for anywhere. I work for a city, and we have similar processes, and it's good to have a contractor that knows how those things go and how long things take and what the process is, and we're all going to benefit from that, and that on its own is a separate educational program that you should be very proud of. And last on my list of highlights, I guess, is the program team showed adaptability. This is a huge effort, and it doesn't turn on a dime. Yet, when the community spoke and said, we are not happy with the Stranahan classroom configuration, somehow, I didn't see the inner workings, but all of a sudden it got quiet, and then everybody seems to be happy with it. I'm sure there's some detractors, but generally, that controversy went away. And then the same thing happened with the Boyd-Anderson bus loop. people came to our meeting. They were so concerned that, the public really doesn't really come to our Bond Oversight Committee meetings, but these did, and they were concerned about the conditions at the bus loop. That also was taken care of, and we didn't hear any more controversy. And so kudos to this program that took community input, responded to it, and was able to achieve a satisfactory outcome. So that I'm amazed at that, because there's just a lot of things that have to change direction to get that to happen. So again, that was something to be proud of. I'm going to ask if Latha has anything else to add on this.
No, yeah, a couple of things, but good morning. I want to start by saying it's PTA's Founders Day today. We're 129 years old. We were founded in 1897 on February 17th. So we are celebrating that today and this week with Founders Day events all around. Yeah, a couple of things. One, I have to compliment the outreach. I have not seen so many positive things come out with videos, with the social media, and that has reached a lot of the community. So kudos to them on this. That was very useful as we communicated to parents to watch that and to know about their schools and about what was going on. Also, Tax Watch was invaluable. Steve mentioned it, but I'd like to commend their commitment. They were here. Bob Nave was here at every meeting, and any future endeavor of this kind, definitely recommend Tax Watch be involved, because they are a neutral organization, and they were prompt. Their analysis helped us a lot, so I want to thank Tax Watch for their service. Lastly, music was mentioned, but not all schools have music, so I would urge the board to look into those schools that need it most. There are several. I don't have the names, but these are the schools that can really benefit from music, and the music program is not in every schools, and that would be great if you could look at that. Thank you.
Good morning. Some of the takeaways from our work on the Bond Oversight Committee, things that could be done to improve any future large projects such as this. Item number one would be to have shovel-ready projects for the next bond program to avoid a lag in setting up contracts. One of the delays in the SMART program was the fact that once the bond was approved, they had to go and get into design and then hire designers, put out contracts to bid, but having something, at least an idea of what you want to do, and sort of have a wish list, that would really speed up the process. The other thing was to verify when the program started, there were certain contractors that there were only a handful that were available for a particular scope of work. And when they started 60, 70 projects at the same time, trying to have 2 or 3 contractors all working each on 25 projects or so was a bit much. The continue with streamlining the project processes and continue with addressing changes required late in the project construction phases. One of the things that we discussed was many of these projects that are still not complete are primarily have to do with fire safety. Fire sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, where the design was approved, but then when they had their final inspections, the inspector wanted to add devices or sprinkler heads in certain areas, which caused extensive delays. And then the other thing is some of the meetings that we had at some of the schools, we had very enthusiastic students and administrators, and one of the most successful things seemed to be we were very impressed with Boyd Anderson and the outreach that they had. Students that went through the programs and ended up getting into successful careers, coming back and sort of acting as mentors and cheerleaders for the programs that the public schools have is, I think, an important resource that the school board could work on. Having, perhaps middle school students go into the feeder elementary schools to let them know what opportunities were in the middle schools, have the high schools reach out to the feeder middle schools to have them, let them know this is what your local high school has to offer for you. It's one thing for your parents to tell you something, but for a peer to say, this is the experience I had, come and share that experience with me, I think would be much more effective. And then for project scheduling, once the project kicks off, as Steve mentioned, the automation of the process is really helped bring things well into control. I mean, the way this project has run the past several years has really improved from the beginnings. There are ways of staging projects so that you have a consistent workload for all the various contractors, and being able to tell particular contractors or subcontractors see what their work schedule is, and scheduling the various programs so that you're not having one particular contractor all of a sudden slammed with a dozen projects, and they don't have the staff, they don't have the resources to handle it. If it's staged so that at any one time they're on 3 projects, not 15, would be a big help. And that's pretty much what our recommendations are. Anything to add, Steve?
Yeah, I just, Omar, where is Rafiki? Because he is a Boyd Anderson grad, and he works for the school district. So that is one positive, and he has helped us all along. So is he in the building, or?
I'm sure he's.
So I want to congratulate Rafiki, also one of our own public school graduates.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for saying that. And I'll just say also to thank all the staff that throughout the district and our consultants, many of which worked hard throughout the program to provide information to the board and to the public and to the committee. And it was a long haul, so thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll take board questions.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm going to apologize to the Bond Oversight Committee because my notes and take on this sound totally different. But then I was on the Facilities Task Force from 2011 and the chair for much of that until your superintendent committed misconduct to remove me from all advisories. Okay, so it's 2014. There hasn't been a bond in the district, I don't know, since like 1987. And the then superintendent decides, let's not bother with that, with safety. We're going to put out for a bond, and we want one thing on the ballot. And we're going to put it on the ballot in 2014. So there was a needs assessment that was rushed. The company that did it was coming from Houston Independent School District, where they took an extra year after it was completed, after the needs assessment was completed, to analyze and come up with that pesky thing called a long-range facilities master plan, where you plan out the projects based on programmatic needs, the condition of the facilities. Here, They got it done, and 3 months later, I spent 26 hours in workshops the summer of 2014. Only Mrs. Rupert was here with me, where they put the cart before the horse. That was a comment out of her mouth, where she tried to pump the brakes, but nope, we're going to put it on the ballot. It's not ready, but we're going to put it on the ballot. So no master plan, not even a final report. And in my experience, garbage in, garbage out. There was never any coming back from that. The failure of this bond program was not at the lower level. It isn't because we couldn't hire people that knew how to run projects. It was a high-level problem where there was no master plan, no custodies, what's that? No destructive testing. Northeast and Stranahan are not done. The bond funds are gone, but the projects live on. I don't even think the cheaper and faster cafeteria is done at Stranahan. Northeast is having all kinds of issues. Poor planning is what led to scope changes, not people trying to do things. They're going to be rebuilding buildings at Stranahan that were just renovated. And frankly, Tax Watch in the first couple of years, I remember the head of Tax Watch criticizing an MSD student who found the projects and attacked a 19-year-old kid in writing to support the superintendent at the time. So Tax Watch was not awake for the first few years. Plantation just got its media center done, and I challenge you to find whether that media center conforms to ed specs, because it looks like a big empty room. They flung some new furniture, put new carpet down, thank you, I think, and I'm not even sure they changed out the ceiling tile. So in the future, and there's not going to be another bond. So any plan has to use existing funds. But that's the reality check. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, and I just thank you for all the hard work you've done over these years. This has not been an easy task by any means. I appreciate you giving some of the updates about the funding, because often what we hear is that the money wasn't spent. And I think you made it very clear that the money has been spent, the original money from the bond. Money has been spent beyond what was on the bond through capital funding, and we're almost at the end of the projects for the SMART bond. I remember when all of this happened. I remember all the coming to the schools with the bands and telling everybody how great it was going to be. And I agree with you, sitting on the back end now as a school board member, as opposed to a vote, just a teacher and a voter. When it first came out, there were a lot of things that were not done properly. And I appreciate that you've given us some of these recommendations, because I do hope that we're able to, at some point, go back out for another bond, because it is the only way we're going to get what we need to get done. But the public doesn't trust us, so we need to be able to share factual information. Things were done wrong, things were done very, very slow, took way too long to get it done. But I think, again, it's really important for the public to know that the money was spent and then some. So I think that's really important piece for us to get out. And I just smiled when you were talking about your fourth recommendation about school outreach and sharing, because I was the magnet coordinator at South Broward High School when we were under-enrolled. And I took the students out, and they did all the talking. No one wanted to hear what I had to say. And we ended up with a wait list about 2 years after that. So I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think we've talked about it. We've asked to have our videos on social media with students saying how great the programs are. I know we started that with Dr. Hepburn. I hope we can continue and add more of those, because students are what sell our programs, because they're excited and they are doing great things. So thank you for giving that recommendation, and for all of them. I think it's important to look back and see how we can do the next one better, because I think we would all agree, we hope at some point that we're able to go back out and ask for another bond. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes?
Yeah, I had I had some comments that I wanted to kind of make in response to what the committee had reported. And it has to do with some of the future audit work that we intend to have done through our capital audits that we do. There was a comment that may or may not be true. Whether it is or it's not, either of those possibilities are kind of disturbing, and that is that inspectors are going out at the end of a project and identifying more devices that need to be put in place. And inspectors' primary role is to go out and take a look at whether or not what is built and put in place meets what is on the approved drawings. So if they're going out and asking for more than was on the approved drawings as approved by the chief fire official and or the chief building official, depending on what part of the system it is, there could be a problem there that's costing the district money unnecessarily, or that's causing the district to not be in compliance with regard to the initial plans that are put together for approval by the chief fire official and the building official. We want to take a look at some of those things so that we can find out whether or not that is an opportunity to save the district money by being more comprehensive up front, or if it's an opportunity to identify. The district is not free and clear of having overzealous inspectors historically, but I also know that some of those inspectors that were called overzealous did on many occasions find some things that did in fact need to be addressed. So that's one thing. The other thing is that I've heard many meetings in my time here that there were many carve-outs, and there are possible duplicate costs that could be associated with carve-outs depending on how they were actually worked on. And also to question the efficacy of doing carve-outs as a function of trying to kind of speed up the program and the process. So what we would want to look at it from an audit perspective is, was it effective? Did it do what it was intended to do? And did it save the district money, or did it stop the district from paying more money than it otherwise should have? Those are a couple of the different things that we're looking at as we go in, and we're looking at it from so there's a standard quarterly component that they always look at, the in this case the AECOM contract and the ATCOM contract, just to make sure that with select clauses in the contract that they're complying with those. But I have asked them to take on some additional duties for the same cost, and they've agreed to do that because they're interested in finding that out as well. I think that'll be of great help to both the committee to hear some of the rest of the story, as well as for the board. And in some cases, it may just be something that reflects that it was done the most correct and an efficient way that it could have been at the time that it was implemented. So I hope that we can bring these reports to the board in the future and provide some additional information to the board and the public with regard to any future bond and any future kind of look back at what it is that was done correctly or that could be done better.
Thank you. We look forward to that. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rhodes, I am so glad you mentioned that, because that's one of the points I have written down as far as the final inspection having to add more devices and creating delays. That had a red flag for me. So I would certainly like, if your team could get back to us with that. So I'm glad you brought that up as well, because I don't understand if at the end of the project, then we have these devices that need to be added, or sprinkler heads, or whatever it may be. Why didn't we have these in place, or why didn't they indicate these were needed? Why did it happen at the end of the project? So I would love to get a lot more information on that.
That's exactly what we intend to do, to bring back that information so that a real look at it, rather than either, again, a narrative or a reality, can be deciphered by the board.
Right. And as mentioned, that caused significant delays, which I'm assuming is very costly for the district.
That, and a lot of those change orders that I was looking at the time that I was adding this into my general capital risk assessment, was that it didn't just add days, it added money. And so both of those are problematic if they would have been properly designed from the beginning, which calls into question, and I'm not pointing the finger at anybody because I don't know the answers to these yet, but it calls into question whether the designers of record omitted something that they should have put into the drawings, at which point the district may have the opportunity in certain instances to either claw back or to improve the process to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future as well.
Right, because I saw on page 105 from the 44 delays, a lot of this, majority of this had to do with design delays. I'm just hoping that, should we go back out to the public for a bond or funding, that we can function more efficiently in the future. Because I don't understand why we have that many design delays, as shown on page 105. So also, the committee mentioned that only a handful of contractors were available for a specific scope of work. So I think that's concerning as well. And the committee also mentioned staging for workload for different contractors. So the recommendations are very valid, and I do hope that in the future that we can function a lot more efficient so we don't waste money. It just seems there were many opportunities to be more efficient, and that something can be done in the future. So Mr. Rhodes, Mr. Magley, looking forward to your team giving us some input as well. And I did hear Board Anderson High School. I just want to also shout out Mr. James Griffin, because he was honored by the City of Lauderdale Lakes a week ago for Black History Month as far as Black excellence in the City of Lauderdale Lakes. So Mr. James Griffin, if you're listening, you did an awesome job. Kudos.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, by the way, for your service and all the members of the board. Omar, it's always good to get a pulse check every quarter about how we're doing. To the superintendent, how would you propose that we continue this kind of periodicity of reporting back to the board on, construction projects rarely get done in a month or two. They often take years. So a quarterly kind of report as we shift from SMART to the construction improvement or capital improvement project, the SIP. As we go from SMART to SIP, how often is the board scheduled right now to get some kind of construction report similar to what we got from the bond committee?
So that's emerging right now. I do think it would be prudent for us to create some form of a similar type committee that can provide external expertise and feedback and input to the board instead of just totally coming from staff. I think there's a lot of value with individuals who have a certain level of expertise that can provide some feedback. So we can work with Mr. Shim and the team to figure out how do we design or the makeup, or if any of these gentlemen and young ladies are happy to continue to serve in a different capacity in a different committee, because it is valuable.
Terrific. I'm going to nominate David Rhodes to come back out of retirement and chair that committee. So be careful, David. Retirement doesn't mean you don't work anymore. It just means you don't get paid. I think it's important to do this. Is your understanding, Mr. Superintendent, that we'll get quarterly reports going forward?
Yes, we will get quarterly reports, but to get them at this magnitude of feedback from people who don't work for us is definitely valuable also.
Yeah, terrific. I appreciate that. And again, to the superintendent, when will we have, I know we're going to have some discussions about the organizations around facilities, not on the financial side, Omar, but on the actual construction oversight, program management, procurement, and that side. When do you think we'll have that, the new players and the new organization firmly in place?
So as you know, March 3rd, we were having the discussion around construction management next steps based on board feedback before we put that solicitation out. And then we're working on bringing back the org chart in April also. So there'll be another discussion around organization for various divisions and various departments as well.
Terrific. And as our panelists have alluded to and the community has been loud about, there are lessons learned from this. I don't want to allow a comment, though, to get going here without providing a little bit of clarity. $800 million is not a big bond. The Army Corps of Engineers this year executed $92 billion of construction in one organization, government organization. The Navy's version of that is going to do $19 billion. Los Angeles Unified just finished a $9 billion bond. In 2023, there were $80 billion of construction bonds. It's the de facto method by which the public pays now for construction, not just maintenance, but for construction. And less than $1 billion is actually pretty small. So just a couple others. North Carolina had a district with $4 billion. Dallas did $6 billion. San Antonio, 1.3. Portland, a very small community compared to ours, $1.8 billion bond. Last year, in 2024, there was $100 billion in the United States of school construction bonds, often in magnitude significantly higher than less than $1 billion. Texas last year alone did $38 billion. We need a bond in Broward County. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to continue to offer the kinds of facilities that we need. I'm anxious when you put all this stuff together to think a little bit about the new leaders and the new organization and, some explicit kind of recognition of what went well and what needs to go better. But the end goal is we still got to get back to our strategic goal. If we want to be a great school district, we've got to figure out how to at least be better than average on construction. We have to build things that our kids need and our staff desires. Very likely to be fewer schools, but I pray that they are better schools from a construction and maintenance standpoint so that we can continue to delight our clients. Last point, just so that we kind of put a nice seal on this, a positive spin, not a positive spin, a positive fact. In December, a local polling group went out and polled just over 1,000 people in Broward County and asked them about Broward County Public Schools. The number one choice of Broward County is public school. Over 3 times the number of people that said they'd like to send their kids to charter schools. We are the number one choice of Broward County for schools. And we know we can get better, and we strive to get better. And so there's a lot of opportunity here. I don't want to think that this bond is the biggest thing in the world. It's a sizable amount of money. It turned out to be roughly, Omar, I think $1.7 billion was executed as a SMART project. And we no doubt have projects that will wrap up as part of the SIP going forward. And I know we'll learn from this. But given that we're the number one choice of Broward County, and given that we've got lessons to learn, and we can go back out and get a bond to do more, because facilities do matter in education. Air conditioning has to work. Heaters have to work. Windows need to open and close, right? And the better the facilities, the more we're going to have people come in and look at us as a provider of education. And if they look at us, they often choose us. We just have to make sure that we get them in the right door. So I'm looking forward to the new leadership. I'm looking forward to the new organization. And then I'm going to be looking for kind of what are we doing differently on the nuts and bolts to make sure we don't have 18-month changeovers and 12-month TIAs and things like that to just bog down the system. So this is great. I appreciate your service to Broward County. I'm tickled the superintendent wants to reconvene some form of external experts. It'd be really great to have them looking over our shoulder as we go forward. But my expectation is that we're going to go back to Broward County at some point, if not in 2028, then maybe in 2030. And we're going to do what most other districts and urban districts in the United States have done, which is ask our voters to give us some more money to go back. And I look forward to, between now and then, to building more confidence with the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I was wondering or hoping, I don't know whether in the future, but I would like to see a one-page slide or even, Dr. Hepburn, a report on the $800 million, right? That's what the taxpayers gave us. And I'm a visual learner, so a visual would help. And then the $900 million, how many projects did that fund? You know, where did that money come from? But have that as a one pager, because I think it's really important to to just clearly understand the funding aspect of the projects. And, but also to have this is a 505-page document. I think it would be better to, Dr. Hepburn, have for our community, maybe a tighter, 5-page document, to really just, or even 2 pages, but something where it could be an overall snapshot, just to clearer give our taxpayers, our community, our parents a better idea of how this money was spent. And then you could have a QR code or a link to this 505-page document if they want to get more detail and understanding. I have a question on page 13. It says that there was a $10.3 million savings, which I feel like that's not really true, with technology. So, Dr. Hepburn, could you clear that up?
Can you give me that page number again?
13.
13.
It talks about the technology being complete, and then in green it says that the project was completed with a savings of $10.3 million to the district.
Go ahead, Mr. Jim.
Yes, through the chair. I believe you're talking about page 7 of the actual report, not the PDF, so just for reference. So the technology devices were actually purchased at a much lower cost than what they originally had thought, and they didn't spend all the money, and so $10 million was returned from the technology budget at the end. So whether or not that can be considered savings or not, that's how the program occurred.
Okay, but I guess I might understand, now we're going 1-to-1, we've spent more money. I don't know if there could be some type of footnote to just kind of explain that to the everyday person. I did also, as my colleagues did, have questions regarding the fire alarms. And my first question is, what changed or who changed that came in here and then in the back end started saying, add this sprinkler, add this fire alarm pull station?
So I'll let Mr. Shim and Mr. Dorsett probably add, and this is just from the input or feedback received while just working with capital program, and the delays as far as the project. So you have some projects that are delayed for multiple years. Specific codes were different back then versus what they are now, and some of the assumptions gathered is that due to changes in requirements within the building, inspection would result in ensuring that the requirements are met as of today, not based on the design that happened 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. So, Mr. Shim or Mr. Dorsett, if you guys got anything to add, or I see Ms. Coley also, if you guys got anything to add.
Good morning, Mark Dorsett, Task Assigned Chief Facility Officer. Yeah, usually to Mr. Rose's point, when the inspectors go out and they identify areas in which a device is needed, if a device is not there at the time, they would cite that. We talked about that in the past as being a separate project going forward to eliminate these kind of situations. And that's what we're looking to do now, to set that aside as a new project, if you will. Because if it wasn't a part of the original scope of work, I've met with the fire official and Sonia Coley and other team members to look at that, and that's what we're doing going forward, but that's what was added.
Okay, so who are the inspectors? Are they BCPS inspectors, Broward County inspectors?
There's a combination. We use CAP
inspectors as well as some of our own inspectors.
What's CAP?
Sonia, can you?
I'm sorry? Yeah, CAP government. I'm not sure of the name, but it's CAP government. It's our external fire inspectors.
Okay, and how long has CAP government been working for us or doing these inspections?
I'm not sure how long they've been working with the fire department, over a couple of years, I'm sure. They've been with the fire official.
Okay,
Outsourced.
does our chief of fire have anything to do with the inspectors, or they're just separate doing their own work, the inspectors?
No, he oversees the inspectors.
Aha, okay, so now this is all kind of making a little bit more sense, because rewind history, we had a previous chief of fire, right? They opined probably on these projects in the beginning. And then we have a change of fire official person. So I think that's where some of this change has occurred, because I remember in agenda items, they were actually previously pulling out the fire alarms, and now they're pulling them out, and now years later, they're putting them back in. So that's why I asked in my beginning of my question, and who and what changed? Because there is a timeline here that we're really not capturing. Ms. Rupert sees it, and so I think that's really important, and maybe that's auditing. That is, Mr. Rhodes, that's something you guys are going to look into, just to understand this, right? We all want safety. We all want, because I remember I was saying, well, why are they pulling these out? It seems like it's counterintuitive. We should be putting them in, and now they're putting them in. So we just need to understand this better, because if the original, but then to your point, Dr. Hepburn, if there was a change in code, I'd like to also understand what year that change of code happened. So I guess what I'm asking is maybe we can just have a better timeline of all these pieces, because you need to understand the past to be able to rectify solutions moving forward. The other thing that I'm just going to at a very high level that we need to address fire drills and pausing and the fire alarms going off and pausing and not just running into hallways and running outside to potentially be in the direct line of fire of a shooter. It's something that I brought up at the board years ago. I know Chair Leonardi has opined on it too. But I really don't think it's been truly, really digged into and addressed, and it really needs to be. We have our fire official put out some guidelines as far as pausing and waiting and before exiting in a drill. But I don't know really if our teachers are really trained on how to do this. So I would like Dr. Hepburn, if we can get more training for our teachers. Also, if we could, I know we go to NFPA code, but this is our decision as far as evacuating. Maybe we decide unless we see a fire, we don't evacuate. So there is things that we can do instead of just saying, nope, it's code, we're not going to do anything. So I would appreciate if we could dig in more on that. On page 90 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, there's something in regards to the portables, and so I know I brought this question up earlier, but they're deciding to keep the portables still on campus until the next phase. And then it says like Pirtle Construction's not part of this. So we don't need to get into it now, but I just like to thoroughly understand what is going on with these portables, because I know once the portables are being removed, there's funding to put tennis courts in that space. So I'd like to understand the timeline and when those tennis courts are going to be put in place, because at the end of the day, you know, it's affecting students that are on the tennis team and cannot play on those tennis courts. As far as the social media, I think we need to do a lot more grassroots testimonials coming from parents. We need to connect with the PTOs and the PTAs and get parents more engaged on these, you know, what they are seeing within these projects. I think it's vitally important that parents are aware, especially all of the safety measures that we put in place as we're trying to bring more students back to our schools. They don't know all the layers of safety protection that we've put into Broward County Public Schools. They are looking to send their kids to private schools because they don't think that we've put in these amazing layers of safety protection since 2018. But it's our conversation to have. We need to talk more about it, because if we don't talk about it, they're talking about it in the PTO meetings or, you know, on the tennis courts, but we need to speak about it. And so I think that is crucial as far as trying to bring students back to schools, but not even that, keeping our students in our schools that we currently have now, because they're scared. But it's up to us, Dr. Hepburn, to make sure we're having the conversation, and because we're doing great things, we need to just let them know and talk about it more. The other thing is, I think within the security projects, we need to keep looking for funding pathways like our grants, and also having passive income coming in, like ticketing. There's ways to ticket people that are, whether they're speeding through our school zones or passing when the arm is down, and those are passive income, and we can bring back millions of dollars to Broward County Public Schools. I was just in yesterday, Lee County Public Schools, speaking to 100 school resource officers, and I talked to the superintendent, and they brought back last year $1 million to their schools. Guess what? It's going directly into their safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Oh, Ms. Rupert's not here. Any other board discussion before I give comments? Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the presentation. Although I do echo Ms. Alhadeff's comments about perhaps getting something a little bit more succinct and easier to read together for the benefit of the public. I can't imagine too many people who are going to sit there and read 505 pages of this report. And that's a good segue into one of the crucial issues that we as a district have to face on this whole smart bond issue. Accountability and transparency. We had multiple missteps along the way since 2014, when this $800 million smart bond was passed, which is now ballooned to $1.7 billion, which I'm hearing now as of this morning, $1.5 billion has been spent as of today. It's also my understanding that as of the end of last year, that 100 projects still remain pending, or if my math is correct, approximately 1/3 of the work remains outstanding in 2026 on a smart bond that was initially passed in 2014. I heard Dr. Zeman's comments about Portland and North Carolina and San Antonio and Texas. And with all due respect to those great cities and school districts in other parts of the country, I'm concerned about one thing and one thing only, and that's Broward County. We can certainly look to outside sources and places outside of our state, but at the end of the day, my job on this board is to do what's right for the citizens and the taxpayers of Broward County. And while I agree 100% that we need bonds moving forward in the future to make sure we have top-notch facilities, to make sure that when our parents and kids drive by the schools, they're proud of their schools, to make sure that our kids are kept safe when they walk through those schoolhouse gates. We need those dollars, 100%. I don't think anybody up here is debating that. But we need to take a hard look in the mirror as a district and as a board to answer the very tough questions. And essentially, what are we doing collectively to restore the public trust? Because as we heard from the speaker, if you were to go in the street right now and ask 10 people who were in the know about this Smart Bond program what they thought about it, I bet you'd get 10 very negative comments in response. And that's unfortunate. And whether it's next year or the year after that, when we go back out and we ask for more money, if we don't do some serious work as a district level and as a board level to restore trust and confidence with the public, there's no chance they're voting for this again. And we have to look at some of the things that we are doing as a district to ensure transparency and accountability. Whether it's properly managing referendum dollars that were meant for our teachers, which we didn't do such a good job of, or making sure we don't enter into unnecessary leases for millions of dollars and then settle for hundreds of thousands of dollars, very foolishly in my opinion. Whether it's ensuring that we have a flawless procurement process for our construction oversight programs, which incidentally we didn't do so well either. So while I appreciate conversations like this and 505-page reports, I think the focus also has to include what are we doing as a district, what are we doing as a board to restore trust? What can we show the public that we've done lately that they can trust us? Because I read the headlines, I watch the news, I talk to people in my district, I talk to people in the entire county, and right now, they do not trust us. And we can show them all the great facilities and all the great things that this Smart Bond program ultimately ended up with. But until we can come out and say, look at all of the things that we are doing lately, and here's a list of reasons why you can trust us with billions of dollars. I'm not a gambling man, but if I was, I'd put a lot of money on the fact that this wouldn't pass anything on a ballot, whether it's next year, the year after, or the year after that. So I'm glad we're being kept up to speed with all of this, and I'm glad we're moving forward. I wasn't too happy to see that apparently on page 18 of the presentation with all of these schools and the budgetary breakdowns, it would appear that everything is way over budget for these 6 schools that were part of the presentation. But we really have to take a hard look in the mirror as a district and as a board to figure out what are we doing to regain public trust with this stuff. And not just for the Smart Bond for these bond programs, but for everything in general. What are we doing? Because if we don't do that, if we don't start taking some decisive action, I know what the answer is going to be when this is on a ballot. It's going to be an emphatic no. And if we look at things of late, I think I would support that position. In Ms. Thompson's district, there was a $260 million bond that I think was on a ballot recently. And that didn't do so well. So I would urge my colleagues, and I would urge the district as a whole, we need to start thinking about what are we doing, what positive steps are we taking collectively to restore public trust? Because right now, it ain't there. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert? Thank you. One sec, sorry. Okay. Thanks. I was very happy to hear from Dr. Hepburn that you will be having a committee or a task force part of this moving forward. It's extremely important. And I would
like to share what I believe would need to be part of that. When Tax Watch, kind of upped their game, and the information that they shared with us, their report, it became better and better the longer that we went out there. And there was pushback from staff, feeling like they were being targeted in such a way. Well, that's transparency. That's accountability. I would hope that this would include findings, recommendations, management response, and follow-ups. That was incredibly important as a board member, as a taxpayer, to be able to see those specific recommendations, management response, and then the follow-ups. I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague, Ms. Al-Hadef, about the fire alarms. They were in, they were out. There really was no explanation for that. And I would recommend that we need to audit those fire alarms. If we're not already doing that, that needs to be the process of it, to make sure where we are with code. Because the code's the code. It doesn't matter who is the chief fire official. It should always be the one thing that stays the same, is the code, unless the code changes. It doesn't matter who's in the seat as long as they're actually following policy and law. So that is what I have here. But I also, one more last thing, and I hate to ask it because I don't know the answer. These books only go up to through 2027. And I have quite a few projects that are at the end of the page, and I'm wondering, are they flipping over to 2028? As you know, I had to ask that question. So, Mr. Superintendent, could you ask your staff to answer?
Mr. Shim, can you be specific what page you're looking at, this report?
Of course, now you're going to flip me back. This actually is not even mine. It's Virginia Schumann Elementary School, but they go right through the very far right of the page at Q4 2027.
Page number? Is there a page number?
I'm sorry, this one is 268, and I just basically flipped it open because I closed the book where mine was. But it's an example. It goes right through Q4, which bears the question, what about 2028?
Go ahead, Mr. Shim, and before I...
Yes, on page 14 through page 16, there's sort of a list of the projects that are going to be in the program, and there are completion dates on the far right. And if you look on page 16, it shows that Virginia Schumann Young is slated to complete in 2026. And you can see the rest of the completion dates that are projected for the remaining projects. I don't know if that answers your questions or is helpful.
So what you're saying to me is nothing is going into 2028, just because the page ends? I'm worried about an ending of a page. I've seen this happen before, where all of a sudden you go to the end and you think it's done in Q4 of 2027, but it's not. So I don't know. Ashley kind of waved
Ms.
her
Carpenter,
hand.
if you can help us out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Carpenter with Atkins Realis. So the projects that Omar mentioned on those pages 14 to 16, so there's two different things going on here. So in those pages, it mentions the substantial completion date, which, as you know, is not really the end of the project, but it is when the contractor has, done their contract work and completed that successfully, and it's been signed off by the building department. So there are a few projects on those pages that actually do push into 2028. They're really at the top of page 14 because they are just starting design or they're still in design, and the construction for those most likely is going to go into 2028. When you look at the spotlight pages, you also see the closeout time. So remember, once the substantial completion happens, the designer is still under contract, and they are under contract for a full year after that substantial completion. They do a warranty walkthrough. So the timelines on the spotlight pages really show that whole year after substantial completion as well. So you will see quite a lot of them that that go into 2028 for the closeout phase.
Okay. So for me, I mean, right off the bat, I've got two in the top of that page 14, Charles Drew Elementary, Atlantic Tech High School and College. Those go into 2028. One is Charles Drew goes all the way to September 2028, and ATC is January 2028. So I can understand where the page ends, and we're getting there, but it's just alarming because Charles Drew at this part, which is HVAC improvements, it looks like we're just beginning the design part of it, or pre-design, I guess is what it is for HVAC. So that's going to take a whole lot of time, and it won't be done until third quarter 2028-ish. Okay. I think that needs to be, I know it was up here in the front, they're rolling into capital program, but I think there should be something said. Whoops, he's not here. I was going to say to my colleague, Mr. Severa, about transparency. That wasn't very transparent, even though we saw it when you called my attention to it. I could see it again. But, I've kind of based the majority of my tenure on trying to ask the questions that the public has. And to be able to make sure that they understand that, they're able to look at it and say, oh my goodness, this goes to the end of the page, which I've heard. So if there's something that we can do to clarify that moving forward, I think that we'd be appreciative. And if there are literally only two that are going to run into 2028, or the few, then let us make sure that that's clearly understood by the public, and even more than understood. But I would hope that information going to the current families of the schools, let them know that, and our principals do a great job, and Garth does a great job. So I really want to say that in the front part of that. However, I think it's more importantly because some of my schools, it's been a long haul since 2014. And we were waiting on roofs, and we were waiting on this, now we're waiting on HVACs. So I think it's incredibly important to be able to let people know where the light's going to be coming into this whole process, and let them know that we're moving towards that improvement for their schools and for their kids and families and our employees that have to work in these buildings. So I think somehow, Mr. Superintendent, that needs to be clearly understood, and let's just say, let them see the light, and that this is happening, this is when it's going to happen, and this is realistically what time frame we're looking at. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Thank you.
Something that I was very cheered to observe on Friday was going to South Broward High School, and you can really see the impact of this program there. It took time. It took a lot of change orders, but there's a functioning, much better auditorium, track. The facilities are being painted right now. It looks great. And I think that's, to Dr. Zima's point before, to get people in the door, that's what we need, the aesthetic. You have to have high-quality facilities. And so it's great to see that MacArthur High School, that's also in my district, has an entire new construction that looks amazing. I can't wait for it to open. Again, that facility looks like a high-quality high school now that we're coming in. But we have a lot of work to do, and that's not equitable across the board. I can definitely point to some of the other schools in my district that could use the same overhaul. And so we are going to need another bond because we're not coming up with billions of dollars out of the sky. And to the point of public trust, I agree that we need to be investing in doing everything we can with transparency and public trust. But I take a different, a little different view than my colleague, because I think, the items that have been mentioned as problematic have been addressed by the board quickly, and I think that we've collectively been on the same page to take action to make sure that whatever problem that we're facing is dealt with quickly. And so I'm actually very happy to be serving with this board because I think everyone's on the same page that we do need to have public trust, that we do need to be transparent, and I appreciate everybody, the steps that everyone's taken to do that. So I have a little bit more faith that if we continue moving in the same direction, I think we're holding everyone accountable in terms of procurement, our RFQ that we're going to be bringing forth soon is certainly under the guidance of the board going to be different than it was last year. And I think if we can keep staying on that path, that we will have public trust and we will be able to do a bond program sooner rather than later. But that takes the collective interest of the board, which has been demonstrated. And one other thing is the people that are sitting here today are not the same people that started the program in 2014. I think we've learned a lot of lessons from that. Well, most of them, but she wasn't, like leading the program. I was thinking more about the administration. And so, we'll take those lessons and have a totally different approach in the future when we have the opportunity to do that. But, there are definitely some really great things that happen through this program, and I think we need to focus on that. And I am very proud to see both of the two of the 4 high schools in my district looking amazing compared to what they did a couple years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion before I give my comments? Mrs. Alhuda?
No, I just would like the board to weigh in on the 2 comments that I made. One is having like a high-level document to communicate out to the public about this.
Any objection to that? Seeing none.
And then thank you. My second comment is, Dr. Hepburn, I believe that we need to have a long-term communication / marketing plan, one for the referendum and one for a future bond, because I think as leaders of this district, we need to be positive and we need to all be on the same page and communicate and row in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I completely agree with you in terms of the way we all communicate and conduct ourselves when we're talking about these things. I think, a huge part of transparency is acknowledging, and this is something that this district lacked for a long time that I think we've seen great improvement is, acknowledging problems and then proposing solutions. So, I think as a part of that plan, making sure that we communicate the ways that we are fixing things. I've said to the superintendent, I think both privately and publicly, I don't see how we go out for another bond without showing like massive transformations in the way that we do our building department and facilities and things like that. So I think we have to be very clear on that, and I appreciate the recommendation for a long-term marketing plan. Yes, Mrs. Alda.
Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to that?
As far as
having a plan,
yes,
action,
absolutely,
referendum, and future.
Yeah, so the team is building a toolkit within the parameters of what we can market or advertise. A lot of it has been reduced to our ability just to educate, and not what you're probably used to years ago, where we can actually market. But we're developing a toolkit, especially for the referendum, since that's so close, and then the potential bond.
Thank you. The other, and I do take issue with like the complaint that this is a 500-page document, because I think if we did not present all of this information, we would be accused of trying to hide information. So I appreciate the fact that we have to put this information out there. I do agree with the sentiments that have been discussed today, and I think back to a recent student workshop where we heard from one of our students that we need to speak to people like, you know, they're human beings and the way that we speak in a day-to-day basis. So getting rid of like the jargon and things like that. So I think we have to do both things. We have to present the 500-page document, and then we also have to present digestible videos and one-pagers and graphics and visuals that tell people what's going on. I think, you know, we hear a lot of complaints every time, you know, it's budget season that like none of the public is here to speak. And that's because it's not like an engaging, digestible process or document. So I think to the extent that we can take, her name was Esther, take Esther's recommendations in terms of the way we communicate with our community, to do that in a you know, very plain language way is really important. And I believe multiple of my colleagues today mentioned, you know, centering students in those communications. And then I wanted to go back to or highlight the piece about the inspectors. I'm glad that that was raised today multiple times. I was looking back, I think I've mentioned this as well, both publicly and privately, and I believe I see an email to our COO back in June identifying these kinds of issues where like plans are approved and then it comes to final inspection and our fire official or the inspector says, no, we need new devices. I know that code is changing, and that was what I've heard is that presents some challenges, but other counties don't have those same issues. So I think, you know, to the extent, no, well, not to the extent, we need to fix that. That needs to be fixed. The COO was made aware of that months ago, so I look forward to hearing that there is a serious change in the way we do that. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just to Mrs. Al-Hadef's point, I appreciate there's a toolkit, but that doesn't mean that you heard what we were saying, and that is that there needs to be small bits of information. It should be student and parent centered in terms of who's making, us just sending out some words to people isn't going to do it. We need those little short clips that are students showing how how the referendum, that's education, right? Students showing how the mental health referendum money helped them, or, you know, having teachers show how that's helped, or showing different pieces of the security, having parents say how much they appreciate the security or the mental health. That still falls under education, but it needs to be, no one's reading our bullet points. We need to be making videos and reaching them where they are. So I'm a Facebook person, but I do know that most people are not, and I don't do the Instagram because that's just not my generation. But that's where the kids are, Snapchat or wherever those things are, wherever the parents are. I think it's important that that's the biggest piece of the toolkit that we have, because I've asked for that a number of times, and when I first asked, the videos came out and they were great, and then no more videos ever came out. So it has to be like a continual, not just to appease us once, but to continue to have that. It was supposed to be like weekly or monthly. And I know we get busy in a lot of things, so, but I think that's the only way we're gonna really get the message out to the public, is meeting them where they see that information, and I don't think that we're doing that to the best of our ability. So thanks.
Any other board discussion? Dr. Zeman?
Just a quick point, because I think, you know, there are strict rules about advocating for voters to approve things, and I respect that. But I also respect the fact that this board gets attention when we go places as individuals. So to the extent that single-member districts and Debbie and I, Ms. Hickson and I, can allocate some time to get out and talk to people about the value of the referendum. Again, just imagine the negative side of losing $350 million carried forward over 4 years, well over $1.5 billion we'd lose if the referendum doesn't pass. The bond for construction, it's the only way we're going to really build, wings of schools or expand sports academies or, really give the programs that come with a facility tail to them. It's nice to say, oh, we're going to have a debate club and we'll use a classroom, and that's great. But a lot of the stuff with AI and STEM requires labs, and it requires significant equipment. It involves computational power we haven't even thought of yet, and even electrical and energy generation that we haven't really thought about being school-based. But it's really kind of a very evocative way to start thinking about how these go. So I think, Mr. Superintendent, while we're not allowed to say things that tell people how to vote, we could spend a night a week between now and when the referendum goes out talking to 20, 40, 100 people at a time about the value of the referendum. And people listen to us. Not always sure they should, but we do have opportunities to go to every Rotary Club and Kiwanis Club and City Commission meeting and just remind them, just on a factual basis, what these things can put together. I also think it's mindful to think a little bit about how we define as a board what we're doing. And I keep thinking about winning the hearts and minds of students and parents. Like, how do we use business principles and all the other principles we have to win over the hearts and minds? How do we conduct ourselves? How do we debate things, win or lose, and move on? How do we recognize that the supreme goal is really awesome? When you hear about people talking about education builds the nation, great. That means Broward Schools builds Broward County. Let's go. And it's a big deal. It should be inspiring for anybody that works here or serves on a board here, just because that's what we get to have some influence of. So if we focus on winning the hearts and minds of our clients, that'll be great. I'm always the data guy, and so I've got to point out that our superintendent is plus 10 on the net perception scale in Broward County. So 10% more people think he walks on water than thinks he needs to go back to Palm Beach County or somewhere else. And our board is net zero. So we've got some work to do as a board to try and contribute to the hearts and minds if we're going to catch up to the superintendent on the net positivity ratings. At the end of the day, though, between the board and the staff and everything that's gone on before we ever got here, even before Nora got here, public schools are 3 times more popular than charter schools. And charter schools have been around for 25 years with a lot of institutional advantages. And so the fact that we are still the #1 choice in Broward County for parents and students tells you we're starting at a winning position, and we just need to keep doubling down and make it better and better. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Alda.
Thank you. I do agree with Dr. Zeman in regards to having community conversations. We could do it by district, and I think what you do is you bring in all the parts of the referendum, bring in security, bring in students to talk about mental health, bring in the mental health professionals, bring in teachers, and so I think that's a great idea where we're not only just putting things down on paper or putting things in social media, but we're actually interacting with our parents and our community members.
Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. Just to address some of the prior comments and make sure that my position was clear. Excuse me. First and foremost, to the committee, I do appreciate the report. And I do appreciate the amount of detail that went into this. And by no means am I suggesting that you should not have given a report with as much substance as possible. My comments before were merely mirroring Ms. Alhadeff in the fact that the average member of the public is not going to sit down and read 500 pages. And if we had a one-pager, if you will, or a QR code, that perhaps that'd be a little easier to digest. But I think giving members of the public the option, whether they want to read a one-pager or whether they want to read all 505 pages, is what's important here. So I am looking forward to that when it ultimately is completed and distributed. And I just, Chair, in closing, if I may, want to address sort of this theme about the board and it taking decisive and quick action to correct some of the missteps. I certainly agree that in some scenarios, that's exactly what this board has done. And I cited some examples before, or some things that we did that were a misstep, in fact. And to the board's credit, we did take action to fix it. Although in one of those, I feel like we settled for an unconscionable amount of money that we should have never given to them. But be that as it may. But here's the thought. Rather than fixing mistakes, how about we just stop the screw-ups? Right? Because in my line of work professionally, if I make a bunch of missteps, guess what's going to happen? My clients are not going to retain me anymore. So I appreciate the fact that we've seemed to gotten somewhat efficient in mop-up duty, if you will, but let's stop dropping the ball to begin with. Let's stop having every piece of media coverage that we seem to be getting of late be up. It's another screw up by BCPS. They dropped the ball on this one now, or they dropped the ball on that one now, and then we've got to come back and figure out a way to fix it. So rather than be good at really fixing mistakes, let's just stop the screw ups from the get-go. Just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
Landon can go.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Landon.
I just wanted to weigh in. I agree with Ms. Oliveff and Ms. Hickson about the social media. Well, first of all, the meeting, and Dr. Zeman, the meetings, I think that's amazing. I think it's a great idea. And then the social media driven by students and parents. I love what the schools are doing independently on Instagram and stuff when I happen to look at it. I think that those are very engaging and people are actually taking the time to look at them and enjoying them. So if we can do something similar to support and promote these other items, I think that's a really good idea. But coming from students and parents is going to probably engage a greater audience. So excellent idea.
I'm sorry, Landon. Go ahead.
No worries. Hi, we're not in our normal spots today. Good morning, everybody. I want to provide a little bit of an alternative view on this. In November 2026, we will have 9,000 BCPS students who are first-time voters. That's 9,000 opportunities for people who just left our system, who just felt the impacts of the referendum money, whether that be GOB or I don't know what we call the other one. Referendum. Thank you. They're all referendums. But those are 9,000 students who understand exactly what this is. And, I think, and we talk about this a lot, we can do meetings all we want, right? The core population of our county is not coming to those, right? Where we get, unfortunately, some of the same old, faces and same old perspectives, which are good, but we need to expand that, right? So when we get these students that are going to be first-time voters who have recency bias based off of their experience, we can capture them right there. So that's number one. Number two is I think we need to really focus on grassroots organizing when it comes to this. For those of you you've all run to be here, that you place people who are from the community at their polling sites, right? So if Jasir lives in Hallandale, right? Jasir is going to go to Hallandale and go to his polling site because those are his neighbors and those are the kids that he grew up with, and I'm going to go to Pine Island Multipurpose Center where my neighbors are. And I think we, obviously, like Dr. Zeman said, staying in the lane of what is advocating, what is telling people what to do, we can get some kids with community service hours to go out there on election day and say, hey, neighbor, I go to Western High School, I go to South Broward High School, and this is what the referendum has meant to me. That's not saying, go vote yes or no, but that's saying this is how it's impacted me. And I'm confident that we would get an army of students who have felt this, whether there's been mistakes along the way or not. Yes, there have been, but they felt the end result. And I think we need to really focus on that community view, because when we get global, we lose the intent. Thank you.
Always said best by our students. Any other board discussion? Go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
Landon brought up, those 9,000 people actually can tell people to vote for it. we have some restrictions on us as folks that are appointed or elected, but the idea of having dozens of people in the major polling stations advocating for it and just telling people what it means is very important for both for the referendum, for 4 years of additional mill, but also for the bond. They want their younger siblings and the people they know to be able to go to even better facilities or facilities even that keep up, so that the backlog doesn't grow. And I think the combination of elected leaders, city, county, and school board, plus folks would be a really, really amazing strategy. Thanks.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Landon, we're going to have you lead the efforts.
Dr. Holness, I graduate on May 31st.
Well, even though you're out of the system, remember what we told Mr. Rhodes?
Yeah, Dave Rhodes,
right?
chair of our facilities committee.
Dave Rhodes is going to be
Dr.
volunteering.
Hepburn, can I have a consulting agreement?
I got you.
Anyone else? All right, our next item is Rule Development for Policy 5990, formerly Policy 1101, and Strategic Plan Discussion. We will recess for 1 minute to turn it over. All right, we are back. The next item is rule development for policy 5990, formerly policy 1101, and strategic plan discussion. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Dr. Wansa, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, to our school board members, to Ms. Jack Adams. I saw Mr. Rhodes, our student advisors, colleagues all across the organization, as well as our community members who are here in the boardroom, as well as those who are watching online. I'm Valerie Wansa. I'm the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer, and joining me today are two of my team members.
Good morning, Adrian Parker, Executive Director, Strategic Initiative Management.
Good morning, Willie Wood, Director of Performance Management.
So, good morning. We wanted to spend a little bit of time with the board this morning in discussion, but ultimately for some direction. So we have two things on the agenda. The first one is rule development for what would become policy 5990, which is formerly policy 1101, the district-wide strategic planning policy. This policy was first adopted by the board in 1990, and it has remained untouched since that time. So it's been just under 40 years, unfortunately, since we have revised this policy. But we knew that it was more than time for a number of reasons, because we know that we must have policies updated to reflect current practices, trends, and the current practices of the district. But more importantly, we are at the place where the current strategic plan is about to sunset. And so we wanted to first look at this policy and get some direction from the board on updating this policy. And then, so that's why we have the rulemaking. And then the second portion of the conversation is really to get some guidance from the board on the process going forward for strategic planning. So the policy at a glance, as I said, it has not been revised or amended at all since it was first adopted in 1990. And what you'll see here is what we did was we actually engaged with our thought partners at Hanover Research and asked them to do some research across the nation and across the state around board policies as it relates to strategic planning. And one of the things that was kind of surprising to me, but it is one of their key findings, was that, board policies concerning strategic planning are uncommon nationally. However, they are more common in the state of Florida, and among the top 15 largest districts in the United States, only 4, one being Broward County, actually has board policies as it relates to strategic planning. So Hanover Research did some comparability of our policy as well as the other policies that they were able to find. They came up with some recommendations, and you'll see the language here that what we did was we kind of revised the preamble section of the policy to be more relevant with at least the most recent iterations of district-wide strategic planning that we've gone through. And then we actually updated the rules to speak more to what tends to be the key elements of strategic planning and policies that they were able to find both nationally as well as here in Florida. So for the most part, the policy would remain at most 2-page policy at most with broad concepts. And then, so we need some direction from the board on that. And then once we receive that, then we'll switch to the next presentation, which is around the strategic plan. So I'll pause right there, Madam Chair.
Should we go to public comment, or?
Yeah, I'm going to pause on this part for rulemaking. Yes, ma'am.
All right, public comment, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning again. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, I see this as rule development, but I'm not sure that these are questions staff can answer. When I read this the first time, and I'm a fan of this policy, as it was, typos and all, because there were a few, but one of my favorite lines in there was the confrontation. I think it had something about the confrontation of difficult choices and the establishment of priorities. I don't think that made it back in there. Confrontation not being a popular word in the field of education. Usually we're conflict avoidant, we don't want confrontation, but you have to admit to problems and difficult choices when you do strategic planning. And I'm speaking as someone with a doctorate in leadership. You have different levels of planning. This is speaking to strategic. You also have tactical and operational, and it should apply to all units. This is now thoroughly centered on just what's happening with students, which is fine, but they're supported by all these other functions. But first and foremost, this has come up in conversation again and again. There's no matrix. There's no matrix of existing language, proposed change, and why. My eyes are bleeding just looking at this preamble and trying to get through it. I don't know about you guys. Can that be a standard going forward? That when you, and it used to be in the olden days, which is like, 2011. You just had a conversation about not using jargon, so the word cadence, go. Metrics, gone. Rewrite this thing in language the public, that's supposed to be a big part of this, can actually understand. I just hate the word cadence, but most people wouldn't even know what it means. Item number S was removed. That included schools. Schools are a huge part of your strategic planning, the school improvement plan. That doesn't seem to have made it back in there, but again, hard to tell what's in and out. Where are staff's responsibilities? Where and how does the policy address non-academic units? Why was R removed? That speaks to operational plans. Again, it could have been back in there, but it's hard to tell. And then since these two things were combined, I now have to jump to the presentation. Slide 7, what were the pre-COVID percentages? Slide 8 has a line about keeping the board's work centered on improving student outcomes. I read that and I took it as it's not like you guys are choosing to focus on other things. Stuff just keeps coming up. So I object to that line. But slide number 9, it mentions form an advisory group. Why? At the school level, you have these things called school advisory council. They look at the school improvement plan. Why is it always making a new group when you have things that exist that are not supported? And state law, there's state laws related to SAC. So my overall recommendation, send this back and empower your existing advisory structure as far as input. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to continue, or should we go to board?
So we were doing two parts. The first part is the policy, right. Then the presentation is the second part. So the first part, yes, we would like board feedback on the policy itself.
Board discussion on the policy? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. To the speaker's point, can we go through here, for example, in the one part using the term cadence, can we put in a more commonly recognized word? So that's on page 2 of 3, and that's letter G. It says
We can
implement a cadence of regular reporting. Could we change that to implement a schedule of regular, so that way, because I think we talk about it all the time, that we want policy to be easy for everyone to read, and often everything else seemed to be okay. The other piece too is if you could explain why some of the things in the preamble were crossed out. It looks like you crossed out things and wrote a different preamble basically to that. So I don't know if it talks about, I'm trying to follow along here. I like the part where it says the establishment of priorities, because that basically is what your strategic plan is. You're setting, right, what your priorities are, and maybe not confrontation, but, addressing difficult choices or something. I also don't see the intent of that sentence in the part that's been rewritten down here. So I guess I'll have to look at it while people are doing whatever and give a suggestion. But I don't know if you know what I'm trying to convey.
I do. I know what you're trying to convey. I can tell you that one of the board attorneys worked with us on this language, so we can certainly go back with him and have a greater conversation. But I certainly know what you're trying to say about recognizing that there may be conflicting views at times that have to be discussed, addressed. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because it says, for example, it says strategic planning serves as a mechanism that aligns the community's vision and values with the district's mission. It just sounds like a high, I don't know that everyone would, I read it and understand it, so I don't want to say that I don't, but I just think someone else reading that would be like, wait a minute, mechanism, what are all these terms? I think there's a way to make this easier for everybody to kind of, not just read, but process what it is exactly it's trying to say. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Wands and your team. Appreciate it. I just have, and I had this question in the past. You mentioned that this policy has not been revised in 40 years, correct?
36 to be exact.
36, almost 40. Okay, got it. So, Dr. Wanza, I am wondering, and I had asked this question before, when we have process and procedures that change, why aren't we practicing identifying and revising policies to align with our changes? So when we change any process or procedure, and maybe I'm not familiar with the process, but can't we simultaneously identify policies that are impacted, start the revision process, and get it approved by the board? You know, it's almost like if you have, because I have an education center, right? So if I have a written policy for my parents and I change my practices, it would make sense to me that my policy that I'm providing to the public aligns with my processes, current processes and procedure. So why aren't we doing that? Why do we wait many years before we, it's almost like the changes to the policy is lagging significantly behind our current practices.
I can help answer that. So we are currently in the process of refreshing all our policies. So it's a multi-year initiative. We're going to be speaking about it in cabinet as well tomorrow, just to make sure that we're bringing the policies back as efficiently as possible. And then after every legislative session, we also make sure we account for any legislative change. But the district has lagged, historically speaking, on updating our policies, and now we're trying to fix that issue and bring them all back to where they need to be.
Okay, so John, how long, based upon all of the policies, when will we get up to speed on the policies being aligned with current practices?
Our goal is to, by the end of 2027, to get all the policies up to date, because we have hundreds of policies.
Okay, I understand. So here's my next question, John. Once we get our policies up to date, do we have an action plan in place, ongoing efforts to align policies with current procedures as those procedures are being changed on a yearly basis?
So I think best practice is probably we should be analyzing all our policies every 5 years at minimum. Right. But again, we unfortunately, historically speaking, react to mostly legislation. So if it's not addressed legislatively, then those haven't been addressed. But we're going to do a better job of doing that.
Okay, so here's my question then. Let's just say this year we change a process or a procedure. What is so difficult in saying what policies does this impact and then make changes to those policies?
I don't think there's an issue doing it. There just needs to be a common understanding and best practices, which have not been historically done, but we are ensuring that it's done now.
Right, because you mentioned that the new practice will probably be looking at our policies every 5 years, but I'm wondering if we can do something even better where it's an ongoing process. We change a procedure that's major, then we just need to ask the question, which policy does this impact, or which policies does this impact, and then make those changes simultaneously and bring it to the board for approval. I mean, am I missing something? Is that a complicated?
We don't disagree.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, thank you. My first question is, do we even need this policy? Can we just get rid of the policy?
That's another question.
So what I was, well, I don't know if you want me to respond, but what I would start with is I do think as an organization, we probably need a policy that speaks to district-wide strategic plan, just district-wide strategic planning of any kind, right? So we're here today talking about specifically the strategic plan, but if we're going to have any type of processes that span the whole district as it relates to planning, then I think that we do need some kind of a policy. But of course, that's up to the board, and we'll move in whatever direction the board provides
I'm just concerned,
guidance.
are we tying the superintendent's hands with process? I mean,
So this policy doesn't like dictate it. It just says the superintendent will develop and employ a process. It doesn't necessarily give verbatim step by step. And I think that what this intends to do is to ensure that the board will ensure that there is a plan representative of the values of the community that will guide the work of the district.
okay. And then as far as the whole policy conversation, I don't remember, maybe 2-3 years ago, we decided to go with a smaller company to look over our policies, as opposed to they have, I don't remember the name of the company, but there's a larger company there's a larger company that can oversee our policies. I know we're trying to save money, but maybe we need to go back and look at that because it's not just fixing policies, but to Mr. Sullivan's point, fixing policies when state laws change, and then we need to make sure that we are up to date with our policies so that we're in compliance with state or federal law.
If I may, Sue. So the company that you're referencing to, my understanding is that's the entity most districts in the state use. Unfortunately, the challenge is they want to enter business with us through direct negotiations. So it would be the appetite, I guess, of the board, or I think the superintendent could initiate it, but it would have to come back to the board. But they didn't want to bid. That's why they weren't considered last time.
So I would be okay with that. I mean, we're the 6th largest school district in the country. We should be using the best of the best of the best to look at our policies. I mean, I understand we're in a financial crunch, so I don't know what that financially looks like, but I would be open to Dr. Hepburn doing some discovery work.
At the will of the board, we're happy to talk to that company again and bring back a board item, and then the board can decide whether or not they want to, if they're okay with direct negotiations, because they are, I believe, considered professional services, so you can do that. And I have to figure out what their proposed rate would be.
Do you want us to go around and just see if there's
Yes,
an
please.
objection? Yeah. Is there any objection to Mrs. Al-Hadaf's proposal?
Yeah,
Dr. Zeman?
it's just
and then-
costly.
So Dr. Zeman, Ms. Hickson, Ms. Thompson,
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holness.
I just have a question, right? And I appreciate Ms. Al-Hadaf, Board Member Al-Hadaf, suggestion, but Dr. Hepburn, do you see this as a necessity in terms of the benefit to the district, or do you believe that what we're currently doing is sufficient?
I think if we want to speed this process up, we would need the additional support and expertise. Again, there's hundreds of policies, and we're talking about a policy right now that's almost 40 years old. It hasn't been updated in almost 4 decades.
Okay, so the item coming back would just be to go into negotiation?
No, we would negotiate a price for the services that we need, and we would bring it just like a regular board item, and it would be up to the board to either vote it up or vote it down.
Okay, got it. So I have no objection to that.
Ms. Pullman?
Thanks for the suggestion. I've actually wondered why we haven't been using this service, because I know a lot of the other. Well, I was wondering why we haven't been using the service, because if they have the uniform policies, we've already been spending a lot of money on policies, and I would say that we could still improve them and the way that they're written. So is there a way for us to kind of, in addition to like the pricing, to kind of see what the work product is so we can compare
Yes, so we
what
work
we're getting for our money?
versus comparable size districts.
Yeah, but just also if, we've hired, I know we had an outside firm that was working on it, but I'd like to see what the work product is, the way that the policies are written, and how that kind of compares to what we've been getting from the law firm that we've been using.
Yep. So we'll make sure that's
So that
included.
yeah, I mean, so pricing and work product, I think we need to look at. But
make sure.
it's definitely worth exploring. And if we could do it quickly, more quickly, that'd be great.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I do appreciate looking into it, but I just want to remind us that we are in a huge budget deficit, and I have huge concerns about taking on something, even though it will speed up the process of policies, or, revising the policies. I just have concerns about what we would spend on that and how it would be conveyed in the public eyes for this. So I appreciate looking into it, but I wouldn't want to be committal to it at this time, just so that let's compare what we're getting to what we might get. So if you bring an item to us, I'd ask that you bring all of that information easy for not just us to see, but the public to see, so that we would be able to make a good financial decision on that. So thank you.
Ms. Rupert, on Ms. Alhaddaf's proposal.
Yes, actually, I think it's important knowledge. I just asked John, where are we in the process with the outside firm, with their contract? And he answered.
I can answer that publicly as well. That contract has expired, and we were just going to do it internally, but it expired December of 25.
Mrs. Alhaddaf?
Thank you. And so the company I was thinking of was Neola, and on their website, they have 46 clients in Florida. 46. And I think too, the goal of this back then was to help us with our policies. I mean, we spend a significant amount of time going through as school board members, trying to, this sentence, this word, and I think that this company could provide a service. Granted, yes, we need to see what the financial aspect of it is, but it could provide a service where we can not only have stronger policies, but I think it will eliminate time up on the dais of us nitpicking at every little sentence and word and that whole process.
Mr. Severita, Ms. Alhaddaf's proposal.
I think under normal circumstances, it would be a good idea. Here, I'm not willing to absorb the cost. We can't pay our teachers what they deserve. I'm not going to pay another company to tell me how to write a policy. I'd rather save the money and nitpick with my colleagues to make sure that I get it right. This is, all 9 of us are representatives of our respective districts in the county, with 2 of you serving the entire county, right? So I'd very much prefer to save some dough and go over line by line with you fine folks than pay hundreds of thousands of dollars or more to some company to tell me what a policy should or shouldn't say. Thank you.
All right, just to go over again, are there objections to, I hear one strong objection to just the superintendent providing us with a proposal, not any definitive action.
Object.
Dr. Zeman, you also object? Okay. So the majority of the board does not object to the superintendent bringing back a proposal with us making a decision in the future. So Dr. Hepburn, you have your direction on that?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhaddaf, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, Dr. Zeman, if I may. So bring back a proposal, not an actual agenda item to vote on, is what. Okay, all right, got it.
You're the guy with the positive net approval rating, sir, so I will always wait for you to
I don't know
talk.
what that means, but.
I'll just stand next to you in pictures and see if it rubs off a little bit. Mr. Superintendent, you brought this item to us. Are you comfortable with this item as written?
Yes, with any additional feedback that they or input that the board see fit as far as specific changes that need to be made.
I'll give you some specific ideas, but first I want to talk in general about strategic planning. It has become incredibly popular for organizations to spend significant amount of money planning. And the realization is not that the plan is perfect, because nobody can project enrollment 10 years out or size of Broward or any other kind of critical factor that we have, maybe even legislative support if that ever happens for public education. But the act of planning allows you to adjust to all those shocks along the way. If you don't go through planning and shocks happen, you have no plan for dealing with those shocks. And so to me, there's an opportunity to write about strategic planning to really capture that the plan itself is a useful artifact, but it's an artifact. It's the process of planning. And that's where I think there's a real opportunity to write a new strategic planning policy. I mean, literally set this one aside and write one that talks about, and I to Ms. Aladef's point, we absolutely, in my mind, need a policy on strategic planning, because we get shocks all the time. We get zero budget increase from the legislature. We get $5 billion set aside for vouchers not given to public students. We get the federal Department of Education is going under. It's being shut down by our current commander-in-chief. So those are big shocks, and if we don't have a plan, we don't have a strategic plan for dealing with those kind of strategic shocks, then we're just going to be victims floating around while people take shots at us, and we don't have any pre-planned responses to those things, and that would not be very responsible. It would not build trust and confidence in the community if we don't have pre-planned responses, which is a much more important artifact to strategic planning than the actual PowerPoint document in the end. So in my view, I would prefer like a whole nother one that kind of talks about it. And why? Because there's no role for the board here other than some pablum about, oh, the board's going to give us strategy. It's going to give us input to the strategic plan. Well, I think by law, this board actually has a much bigger role in strategy development than just participating and listening and kind of going along, with the direction of the superintendent. Our job is to set the goals for the organization. It is the superintendent's job to achieve those goals. Is that fair? All right? I mean, we're supposed to lay out the priorities of the community, and they're hard. This is not a training and education organization. It's a mental health organization. It's a social welfare organization. It's a safety and security organization. It's a confidence building organization. It builds people. It doesn't just educate people. And so I think coming up with those trade-offs and priorities is the realm of the board, and I think it should be explicit in this policy. The other reason I think I would start over is A and B in the center of this document are full sentences. C through J are clauses. There are typos, as one person has mentioned, and I just feel like our staff can produce something that's just better. And it can really, kind of establish the strategic planning process as something that really allows this board and the senior staff to work together to come up with an enviable process that allows us to have pre-planned responses to shocks, allows us to debate and decide on what the overarching goals for the organization are. And then when it comes time for the CFO to present a budget, all we have to do is line the budget up to the values we put in our strategic plan and say, hey, did you fund them? And if they didn't fund them, we get to start over on the budget too. So my view is there needs to be an explicit direction in this policy about what the board does, which is written in the statutes. It needs to kind of pick up the execution of that with the superintendent, who ought to be dramatically involved in kind of how we do everything. But the strategy itself is the purview of the board. And I just feel like we need to be clear with people about that so there's good expectations and so that board members spend time thinking through what the priorities and values of Broward County are. I've talked a little bit about grammar. I also feel compelled to talk a little bit about whether or not we would debate these things at workshops and decide them at school board meetings. But I would be explicit about that. I'm going to press for that in terms of repurposing next year as well to make sure that we actually have moments during the process where we can make decisions to push that process along. I also don't like the term adult actions. Like students have a huge role in the execution of the strategic plan. And so I don't like to think adults are inflicting something on students. I think students and adults together make much better decisions than segmenting adult actions from student outcomes. And the last small point is, how often do you think we should do this, Mr. Superintendent? How often should we renew a strategic plan?
At minimum, 3 years. Max, you don't want to go beyond 5.
So if the average of those two numbers is 4, and you did it kind of a year on an odd year, you might have some new members join the board in an even year, and then in an odd year, they could spend that time after they become elected or appointed to work with the superintendent and work with their new colleagues to put together a strategy every 4 years. I think we need to have some definition like that so that this becomes a regular process. Again, strategic planning is essential for an effective organization, but not because of what it says. And when I look at our current strategic plan, it's 2% growth in certain academic standards and some other things like that, but it's not inspirational. It doesn't drive people to press themselves to their human limit to contribute to Broward County Public Schools. It's just little tiny microscopic steps in my mind to where we want to go. And I'm not sure that even those numericals are the right way to encompass this. There might be some qualitative things that are really important related to confidence, related to engagement of students, and other things like that that really allow the whole human experience to be captured in the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. My comments are actually on the presentation, so I'll come back.
Okay. Ms. Bowman?
Dr. Zeman pointed out the full sentences clauses that I was going to point out, and I agree with some of those comments. So I don't think we have to make any decisions right now about whether we're going to outsource this, but it would be nice to see what we're looking at in terms of cost and be able to balance that against like staff time and things of that nature. I think that there's a sweet spot there where we might come out on top. That's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other board discussion on the policy? All right, can we go to the presentation then?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to let Mr. Parker and Mr. Parker kind of drive this part of the conversation. The only thing I will say for those board members, obviously, who were not here when this was done originally, the board went through an entire professional development series all on student-focused outcomes, and that's how the current strategic plan got developed the way that it is. But we are certainly here to receive direction from the board on how the next iteration needs to go.
Good morning again. My name's Adrian Parker, Executive Director, Strategic Initiative Management. When we went through the last process for the 2027 Student Outcomes Strategic Plan, it was centered on a governance model that CGCS promotes, where it emphasizes that the board's
acronyms.
Council of Great City Schools, where the board's primary work is to focus on one thing, and that's to improve student outcomes, and that's how this plan was guided, if you will. So, in light of some of the suggestions made around the policy, it may shift some of this work, but I'll go through a high level what we have in the deck and seek the board's guidance on the model, seek the board's guidance on the process, as well as the timeline that we have in place. Our current plan is scheduled to sunset in 2027, so our focus here is to start conversations around our 2032 student outcomes strategic plan, We currently use a 5-year process. We are in year 4 of that process. The goal here is to get the board's guidance, develop goals this year, and use the next year to put strategies in place for operationalizing, achieving those goals. So with regards to our landscape, there's a lot, obviously, that we deal with, many headwinds, strong headwinds. However, we've been able to make considerable progress district-wide, maintaining alignment with our vision, our mission, our values, our goals, leading to 2 consecutive district ratings, 8 district ratings, if you will, 46 schools of excellence, and our highest ever graduation rate, all under this 2027 Student Outcomes Strategic Plan. So definitely a lot to be proud of. The process that we used to come up with, to develop our 2027 plan is what you see here. It's this diagram outlines continuous cyclical process for strategic planning. It's all grounded in the student outcomes focused governance model. It shows how community voice informs the development of goals, guardrails, and the strategic plan, which then guides operational planning, implementation, and monitoring. The legend is makes a clear distinction between which tasks are the work of the board and which tasks are the superintendent's work. So the approach strengthens alignment between policy, between budget, and also performance, and it increases transparency, accountability, and measurable improvements in student outcomes. The result of the plan is what you see here, our one-pager, if you will, that's displayed in every district facility, and it highlighting front and center our goals and guardrails, making it clear for not only our leaders, school-based leaders, but also our community, what's important to them, as this plan is really their plan. It's their vision, their values, translated by the board into goals and guardrails, if you will. Also, the result of this plan, again, we're in year 4 of a 5-year plan. And what you see here is 3 years worth of performance. The table tracks our progress on 4 strategic goals, from our 2022 baseline to our 2027 targets. The performance trends above baseline and prior year results, exceeding targets in the areas of math and college and career readiness, and hovering around targets for our 3rd grade literacy and science. So we expect that this performance to continue in year 4 and 5 of our plan as we get closer and closer to achieving our targets. The model, City for Council of Great City Schools, again, the model that they promote for strategic planning is around student outcomes and improving student outcomes, and having 3 goals as a highlight for keeping the board's work centered on improving student outcomes, and also something that the community can relate to and connect with, and also see their values, if you will, highlighted as our primary focus. So the model recommends accounts for clear goals, guardrails, and progress monitoring, and community engagement, and ensures discipline focused on results rather than activities. And it also keeps the board's work centered on improving student outcomes. The timeline, it spans across 6 months to get to developing goals. It places emphasis on stakeholder engagement, data validation, board workshops, and finalization of outcomes and targets. So it's a structured progress to ensure transparency, alignment, and timely implementation. And then thought exchange. It's a way we capture the community's voice. It's a great way to capture data. I know the board's been a part of meetings where we've used thought exchange, and the results have been amazing. The results are not only transparent for community members, but they remain transparent on our websites for any stakeholder to review at their will so that they can see what we make decisions off of. It's a transparent tool, platform, and process. We plan to leverage this platform, if you will, to continue ensuring that our participation is broad and that it's inclusive. So we believe that, it allows the input to directly inform goal development, as well as allows for a visible feedback loop and strong privacy and safeguards as it concerns the data, if you will. And then lastly, while we recommend the student outcomes focused governance approach for our 2032 plan, we're seeking your input, seeking your guidance, approval on not only the process, but also a green light to proceed with just engagement and development activities, if you will. So with that, we stand ready to hear your feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple questions about the process for this. So I think some of the goals that need to be considered is really like a customer service component of it, both our students and our parent stakeholders. And I'm not really seeing that on our previous goals from the last strategic plan. I think focusing on like responsiveness in our ESE department, if there's a need to be addressed there. I don't know if that would fall under like equity or student support, but I think it needs to be more clear that our goal as a district is to make sure that our students are having A-rated experiences and our parents are also satisfied with what we're getting. And I also think there should be a component, and maybe it would be in college and career readiness, but the abundance of programs that our students are able to participate in, not only academically with the APs and the IBs and ACE, but also our sports programs, our debate and speech, color guard, anything like that, because too soon, because I think we do have a lot that we can showcase, but I want to make sure that it shows that we're intentional in expanding these programs at our schools. And then also I think a goal based around communication and engagement of the community. I think we actually do a pretty good job engaging our community, but we can't communicate that there is a plan to do that. And then also incorporating what Dr. Hepburn is doing with the school-based social media push and really helping promote our schools. I think that needs to be a large focus as well. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And as one of the people who sat through the day-long planning of this, I think it's important to remind my colleagues that the suggestion is to stay with 3 main goals. Like, everything is really important, but you can't put them all as strategic goals in here. And we pushed to get the 4th one, so because we thought that was important. So, once you go through the minutia of doing this, I think you understand all of those things that were just mentioned were important, but they're not specifically in this Like, this is a high level, it's not detailed. But to Ms. Thompson's point, and actually something that Dr. Holness and I had a conversation with Representative Hunchofsky about, I'd like to suggest that what we do is have a town hall or a community meeting, or maybe a few of them, to discuss a number of things, but one of them could be getting input into what they would like to see in the strategic plan, and then figuring out how we mold that into a high-level goal. But to include also budgeting and what their suggestions are on how we improve our budget, so that when we come back together, staff could maybe have 3 plans that include the discussions we've had. And so if you pick this plan, these are the things you get, but all of it based on that community input, because it goes back to the conversation that we've had most of this morning, which is transparency, engaging the public, asking for them. Like, it always seems like we're making decisions and we don't take into account what that's going to translate like into the community. So if we started hosting maybe a north, just like we did with repurposing, but where we're asking them to give us their top 5 things that they think we should do to reduce our budget, and look at what that input is, because sometimes I always say that, you're in a classroom teaching your students all day and you're looking at it from one way, and then someone comes in and says, hey, why didn't you try that? And you said, well, I didn't think about that. So I think the more input we can have from students, from parents, from community members, here's our dilemma, here's the thing that we want to do at the end of the day. So there would be different pieces, not just the strategic plan, but based on the discussion, you'd pull out what they would find important in the strategic plan, which would kind of go similar to what Ms. Thompson said. I don't know what my colleagues think about that, or, Dr. Hepburn, if you could weigh in, but I think it would be a good way to moving forward and really giving the information we want them to have in digestible pieces.
I'll wait on your colleagues first.
Ms. Bowman, on Ms. Hickson's point?
I think that's a really good idea. I think engaging the public and having them involved and actually getting their direct input is very good. In Hollywood, they do Commission in the Community. So I don't know what that was, and I always enjoy that because I think it's like a different. Commission in the Community is they have the commission meeting in the different districts throughout Hollywood. So each commissioner hosts one, but they actually have the entire commission there, and so that kind of brings, I think, more people from different districts that aren't necessarily going to the commission meetings, but they come and they engage because you're actually in their neighborhood. So I think that's a really good idea. I don't know what we'd have to look at for Sunshine, or if we would all go, or if we just want a few people to go. But, to bring it to the people instead of having everyone have to come here all the time. I mean, you guys do a great job when we're doing the community meetings for other things. So I really like that idea because I think it would give people more access, and then we can hear from people when we're making these really high-level decisions. So I think it's a great idea.
Anyone else on Ms. Hickson's proposal? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Board Member Hickson, and in addition to, say, getting input from the public as to how we can save money, when we have those input, Dr. Hepburn, let's just say we have several suggestions from the community as to how we can save money. Are we able to then say, for example, do a survey to say these are the top 3 suggestions, which one do you prefer, right? Whether it's through healthcare, through block schedule, through staff allocation, whatever the suggestion is. Does it cost us money, significant amount of money to do an internal survey of staff?
No, we would just use a platform that we have available now. But essentially what you're saying is just whittling down the input that we've received from the public for various things associated with what we're gathering feedback from the for the strategic plan. So you whittle it down to find the theme that is embraced by the most amount of people.
Right. So when we get all of that collective input, I think a step further than to Board Member Hickson's suggestion is, which I have to attribute some of that suggestion as well to State Rep Hunchowski. Are we able to? Is it doable to do a survey based upon suggestion from the community of the top 3 areas in which we can save money, so they are participants in the process as opposed to seeing us as the one making decisions to cut costs, because we always get pushbacks in almost every single area. We got pushbacks in the healthcare, we got pushbacks on block schedule, we got pushbacks graduation. So if we put out a survey from the input they give us and say which are your top choice in terms of the district saving money because we have to do something, is that something that you see that would be possible and beneficial?
So yes, I think feedback is always beneficial, but I also think there are tough decisions that are not going to be popular by people that we have to do for the sake of sustainability for the district. So yes, feedback is important. We can gather feedback, but I think at the end of the day, with some of the things that we have to do, they're not going to be popular decisions initially, while we right-size ourselves and create a environment that's sustainable for decades to come.
Right. So we will always, I don't think any of the suggestion to cut costs will be popular, right? But if we send it out, whatever it is, to the, to the public or staff, to say, here are 3 areas in which we can save, which area would you prefer? Even though none of them is going to be popular, at least we can say we did weigh in on, or we took in consideration the public's input. And because what I realize is happening, we brought items in terms of healthcare savings, and we got pushbacks, block schedule, we got pushback on every major area of trying to save money. But if a survey is sent out and then we sort of not proceed with doing so. So if a survey is sent out and said, these are 4 areas that we're proposing to save money, and what is your input on which one would you prefer, then at least we can validate moving ahead on something, even if we get pushbacks, and even if it's unpopular.
Yeah, we can absolutely collect feedback via survey.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else on Ms. Hickson's? Jasir?
Good morning. I don't necessarily believe that it is a survey that we need. We just need better explanation on what we're doing. During the graduation process, a lot of students reached out, parents, and were saying, hey, this is what the board is doing, not knowing the reason of why we're doing it. So I just think that we need to explain that why instead of saying, hey, we're cutting this. Why? What is the need? Because when we broke it down to students, they understood and they were along the ride. So I just think that it's explaining why.
Thank you. Because of today's schedule, we need to pause this workshop and go to the legislative update because of people we have on the line that we're going to lose. So we're going to pause. We're going to come back to this strategic plan conversation and go to the mid-session legislative update. So I turn it over to staff.
Yes. Superintendent?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Not Dr. Yet. Oh, I am sorry, Madam Chair. I believe you had something you wanted to state at the beginning.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. So I was able to travel to Tallahassee during week 5 of session last week and had the opportunity to meet with about a dozen legislators, mostly members of the education committees and legislative leadership. Most of the meetings were with members outside of the Broward delegation, and I was able to discuss many of the funding and policy issues on our platform.
And I have to say that the conversations were meaningful. The representatives and senators were very receptive to the issues that we're experiencing and that many school districts across the state are experiencing. And it was much easier to navigate the Capitol when it was not Broward days. So for anyone wanting to travel up in the future, I would keep that in mind. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. We wanted to provide the board with a mid-session update as the session is progressing. We are now entering week 6 of the 9-week session, so we're getting close to the end. A lot of the bills still need to go through the full House and Senate chambers and subject to the governor's approval. Unlike recent legislative sessions, there's not, what I would like to say, major policy changes versus what we've experienced in the past. As it relates to the budgets, the House and Senate released their individual budgets last week. Now that will have to work through its process. They'll have a budget conference where they'll negotiate the differences, and then they will also be subject to the governor's veto, of course. As the chair stated, she was up there the week past and the week before that, and part of those discussions was a declining enrollment supplement outside of what's in the FVFP. There's $65 million in the Senate proposal for that, so it's a direction, it's in the move in the right direction. So we're hopeful there's some funding to cover declining enrollment for districts, not only Broward, but many of the districts in Florida are experiencing declining enrollment. As it relates to the budget, I would say we should expect somewhere between 1.5% to 2% increase around that range. There are some numbers on page 3, but those numbers have changed slightly, so we'll provide the board with a more updated, because they did release a new run yesterday, so these numbers are a little outdated. Just take account that the total number includes charter and FES scholarships, empowerment scholarships. So if you see a large amount, that's not all specifically for Broward County Public Schools. Charter schools and vouchers are also funded in the same buckets. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Knowles to give a quick overview of some of the bills moving through the process. Ms. Knowles?
Thank you, Chief Sullivan. Good morning, board members, our chair, superintendent. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. As Mr. Sullivan stated, this is a mid-session checkpoint. This is not a final forecast, just a practical readout on what's advancing and what could create operational or fiscal impacts for our district. So just want to summarize a few of these key bills to watch. I'm not sure what slide may be up at the time, but we can go to the key bills to watch. And we also want to make sure that we receive any update action items that you may have for us to move forward on, provide any direction on our priorities, the position, and any advocacy that remains for this session. So the bills there that you see on your screen are bills we want to just keep an eye out for you. We're going to go to the next one, Senate Bill 824, and I will be very brief with these. That bill is inventory of unimproved real property. So that just requires an annual inventory of unimproved district-owned property to be submitted to DOE in a statewide report. And we would add recurring reporting requirements, or they would add recurring reporting requirements prescribed for data fields and the compliance of enforcement. Next one. The education bill, this one is a large omnibus. This has so much information in it. There are many bills that are attached to it, seem as similar, but this one is a large omnibus, so it's the education measure. It has multiple provisions affecting operations, parental rights, opt-outs, accountability, charter-related provisions, and instructional requirements. And there's a breadth of this bill that has a cross-functional review regarding academics, legal, student support, HR and talent, operations, and communications. For the next bill, 859, our board chair was perfect in her explanation when she met with different legislators last week on this bill for the ESC cameras. She provided a great overview. She was able to meet with one of the bill sponsors, the House bill sponsor, to get information, and we're working on an amendment that could help this to look just as we need it and what will benefit our district. So she was awesome in that presentation with Rep. Chambliss, and this is a bipartisan effort. Rep. Chambliss and Rep. Tremont Tremont is from the Port Orange area. They're working in tandem to get this done, and we're grateful that they are listening to Broward because we were the pilot for this. So this bill should actually come out, we're hoping, just as we would need it to be with the option for parents. On the next bill, 1216, we have public school personnel compensation, and this expands the cost of living adjustment and advanced degree pay rule. Also under this bill, there's a potential workforce stability benefit, but that depends on funding and implementation details. Our next bill, educational scholarship, and if I'm going too fast, I apologize. I believe you all have a hard stop, and we want to make sure that we get time to ask questions regarding budget or any bills.
You're good.
But on John, did you say something? I'm sorry.
I said you're good with the speed.
Okay, thank you. Educational scholarship programs. This is a consolidation or streamlining and oversight of changes to scholarship programs. We are watching this bill, again, as I stated in my opening. This is not a final. These bills could go forward. These bills could stop. These bills could get pulled. These bills at the end could get overridden, as we know. But this one, the Educational Scholarship Program, we're going to monitor this, and there's a monitor for district enrollment, funding interactions, and any administrative impacts. This is Senate Bill 318, just for the slide. Educational Scholarship Programs. And our next one would be Senate Bill 320, administrative efficiency in public schools. Again, these are all brief bullet points. You have the PowerPoint there, but this streamlines and removes certain mandates and revises timeline requirements in multiple areas. The operational lens to look at here, this could reduce some burdens while also shifting timelines and compliance expectations. This requires a detailed review of what is removed or what is added or changed in administrative policies in school districts. And the final one that I have as far as these key are candidate qualifying. This requires dual citizenship disclosure for candidates, and this does now include school board candidates. And the operational lens for this one would be that it's primarily education, qualifying mechanics, low operational impact on district services, but it's relevant to the governance context based on who would be able to run for a school board seat. Mr. Chief?
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Knowles. I did want to also mention another a meeting that we had with the chair and a representative. I did bring up the issue that we're experiencing with the tax collector. The chair wanted to ensure that the board didn't object to us working to resolve that issue legislatively. So unless there's any opposition, the lobbying team will go ahead and move forward with that because it's not on our platform. Sure. So part of one of our meetings, I did bring up what we've been experiencing with the tax collector. So there was an appetite to perhaps fix that legislatively, but it's not on the platform. So the chair just wanted to ensure that the board didn't have any opposition to that before the lobbying team works on it.
Ms. Thompson?
I'm fine with that. We're working to resolve it right now, though, too, right?
Ms. Jack Adams?
I have been asked to, through the chair, I have been asked to look into the matter, and I am in the process of researching that, yes.
As it relates to, I'm sorry, Chair, may I?
I'm going to also refer to Dr. Hepburn.
I was going to say, as it relates to the superintendent's conversation with the tax collector, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to resolve it.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Sullivan, I was about to say the same thing. We had a conversation, must have been a couple of weeks ago, and the tax collector is voicing that she's abiding by current legislation, and there's no way to go backwards on that. The only way to move forward as far as the legislation is concerned and how it's applicable to her office and everybody that she collects taxes for. But there may be some, I forgot the term that she used.
Interest payments that her office benefits from. we may see some of that. So we may recoup some of it through those interest payments.
Yep. The only bad thing about that is that their fiscal year start and end is totally different than ours. I think their fiscal year starts September the 1st and ends August, the end of August. So we wouldn't be able to see any of those funds if they actually have any interest funds to pay to us until then.
Mrs. Alda.
Yes, Ms. Jack Adams, do we have can we take legal action against the tax collector regarding this?
Through the chair, once again, I do not have an answer for you. I am going to meet with the superintendent to find out the facts of his last meeting with the tax collector, and I will look into the law with regards to that and get back with you.
Okay, can you please have an answer to the board by Friday regarding this matter?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Anyone else on that matter? Ms. Bowman.
Are we working collectively with our municipalities that are also impacted by this?
Now that we have authorization from the board, the lobbyists and Ms. Knowles will work with all impacted stakeholders.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Severo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. I want some clarification. The superintendent had a meeting with the tax collector, and well, first of all, let me just confirm. It was the actual tax collector, not a member of her staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during the course of this meeting, she explained her rationale for doing what she did to withhold the $5.5 million, correct?
She relied on the statute that gave her that authority, correct?
Okay. And she's also of the opinion, presumably, that what she did was proper.
Yes.
Okay.
Based on statute.
Based on statute. And there was no conversation had between the district and the tax collector in potentially refunding that money, and instead this was you could maybe do some cost savings on some interest payments or whatever formulaic thing she gave you. I'm having a hard time understanding.
The request was for a refund, and the response was there's no mechanism to do that legislatively.
Has this ever happened before? And I realize we just have elected a tax collector in, actually various parts of South Florida, right? It wasn't just us. I realize this is a new office, but has any elected official or any municipal or county office in this county ever withheld referendum funds from the school district?
This is the year 7 of the referendum, and this is the first time we've experienced this kind of reduction.
Were you given any explanation as to why this was done?
Again, statute was mentioned variety of times, various times.
Okay. So here's what I'm having a difficulty understanding, okay? If this is, the referendum dollars have essentially been on the books for 7 years, you said, right? So I understand that there may be some, well, I'm not conceding this because I'm going to wait to hear from our general counsel, but let's say hypothetically for purposes of this conversation, there is some authority in the statute that allows for this type of garnishment to occur. Was there any explanation in the course of this conversation with the tax collector why, for the first time in 7 years, with the financial struggles that this district is facing, that this was the opportune time to steal $5.5 million from us?
I believe since it is now a constitutional office, they're no longer funded from the county, so they have to generate funds to run that office.
And I want to correct myself. I apologize. I didn't mean to say steal. I will say withhold. So for purposes of the record, I'm correcting myself. And the tax collector has withheld $5.5 million from us. So the rationale was, I'm the new sheriff in town, and I have the authority to do this, correct?
I would say, again, they relied on statute to do the withholding of the funds.
Well, here's where I'm having difficulty with this. It would seem to me from the information that I know, and I know we're all waiting on Ms. Jack Adams' legal opinion, but it would seem to me from the information that I'm being told that this may have in fact been discretionary and not an actual mandate. And if the tax collector has any authority to pull back the reins on this and perhaps not take take this money from our district. I think we need to know about that, because I cannot think of a worse time in this district's history for this to happen. And I may have a somewhat of an understanding of how the statute is. I'm doing my own research as well. But if there's any indication that this was discretionary in any way, shape, or form, we need to push back on this. And I'm not satisfied with a meeting where someone goes in and says, well, you know, I kind of maybe have the authority to do this under the statute, so I did it. And we walk out smiling and say, okay, thanks for meeting with us. I'm not okay with that. I'm not going to rehash my thoughts on the settlement agreement we had last week, but I think it's fair to say that most people know that I like to stand my ground on certain things, and I certainly think for purposes of $5.5 million that's affecting our district, we need a little bit more aggressive here.
Well, I would say to that, well, the superintendent was hoping to resolve it through a conversation. We didn't stop there. That's why we had those conversations in Tallahassee, since it is a legislative matter. And that's why we came to the board, to make sure it's aligned to the board's wishes.
Okay. Well, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can tell you what this board member's wishes are. We need to get more aggressive here. And I'm expecting from Ms. Jack Adams a full legal outline of every single option we have, whether that involves filing suit or not, to recoup this money. Because in my mind, for this to happen at this point in time is not acceptable, when apparently this has been on the books for 7+ years. Right? Why now?
I believe something else we should look at is we're not the only district with referendum or a tax collector, and perhaps we can see if their tax collectors have also done the withheld.
So I will close on this. While I'm certainly interested in what my neighboring and sister cities do and how they conduct business, at the end of the day, I care about one county and one county only, and it's this one. Right? So just because Dade, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, Duval may do things a certain way, I don't care. Because guess what? I don't think they're operating at the same type of budgetary deficits that we are. And when someone takes $5.5 million in referendum dollars for us, I want to make sure that it was just and it was proper. And perhaps most importantly, that it wasn't just discretionary. Thank you.
Just before, I do need to respond to a few things. I believe the reason Mr. Sullivan may have inquired about the other counties is because I am not aware of any other county with a tax collector that withholds referendum dollars. So I think that is why there was that suggestion. And I want to provide some clarity around the conversations with the tax collector. I think, you know, our superintendent and chief of staff are in a position where they need to be diplomatic. So I had my own conversation with the tax collector. There was no kind of maybe we can withhold this money. It was very assertive that office feels like they can keep that money, even with the understanding that that money is supposed to go to student safety and mental health and paying teachers. And again, I think I brought up to legal 2 weeks ago, I asked for guidance on this. So I don't think we've been sitting on our laurels, like just waiting around. This board has been very clear that we wanted guidance on how to recoup those funds. And as Mr. Sullivan said in Tallahassee, we are, now that we have the board's authorization, we will seek a way to recoup these funds and prevent this from happening in the future. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. Real quick, I just wanted to get clarity on if we are able to do a public records request against another government agency, because I do not believe that letter was sent when they say it was or where they say it was. So what would the process be for us to initiate that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
We could do that. They did send it via mail, so I guess our public records request would be for when the document was created electronically. I'm not sure what systems they have or don't have, but we can do a public records request.
It was not certified mail.
We haven't been able to locate that at our offsite. to the best of my knowledge.
Would that be through board direction, or are you guys going to go and do that?
We agree.
Yeah,
We'll do
we
it.
got it.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. Anything that we could do to get off the lease issue and put Mr. Cervera on a meatier topic, I support, since we're looking at $5.5 million. I brought up earlier, and I think we will have more power in numbers. We're not the only ones that are affected by this. This has happened throughout the county, and all the cities are also experienced. I know in Hollywood, they had a similar strange letter situation, and they're holding back a lot of funds as well. So I think if we all work together, we'll be able to get a better outcome for this. Ours might be distinguishable because we have this very specific referendum money that is earmarked for something very important. So, but I think if we have all the municipalities together, we'll be able to negotiate a better outcomes. Just my personal opinion, based on what our property taxes are at any time, we could be enriching the tax collector's office immensely if they take the 2%. So perhaps we can encourage them to have a specific budget, or that's not going to cap over a budget, and then we can put the rest of the money back into the services for the students and then for the municipalities. Seems reasonable to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes, Ms. Leonardi, I thought I just heard you say that you asked our general counsel 2 weeks ago to opine on this?
Yeah, it was at the end of a board meeting.
Okay. Ms. Jack Adams, I know you're very busy, but you do have staff. I have a big problem with it. Today, you haven't given your legal opinion about this. This is over $5 million. This is a huge thing for our school district. And I just find it, unacceptable. The chair asked for this to come forward. And again, I get you're busy, but however, this is extremely important. I mean, we could have already have taken action.
Through the chair. There are items that are a priority to the board, and when they are a priority to the board, I stop what I'm doing and I handle those priorities. So several times within the last couple of weeks, the priorities shifted, and I shifted my priorities to go ahead and handle that. I will go ahead and provide you with my memorandum on Friday, like I just indicated. However, if you all collectively make different priorities for me, then I shift.
Okay, Madam Chair, I guess what I would like, as if you can, as the chair, just make sure that we have at least 5 board members that want this as a priority for our general counsel this Friday to bring guidance to us on this topic.
Is there any objection? You have your guidance.
Thank you.
Or any other comments on this specific piece, or
Just a quick one, Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Like a lot of things in Florida, this came from the legislature. And the legislature decided that if you have a referendum and you establish a separate tax collector, it will charge 2% for collecting any fees that they collect. Now, the language is not clear about as it relates to school boards, so I think there's wonderful things that we'll hear from our general counsel by Friday. But the other solution is to get the legislature to fund this out of user fees from people who go get licenses and get titles for their cars and things like that, and not to tax county commissions, city commissions, and school boards for collecting fees, because when the county commission did that for us, or we collected differently, obviously all we had to do is pay the direct costs. It does not cost 2% to collect the money. This is a financial transaction, and in 2026, the legislature has just chosen to tax local governments as a way to fund another local government, and that's one decision that they make. I don't think it's the best policy, just like I don't think it's good policy to give $5 billion to people that were already enrolled in private schools, so that funding from taxpayers can go to fund people's individual choices to go to private schools. So there's choices that the legislature makes that kind of sets us all up. I can't wait till Friday to find out what we can do. I'm hoping that the non-legal, non-lawyers read of the legislation suggests that there's some things that we can do. I'd also, Chair, want to kind of piggyback a little bit on my colleague from the Northwest and say, there needs to be some speed in responding to a lot of these things, and outside counsel is always available. And I have been encouraging that. I hope that the board continues to encourage that, because I just believe the demand right now for legal services exceeds the number of lawyers we have. And so in those cases, that's why we've given the general counsel carte blanche to go out and hire external lawyers to keep up. And I hope that this is another reminder that we should be doing that more often than less. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Cervera?
To the general counsel, while we're waiting on your legal memorandum, I just have a question that I think you probably would know the answer to today as you sit here. Is there any bar from this district filing suit against the tax collector's office in statute or any portion of the code, or any bar whatsoever that would prevent us from filing suit against the tax collector's office?
Through the chair, there are statutory requirements prior to filing a lawsuit against another agency.
So assuming we get past those condition proceedings and we send out all the requisite letters and all those things, if we comply with those preconditions, would we, in theory, be able to file suit if we chose to do so collectively as a board to recover this money against the tax collector's office?
Providing that we had a cause of action, yes.
Okay. And is that something that could be handled internally, in-house, within your office, as opposed to hiring outside counsel?
So that's something I would need to evaluate.
Understood. Thank you.
Anyone else on the tax collector issue? All right, staff, do you have any further presentation
On this item?
on the mid-session update?
The only thing I did want to mention in both the House and Senate budgets, they are accounting for another decline in enrollment in Broward schools, as in many other districts. So just want to put that in the forefront. We do have the lobbyist on the team call as well, if board members had any specific questions.
Mrs. Alhada? Oh, before, can we we have to do public comment, so just before we go ahead, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I guess it's now good afternoon. So there's a couple of bills that I hope the lobbyists are not working against, because it has to do with public records law, and I didn't see that on the list. It's House Bill 437, Senate Bill 770. It would make for some changes in how this district handles public records, and it's very timely because staff put out an RFP for public records management services, but the bill would require a reason why something is taking more than 15 days. As someone who has multiple public records that are more than 15 days old, I applaud that change should it happen. A written detailed cost estimates so that you can judge whether it's legal or not. As someone that just got a request closed due to them trying to charge $60 for something that should take them 5-10 minutes to do, which is a staff listing. I have to follow up with that. And if it takes less than 30 minutes, you can't charge. So those are some of the provisions in this proposed law that I hope gets passed. And the reason I bring up the RFP is because the law could impact that, but also because your staff, and it's ironic that the very staff that's in charge of public records is not bringing this up. The RFP, there seems to be some confusion. When they say public records management services, those should be software solutions, not staff augmentation or staff supplanting. So I hope someone gets unconfused. And this RFP should be canceled while we wait to see what happens with this law. And you were talking earlier about a board policy going with Neola potentially. Public records, board policy, and agenda management all go hand in hand, and none of that is part of that RFP. So where am I? 55 seconds. There seems to be no budget for the RFP. RFP 26-137. I hope your superintendent will voluntarily cancel it before I have to let everybody know about it. The public, and speaking with the law and as far as charging goes, because understand what staff's inefficiency, which is partial, and I'm not talking about the two clerical people in public records. I'm talking about when it goes to custodians. So there are software solutions that can expedite, streamline, automate all of these emails and all of this manual tracking. But staff's inefficiency from a custodial standpoint should not be the reason you're getting charged. If people are doing things like we're back in horse and buggy days, they shouldn't be charging. And they do not give detailed estimates, because the last one I got was locate and download.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, I just, on Mr. Sullivan's point with us losing more students, Dr. Hepburn, if you could advise the board with, if we're expected to lose a certain amount of students, how much money that's equal to, and then our overall budget. I think I'm going to keep pressing that one pager is so vitally important, when we should have that at every meeting so we can make the right decisions based on our finances.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Alhadeff. We'll learn a little bit more in the workshop later on today. And so you'll get more accurate numbers. But for this upcoming school year, we're slated to lose about 6,800 students. And we've lost about 2,000 probably this month. That will be added to the next school year's decline. So we're continuing to lose large chunks of students, as well as all the large districts in Florida are experiencing the same exact things. And not a Broward County issue, it's an issue altogether.
And if I may, sir?
Yes.
The one-pager will be finalized and launched right after the press conference this afternoon.
Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, just want to let the board know the public records bill that was mentioned by the public speaker is in the presentation in the appendix, both the House and Senate.
Any other board discussion on this item? Ms. Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for this presentation. I appreciate the mid-session. I think we asked for this last year, and so I really appreciate that we're being updated regularly and have a understanding of what's happening in Tallahassee. I think that's very useful for us here on the ground, so thank you.
Okay. Before we go back to the strategic planning workshop, we will go to attorney-client session. So I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session. At this time, I am requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session please exit the room at this time. General Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the matter of OHL Building, Inc., NKA OHLA Building, Inc., the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and secondly, the School Board of Broward County, Florida versus Ziskovich, LLC, and third, Ziskovich, LLC versus Nutting Engineering of Florida, Inc., collectively under case number CACE 22-008804, in paren 02, pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Sarah Leonardi, Chair; Dr. Jeff Holness, Vice Chair; Lori Alhadeff; Maura McCarthy-Bullman, Adam Cervera, Esquire; Deborah Hickson, Nora Rupert, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; Oscar E. Soto, Esquire; Thomas C. Cooney, Esquire; and Kathleen Jacques Adams, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, February 17, 2026 at 12 noon in accordance with Section 286.011(8) of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record this session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the workshop for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom of the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the workshop will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time.
The next item is district budget update. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members and public, and turn it over to Ms. Romanera Johnson and her team to go over the next presentation.
Good afternoon, board members, through the chair and superintendent. I'm Romanera Johnson, Chief Financial Officer. We'll give a brief presentation of the budget, where we are now, and if you can leave any questions at the end of the presentation. So I'd like to start with looking at our historical data about our staffing levels and our enrollment trends. And as you can see, that from 2015 and 16 to 25-26, we had over 221,000 students unweighted FTEs, and that's where the district get funded. Now we're down to 182,579 unweighted FTEs. Third calculation came in. We lost additional 3,306 unweighted FTEs. That gave us a total, as you can see, 8,789, which is 80.1 million loss for the district. Now, charter school numbers included will be almost 90 million, but charter school is not included in these numbers. So this is the overall calculation. Our final calc from last year, 24-25, you'll see we were at 191,000 FTEs. Our second calc, that means we get the data come in for us to do the adopted budget. We was at 185,000, which was a reduction of 5,483. We got the third calc. We got additional reduction of 3,306, which totaled that 8,789. And what you have connected in this worksheet showing where the loss occurred by levels. So actual third calc, we got a reduction of 27.3. Charter school got a reduction of 7.9 million. Overall, the district, Family Empowerment Scholarship went up by 2.2 million. Overall, the district reduction was 32.9 million for third calc. So I did put a slide in for December because you just officially amended the December budget to show you where our revenues are. We had $2.3 billion of revenue and estimated expenditures at 2.4. We're spending more than we bringing in this fiscal year. So the overall reductions, we showed that we have borrowed money from the fund balance of 24. We didn't borrow. We're taking an actual hit. That was the wrong name. So we had a reduction of our fund balance of 24.5 million, if you look at the slide in red. So we're in a deficit financial position, and that reduced our fund balance from 205.9 million to 181.4 million. So the next slide is when I do my projections, I have to do a high-level analysis of all our revenue and all our expenditures throughout the district. First, I'm just showing how I do my calculation of revenues. I look at the revenues based on, we got a final calc last year. Remember Family Empowerment Scholarship, they reduced all the districts throughout. We got 5.3 million, it would be nice if it was billion, but 5.3 million back from that. Our third calc, the shortfall was 27.2. Our health care plan administration funding, we got an additional $752,000. Our referendum, I did analysis of our referendum, and we're going to have a surplus around $3 million, even though with the reduction from the county. Our projected special revenue fund reimbursement to the general fund is $1.2 million. When we had that audit finding, we have to transfer that money back to the general fund, that $1.2 million. So overall, $17 million. We're going to be in deficit in revenue, but I'm doing additional transfer from the capital fund that is allowed under the term statute. So that's $20 million additional transfer. They'll give us a revenue of $2.9 million positive. So that's just the revenue piece. Now we got to look at the expenditure side. So I do analysis. Most of our staff, we got mostly people. So I did a high-level analysis of what did we put in our budget for salaries. So this is what's in the budget currently. If you look at the salary line by object codes, we got $1.3 billion that we allocated for salaries in our budget. For benefits, we got $541 million for benefits. So I had to do a high level, just general fund only. We're only talking about general fund, no other funds. So I do an analysis, and I said, if everyone that we have butts in a seat that we're paying, and we end June the 30th, what would that cost us? So that salary would be $1.1 billion. This is just salary, base salary only. Benefits, now I'm doing a rough estimate on benefits because I can't control the claims that's driving some of the costs and benefits, but we try to be very conservative by making the claims a little bit higher. We're showing that $522 million. Based on projected referendum expenditures for what we give out in, allocation that we give out to our employees is $167.8 million, based on employees we have now that is receiving referendum money. Projected other wages to date, if that impacts the general fund only, those are stipends and supplements that has come to the board for approval, and the benefit costs that are associated with that, we estimate is around $123.2 million. So projected over expenditures from what I have in my budget, we're showing we're burning $23.4 million over. But we are monitoring because we have a freeze going on right now, and these numbers are revised weekly. So I'm monitoring these numbers weekly to see if when people leave, have they adjusted. So you'll see the first slide, the next page, I project vacancy savings for the rest of the year is around $10 million. We said $18 million, but I'm being very conservative. I put it at $10 million, so I reduced it down. We just added the teacher allocation, so I put that in, $5.4 million, teacher salary increase allocation. So that's $5.4 million, because it's not in my salary projection. So this is outside. Fund balance transfer from January 2026 all the way to June. We projected that based on what I have that's going to the board in the queue is additional $19.4 million that is coming right from the fund balance. It's going to reduce the fund balance. Then a district non-personnel reduction, additional, I got $800,000. Accounts payable is the accrual that we do at the fiscal year end. Our system is incapable of doing the accrual and reversing it automatically. That accrual affects the fund balance, so it reduced the fund balance, but we have $13.9 million left, and it's going to make the fund balance be positive because I wait to the end of this fiscal year, and I'm going to reverse that and give the money back to the fund balance. And I have to do the restricted portion of the fund balance that is part of what we transfer out and make it positive back to $3.2 million back. Okay? So I had to check. I got to double check my numbers, right? So this, what you see here is everything that impacts the budget since we amended the budget, all those different entries we do by the month. And I start with my salary and benefits, $23.4 million that I said is over. We got a projected increase of revenue. My revenue analysis is $2.9 million positive. Projected vacancy savings that I showed you throughout the fiscal year, we said 18. I'm being conservative, and I said 10 million. So the teacher salaries allocation, 5.4 million reduced. Then when we adopted the budget, we had automatically we was operating a deficit by 218,000. So we did budget transfers. So these are the budget transfers. September, we transfer 127 for the food service department. Then in November, we did another transfer from the fund balance of 16.6 million. So in December, we did a transfer of 7.5 million. So we're planning to do another transfer throughout the fiscal year of around 19 million. It hasn't happened yet, so that's the only thing that hasn't happened yet. And the district non-personnel was 800,000 we got. So we're going to have a total impact on a fund balance of 58.9. And then I did the accounts payable accrual, reverse that, is going to give me 13.9, and the restriction portion of the fund balance of 3.2. So my check figure is $41 million that I'm impacting the fund balance. So in this slide, I'm taking back, putting it on the budget. So I know people learn different ways, so I'm showing you the budget where we are now, and we did a lot of entries, you know, because we had revenue recognition, so we had to allocate those dollars, those additional dollars, and then we have to do the allocation of the actual impact of the revenues that we will reduce. Then also, so that all those entries was $17.2 million. So if you look at it, December, 24.5 million plus that 17.2. Does everybody follow me? The deficit. Then we got 41.7 million. That's my total impact to this budget. And I'm estimating all the way to June 30th, fiscal year. So if everything goes expenditures, we're monitoring, we're doing all the internal controls and checking, and I monitor tightly the budget to make sure we stay below, that we don't overspend the budget. This is if we stay within the budget. So you see that we'll be at 205 was our beginning fund balance. We'll be at 41 million reduction, 164 million overall fund balance for the fiscal year end. And how does that look? So I do it, now I'm looking at the fund balance. So our fund balance is made of a lot of different buckets. So we got a non-spendable that we have to have for general fund, for our inventory, and then we do prepay on our property insurance. So that's gonna be consistent. It might go up and down a couple millions, but overall, our prepay is gonna be less than this 20 million. I just kept it the same for the sake of conversation today. But my restricted, my restricted portion is from what's required by the state, and the only thing restricted by the state is workforce money and school recognition dollars. Those are the only thing that the state require you to carry over. So they put it in the restricted portion of our fund balance. Our committed is our self-insurance. We're self-funded for our health care insurance. We got to at least have this 54 million, so I'm making sure we have that 54 million in our fund balance. Our assigned and unassigned is what the state looks at to say, are we in line with the fund balance? And our assigned is 60.5, unassigned is 54.8, making a total 115. When we adopted the budget last year, when we ended last year, we was at 115 million. Our total fund balance of all these non-expenditure, restricted, assigned and unassigned is 205. So I just want to look, it's always when we do percentage of fund balance, we do the amount of the assigned and unassigned over revenue based on our revenue portion. So when we started this year, we was at 115.3. We was at 4%. Well, let me go back. The total fund balance was 8.66%. Our total assigned and unassigned fund balance was 115.3. So we was at 4.85%. Now, in December, where you just voted on the budget amendment, we are now, our assigned and unassigned was reduced by that 17 million. So we're at 94 million, right? So the 94 million, and you see the revenue number has changed too, because these numbers change. I have to make use the proper, amount. So it's 2.388, and now our assigned and unassigned is at 94 million. So that makes us at December at 3.94% as of December 31st. Now projected for June 30th, I told you we're going to be going down by 41 million. If you look at overall, from the adopted budget to the projected for June 30th, our revenue we projected at 2.3 billion. Is at overall, the whole fund balance is at 6.87%. I know board policy said that our unassigned and assigned should be 5%, but we're not, since the reduction, the hit on assigned and unassigned, we're at 73.6, which is 3.08% of our fund balance. So I just wanted to give you the statute required by the state. If we fall below 3%, the superintendent must notify the school board and Florida Commission of Education in writing. The reason I worked for third calc, because projections. One thing is projections, but actuals. So I told the state, and I asked the state, when we true up, then I'll let you know if we're below that 3%. But we're not currently under the 3% based on projections, the actual number of the third calc. If more than 2 consecutive years below 3%, if that's mean we fall below the 3% this year and next year, the district must reduce admin expenditure proportionally to that to get back to 3%. That's the state requirement and statute. If we fall below the 2%, so if this year we fell below the 2%, the superintendent must notify the school board and Florida Commission of Education in writing with a financial recovery plan. And then you will be on a monitoring status, because at Hillsborough we started on a, when I was there previously in Florida, but we was on monitoring. But before we closed the year, we had a healthy fund balance. But state will keep you on monitoring status once they put you on, even if you're clear. So you got to be careful when you send these notices out to the state and say where you're going to end up. They will monitor you until it takes I'm telling you, the Commissioner of Education years to write a letter and say, even when you're at 10 or 15%, that they're not monitoring you anymore. The next step, the state may determine if the district is at risk of financial emergency. If we don't have a fiscal recovery plan, let's say we're going to have a way to get out the hole, get above to the 3%, because that's when we're below 2%, then we're at risk to have this financial emergency. And that we don't know what the state will do. I really don't know how the state process and procedure with that. I asked them, and they say, well, if you get below, you will find out. So state can initiate enhanced oversight, including appointment of a financial emergency board. So that's in statute. We just summarized what the statute was, and that's statute 1011.051, Florida statute. But I wanted, before we move forward, and we're at 3%, and we got to constantly monitor. It could shift at any time. So that's why I'm monitoring, because I do want to be in compliance and notify the board if anything's changed or status change, and then have to notify the Florida Department of Education. First, I have to notify the superintendent, then the board, then the Florida Department of Education. Okay, I just wanted to go and give us an insight of what's going on currently with our forecast numbers for the next fiscal year. So when we got the forecast numbers from the state, it showed that we're going to have a loss of 6,854 students. Based on our base right now, it equates to $62.4 million reduction for the district. But we did get in this month, in February, we did get our count again. We had lost additional 2,000 students. This is a new discovery for our district, because we usually in February we don't have a loss. We offset that. But we have a 2,000 loss. Right now, that's making that $9 million, because you only could cut half the year. So we haven't got the final number, what it is from the state, but the state is going to impact next year, because as you've seen before, anything that happened in February, we don't get the notification until we start adopting the budget, that we get the final count from the state over the summer. And sometimes we get it in September when we already adopt the budget. So we're going to start off with another $9 million cut from previous year. Then they didn't have the 2,000 in their calculation, the reduction, because this is a new phenomenon for us. So that additional 2,000 be calculated at next rate is be for the whole fiscal year. That's where we get the 18.2. So we're projecting a total loss for the district of $89.7 million. Now, if the state give us an increase, they can, based on our per pupil, our base allocation, they increase that, then that increase, based on the number of students we have, would offset some of this reduction that we're proposing to receive. So we did another chart. So I know I like the picture chart. So we'll show that if we lose that 8,854 kids, we'll come from 182,579 unweighted FTE to 173,725. That's the end of the presentation. So is there any questions? We'll take them now.
We will go to public comment. I have Anna Fusco, then Liliana Ruido. I have two people signed up for public speaking, Anna Fusco and Liliana Ruido. Mr. Hill? Oh, yeah, you're right. I have lots of sheets in front of me. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh?
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Former Audit Committee Chair. Audit Committee member from 2015 till 2025, when your superintendent removed me, from all advisories. So one of the topics that was a hot topic at the Audit Committee, and we spent the better part of a year on, was things like the fund balance, the charter school payment, the financials, whether it would dip below 3%, the referendum carryover, where was it? It took a year, but I have an answer to that. So in the fund balance, and I appreciate the clarity of these slides, but I have questions. I'm not going to get answers, so they're more rhetorical. The slide that matters is I think it's slide 12, where you're at 3.08. Last year was the year to start cutting costs, as if you were in a financial emergency. Instead, we got costs cut of like $4 million or some small number that wasn't reflective of where things really stood. And the audit committee was we were talking about getting a budget subcommittee, because back in 2012, there was something called a budget task force, and then it disappeared, and it was never seen again. So nobody's been looking strictly at the budget. And just looking at those charts, it's easy to see where you should have been cutting central office staff each year as students were leaving. But that didn't happen. So on slide 12, the 3.08, if you were to take out the referendum carryover, I estimate you'd be at about 2.5%. So you may as well proceed from here on out as though you're under 3%, because for all intents and purposes, you are. The other things in that fund balance assigned is the AP accrual, which I guess I'm not going to jump up and down because even if it doesn't reverse out, which doesn't make any sense to me from a system standpoint, you would have an AP accrual of some sort. And then the charter school settlement principal is also in there. That's $25 million. The unassigned is like $13 million, so you have almost no money from the looks of things, because everything's assigned in the assigned and unassigned except for $13 million in unassigned. So without anybody looking at the budget, I hope that the plan, because I keep hearing about a press conference, is not to sort of randomly and sporadically start cutting things that you might discover you then need next year, because I haven't seen a single workshop dedicated to things you can cut. God knows I keep coming in here identifying wasteful spending. I mentioned something this morning where they're trying to do a solicitation with no budget attached to it. So please be strategic about what you're cutting.
Anna Fusco, then Liliana Ruido.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Ditto on Ms. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. We have not yet seen any plans on what you're actually going to do or how you're going to cut. We've heard that you've got a projection of cutting many, many, many employees in Broward County Public Schools. We haven't seen a plan of where you're going to cut these expenditures. And are you guys going to ask about it? Are you going to demand it? Are we going to continue to build the plane as we fly it? That's really what's been happening for a very long time with this group. And then it falls on the backs of the employees of Broward County Public Schools who actually just want to show up and do their job. They want to teach the wonderful students that the two you have sitting here that are amazing and brilliant. They want to continue to keep the district at A. The ones that are in the schools that are working with the children. That's everybody. From the bus driver to get there, the cafeteria worker to feed them, the clerical that greets the parents. the guidance counselor, the social workers, the psychologists, the teachers, the behavior techs, everybody, the classroom teachers. They literally just want to show up and work with the kids and not continue to hear this mess. And you can continue to scream to the public how everything is declining. Can you please come up with something that shows we're thriving and we're going to thrive and we're going to move? What are you doing? What's your plan? Who's planning it? What group? When you've got a budget that's in the red, every line I looked at, I thought I was looking at a graded paper. That was back in the 80s, how we did things. I'm going to share something real quick that I learned from somebody. For the past 2.5 years, the school bus stop AM camera contract has been recommended for an award. It's but stuck in some cone of silence with your attorneys that can't get the thing to drive forward, and you're losing $26 million a year. So the past 2 years that it's been stuck, and people have called board members to get it to move, but it's stuck. Do you hear this, public? They've had a chance to bring in $26 million, and you've kicked it. And then you want to keep crying that our employees' medicines are what causing you the problem. Our employees that have the personalization courses for the students is a problem. The graduations that kids deserve are the problem. You guys got a budgeting problem. It is not the employees of Broward County Public Schools. I'll continue to read this when they interview them in the news of what this program is, that it's dropped the ball with board members in this room, your superintendent, and the attorneys. That has lost you revenue the last 2 years. And that's just the minimal piece of it. Let that resonate. The last 2 years is $26 million each year. That's $52 million that you said to. Wake up.
Thank you. Liliana Ruido.
Liliana Ruido, and I'm here speaking as a taxpayer. And it's very alarming what I've been seeing and looking at every chart that you have presented. 89 million is a lot of money. And I'm going to say this. All the years that I've been in the district, I noticed that you keep purchasing programs that were not needed in the classroom. That there is tons of programs that are working, very effective, very proactive, but yet you keep substituting one program with the other program when it's already working. So the problem here is this. You're going to try to save money on the back of the teacher, and that's a problem because the teachers are the ones in the front, in the classroom, fighting to make our students, be successful. But not only the teachers, also the employees, and also I want to say that for you to keep your employees, you got to keep them healthy and happy. And this is not going on the right direction at this point. So I'm going to ask you again, you got to see, you got to check, you got to double check what is it that you are saving money on. But again, not on the back of the employees. And the problem is this. I'll tell you, I grew up in a business world. For you to have a business and you want to have your business flourish and do every day better, you got to supervise. You got to revise, and then you manage. This is the only way you will come up afloat in this case. And again, I just expect that you do the right thing by your employees because as it is right now, it's very stressful for our teachers to survive, with the cost of living among many of the other demandings that they face on daily basis in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I think it's always important to share with the public in more detail what our budget looks like. And it's very confusing, even for someone who listens to you every single month. I have a question, though, because it's something I've asked every superintendent, every CFO, and I've gotten a lot of emails about it just recently. So if you could explain it to us, because it's frustrating to me. So why is it that we cannot build a budget with the intention of paying our employees an increase at the front end, like let's say 4% is usually my number. So why can't we say, what would it cost to give our employees a 4% raise, build that into our budget, and build everything around it? And I'm asking you this because it's the same question I've asked since the day I got elected, so I'm sure Dr. Hepburn's familiar with the question. And I know we keep hearing that's what we're trying to move towards, but this is my 5th year here, and we've never yet built a budget looking at what would it cost us, and even in increments, 2%, 3%, 4%, so we could figure out where it goes, because our teachers and our employees don't understand. And I know that we spend a lot of money. You've clearly spelled that out here today, almost 80% on our employees' salaries and benefits. But as we know, people have an expectation of an increase each year. We would all like to see that, and we're not able to do that. So if you could kind of just explain, why do we not just start from scratch, say, here's what we need to pay this much, and then we'll build everything around it?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Hickson. I can't speak to folks in the past and why that didn't happen, but I can speak to now, and what's preventing us from making that happen right now is just the continuous decline in enrollment and the continuous shortfall that we have to plug those holes first to make sure we can operate and sustain ourselves as a district. It's something that the CFO and I have talked about. So as we plan for next year's budget, as we have to plan for other things too in the budget, just to make sure we're operating and being sustainable in the future, we can look at what that looks like incrementally as we plan the budget. But there's a lot of, when you have anticipated shortfalls, like we know we're going to lose 8,000 to 9,000 students next year. We know that for a fact. Versus in the past, it's probably been a third of that amount or a quarter of that amount, but we know it's going to be significant. And so we have to plan for how we plug that hole first with some things that we're going to be discussing in this workshop and moving forward also, which mainly is about resizing not just our facilities footprint, but also our staff footprint.
Okay, thank you. And it's been asked that we share that because as we've seen in the chart that we have here, I think it's fair, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but we find ourselves, I'll explain it either as like a mortgage balloon payment or falling over a cliff. We've had 10 years of decline enrollment. We've had referendum settlements that were imposed upon us. We've had a lot of different things that have happened, and we haven't, as a district, addressed them. And now we're at a point where we address them or we fall off the cliff. So I do want to point that part out. But if you could also then, Dr. Hepburn, explain to everybody, as we know enrollment is declining, because we're saying it's projected, then we should also be able to project what staff we do or do not need, both at the district level and, unfortunately, if we don't have that many students, we don't need as many employees in the school level. So could you explain to us what that's going to look like moving forward, since we know that we have not done that to this point?
Yes, absolutely. And Beacon, if you can pop up, just go to slide 15. I think it's the same as the first slide. Just have a visual for our reminder. Yes. And so, as I stated before, we're in the midst of right-sizing our facilities footprint, i.e. closing schools because we have under-enrolled schools and due to declining enrollment. But as you notice, what the budget team just went over, we have yet to right-size our staffing footprint. And I agree with one of the speakers. The optimum time probably would have been 2018-19, 2019-20, and do that through attrition. We wouldn't have to possibly do any layoffs as what I anticipate we're going to have to do at the end of this spring semester. And so we have to reduce. My goal for this first iteration is 1,000 employees. That'll be through attrition and also layoffs, but that will start at the top and make its way all the way down throughout the organization. But not touching our schools, mainly dealing with district staff, administrative staff, that we possibly don't need, and reevaluating how we provide services to our schools, because our service models are going to have to change too, because it can't be solely people dependent. But as you can see with that chart, our staff footprint has stayed the same for the past 10 years, and we've lost almost 40,000 students, and that has not changed at all over the past 10 years. And so it has to, just like we did with our facilities, the same concept, we have to reduce also our staffing footprint too.
Thank you. And we've had this discussion a number of times, and we keep hearing it's going to come back to us. But if we have less students, we have to transport less students. So our transportation should also look different, yet it doesn't. So what is that plan?
So,
we're supposed to be rolling out a plan today.
Yes.
If you could kind of share
yes,
that with us.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of complexities that are systematic and culture embedded things from the past in the district. Great example or discussion there with transportation. We have a lot of singleton programs across our district, and as a result, we're busing kids from one corner of the district. They may be all the way in Miramar and being bused to a program in the central part of the county or even the north part of the county. In most places, you will find regionalized programs so that transportation isn't such a burden and expensive by busing kids across the county. And you may be busing 1 or 2 kids across the entire county, and that cost per that kid increases significantly. So we're regionalizing programs. We're looking at cost efficiencies and changes with changing how we transport, looking at all of those things. So our biggest expense are people. But there's other things we're also looking at and reviewing. That's transportation, that's contracts, consultant services, IT services. So there's other things that we're looking at to realize cost savings too for the upcoming school year. But our largest expense is actually people. It makes up 80% of our overall budget.
Right. And my last question or just suggestion, we talked about, and actually we passed as a board some directions to you, and one of them was to work with the county to get bus passes for our students so that we wouldn't need to continually run the activity buses at the end of the, after school, they would get bus passes, which they did. I've been here a really long time. So long time ago, so the students still would have bus transportation home, but it would be through Broward County buses, not Broward County
Correct.
School Board buses. So have we started any talks with
So the
county?
transportation department's collaborating with the county transit to realize some option. It could be bus passes. It could be even specific routes that can assist us too. So more to come on that. They're providing me some information as a follow-up and an update in the next couple of weeks that we can, and we'll bring back more information to the board too. So we're looking at a lot of different things to do things differently and leverage new opportunities that we haven't taken advantage of, i.e. Broward County Transit. In Palm Beach County, when I was there, we even leveraged Tri-Rail to get kids to schools also. So there's lots of opportunity. We're just diving in, exploring, and having those conversations to see what the possibilities are.
Okay, and I appreciate that because we've heard that people feel like there's not a plan.
Yep.
And we are working on the plan, but I think it's important to be very transparent and say, here are the things that we're working on, because if we hit a stall, maybe there's someone in the community that has a connection that can help us to unstall it. And I just want everyone to understand that there is a plan. And I'll end with, I think our employees do an amazing job here. We would not be an A without the teachers, without the bus drivers, the food service, maintenance, all of that. None of this is ever about the value of the job that people are doing in the district. We're very lucky to have everyone that's here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with a lot of the sentiment shared by Board Member Hickson. What I will say, Dr. Hepburn, is that we certainly need to implement aggressive cost-saving measures in order to save ourselves. We must not leave any stone unturned. I believe, Ms. Johnson, you mentioned 3.08%. That is too close for comfort. So when you look at the chart on page 17, it indicates that in the year 2017, as it compares to present, we've lost $352 million in funding based upon student decline. But as you mentioned, Dr. Hepburn, in 2025-26, we've kept almost the same number of staffing. So it is important that as we lose staffing, as we lose students, that we proportionally lose staffing. So Ms. Johnson, if we had reduced the number of staffing proportionally to the student reduction from year 2017, how many individuals would you say we're overstaffed if the formula was to proportionally reduce the number of staffing in 2017 with the number of student loss? How many staff should we have lost?
Compared to other districts, I will have to say you would have lost at least 1,500 to 2,000 staff, but where those staffs are is...
Okay, so when you look at the numbers proportionally, right? If you look at 2017 and you look at the number of students we had, which is, I believe, 227,000 to the number of staffing, and we've lost a lot of students, so proportionally, what would that number be from that chart?
Well, that's hard to answer because you're looking at what type of service and what type of staffing you need as a district at Broward.
No, I understand. I understand that. So it looks to me, Ms. Johnson, and I hear you, but if we were to proportionally reduce the staffing from what we see here in 2017 to 2025, I think we're looking at well over 2,000.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct?
So if you're
That is
looking at
correct.
just straight proportion by numbers, you're looking at about 10 students per staff member if you're going based off of the 2015, 2016 school year. So if you use the same numbers, you'll be down about 2,000
Right, 2,000 plus. So Dr. Hepburn, I know your number for attrition and staff reduction is 1,000. I would hope that it's more, because I think based upon our staffing model and what we see in this chart on page 17, I would be much happier with 1,400 staffing, because we are overstaffed based upon the number of students reduction. Now I know that in order for us to resolve some of our issues, Dr. Hepburn, we're looking to reduce expense. I know we look at healthcare, we look at student block scheduling before, we're looking at staff reduction, school repurposing, school closing, partnerships with cities and municipalities, and so on. But I also think that we need to look at ways in which we can increase revenues, right? We've had discussions when we look at certain models that we have in Broward County, such as the Pompano Beach High School model. We need to have more of those. I believe that if we have more schools like Pompano Beach High, then it would possibly result in us winning back some of the students going to private and charter schools. We need to look at how we can possibly have some sort of a pilot 2 or 3 middle schools that are high-achieving middle schools that will win back some students from private and charter. I think there are ways to look outside of the box to gain students. Dr. Hepburn spoke before about replacement schools, because we're closing several schools, and I think if we can at least start the plan of action into having state-of-the-art replacement schools in Broward County, we can start to win back students from private and charter. I know that we are coming up later on, we're going to talk about virtual option, and we have Florida Virtual and Broward Virtual School. When students attend Broward Virtual, we get money. When they go to Florida Virtual, we don't. So we need to incentivize in some form or way, or to bring greater awareness of our Broward virtual option, which is just as great as the Florida virtual option. So there are many ways I think we should not only concentrate on how to reduce expense, but how to increase revenues. And I hope, Dr. Hepburn, that we can explore and exhaust all options in order to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. So my question is for Ms. Jack Adams. I've asked this question for a while now. Still waiting for the answer in regards to, are we able to furlough district staff?
So yes, Mrs. Alhadeff, you have asked me that question. I can be able to provide you with an answer by the end of this week.
Okay, so, this is something, and I think my colleagues really need to start talking about this. If we were going to furlough district staff, it would be, in my mind, I'm thinking during spring break. I'd like to know from finance what that financial impact would be. Because we need to understand what those numbers are. We need to understand what our options are. We can't just be loosey-goosey about this. We're at the 3.08% projected. What I would like to see is the financial recovery plan now. What can we do in the next 4 months by June, Dr. Hepburn? What can that look like for us to be able to get to 4%? How much? What do we have to do to I don't know, cut positions? If we have vacant positions, are they still on the books financially? I don't know the answer to that.
So those things are what we're doing right now: hiring freeze, absorbing all vacancies, only hiring if it's a specific need that addresses safety or some special circumstance. So all the things that you mentioned are actually what we're doing right now. Travel freeze. The cabinet, we go through contracts pretty regularly to see what we don't need, so we can actually exercise out clauses to regain that money back. So we have looked at every option and continue to look at every option. Right now, I think most of the options that don't have anything to do with people, because you can't release people in the middle of the year. You have to do that with the cadence of spring for the upcoming school year. But reviewing contracts right now is what we're constantly doing to see if we can identify additional cost savings for this current school year. For the upcoming school year, it's a little bit easier. We can reduce our staff. We can plan for certain things that we can actually cut for the upcoming school year, but for this current school year, the hiring freeze, we've absorbed every vacancy. If somebody leaves, we immediately absorb that as a cost savings, and monitoring our expenditures just to make sure that we're not overspending in certain budgets and actually underspending. And then in addition, I have one more thought. Just making sure that the services that we are utilizing, that we monitor and have tight controls to see if there's additional cost savings there too, especially like substitutes and things like that.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is that we also have to have a plan to stabilize our enrollment. I mean, the problem is we're losing our students. What does that plan look like? Because we can't keep continuing to lose our students. So I would like to have a plan on what that looks like to stabilize our enrollment. Obviously, we want to increase enrollment too, and then also to have a financial recovery plan. I'd like to see what that looks like in the next 4 months to 6 months to a year. And then the other thing is, like I said earlier in the meeting today, we need to figure out a way to bring in passive income. If there's bureaucracy, red tape, we need to break down these barriers and find a way that we can work things out to bring additional funding back to our district. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, just today's workshop, there's 2 items that actually are asking the board for investments so we can actually bring additional revenue to the district. We've have reached a capacity threshold. And so the demand is there, and we'll learn about those 2 things. One of them is actually Broward Virtual School. We've reached a capacity threshold there where if we increase our capacity, adding more teachers, we'll be able to actually increase revenue because we're actually turning students away from that, and also our workforce opportunities with our tech schools too, which we have a long waiting list for that, and asking the board for investment so we can increase our threshold to address the needs of those learners too.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we're doing this in an open session that's being broadcasted on Beacon, in which the public can see, perhaps maybe for the first time, our financial situation. And when you look at these numbers and these projected fund balance analysis sheets within the presentation, it should scare the heck out of you. And if it doesn't, maybe you need to get your eyes checked. Because I'm looking at these numbers, again, obviously I'm privy to a lot of this information by virtue of me being on the board, but I'm looking at these numbers and I'm seeing how we're barely squeaking by at this 3% threshold before we potentially have to start self-reporting to the state. That our finances have gotten so bad that we need to go running to Tallahassee and asking for help. That's a scary thing. It really is. And I'm looking at some of these projections also within the presentation here, especially for next year. And this preliminary FTE forecast, in which we're going to lose another 7,000 kids projected for next school year, coupled with additional losses from this school year to the tune of roughly $89 million. And Ms. Johnson, the irony is not lost on me in the fact that there was actually 2 presentations that were prepared for today's workshop. And in the initial presentation, the preliminary FTE forecast called for an $80 million estimated revenue decline. And then when it was revised, it actually went up to 89.8. It's very interesting how when we updated our numbers, we continue to lose money in this district. And quite frankly, it's very scary. And what do we have? We have opportunities to figure this out and how to right this ship. We have staff, district staff, that has remained steady or has increased despite the fact over the last 10 years, we heard the superintendent tell us we've lost almost 40,000 students. We have overtime that's running rampant. We have a lot of stupid contracts that we sign for millions of dollars in this district for things that, quite frankly, we don't need and that we overpay for, like buses and software licensing. I do tend to look around the state and see what other districts are doing to try to dig their way out of financial woes they may have. And I came across an article, Mr. Superintendent, from the Miami Herald that, according to their projected numbers, with their bus camera stop sign program they have there, they generate $2 million a month. The Miami-Dade County School Board by that. Why don't we have one of those? A month. $2 million a month, according to the Miami Herald from an article in January. That's a lot of dough. Especially when we have teachers that haven't gotten raises in Lord knows how long. When we have facilities that need attention. And while we continue to operate at over $100 million deficit. What is the suggestion that the district is bringing to us? I'm hearing now that we want to lay off 1,000 district staff employees. But if I heard Dr. Holness's question to Ms. Johnson earlier, she said if we're really going to keep track, it needs to be closer to 2,000. We voted as a school board to close 6 schools recently. What are we doing to generate income with those properties once those students transition to their new schools next year? I've asked for comps on sales. I've asked for comps on rentals. Don't think I ever got those, despite repeated requests. But what are we doing as a district to turn those properties into income-generating properties? When are those discussions going to take place? Why are we still in this building? Why are we here? I know we have a lot of space. We all learned that in the handy debacle, that we have adequate space to put us. Why are we here? My concern, Mr. Superintendent, is that we're not being aggressive enough. We want to kick the can down the road and try to come up with an idea here and an idea there on how to fix this. But I'm not really hearing anything substantive. And I'm afraid, Mr. Superintendent, we're running out of road. And if these numbers continue on the financial path that they're continuing on now, we're going to have to turn ourselves over to the state. And I think we know the ramifications that are going to come along with that if we have to go down that path. So while I'm excited that there's going to be this press conference and these announcements today that I'm very much looking forward to, as I'm sure all my colleagues are as well, I want to be on record when I say we need more decisive and aggressive action in how we are going to generate funds for this district and how we are going to save funds from this district. Not on the backs of our students by taking away their graduation venues that they've worked 13 years to get there. Not on the backs of our teachers, but as a district as a whole, collectively. And I'm looking forward to you giving this your top priority attention, if you will, to figuring out how we can right this ship. Because right now, we are sinking. Thank you.
If I may, Chair.
Go ahead, Dr.
Record, I do want to advise the board that the Stop Arm Camera initiative is in the cone of silence. So just to be careful about discussions around that. And yeah, just want to make sure the board is aware of that part.
Okay, Board Member Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple different trains of thought I want to bring up. I first want to just remind my colleague that we will be discussing the facilities in March when Dr. Wanza brings a plan. So that is coming towards us to what we're doing with our facilities. So just make some notes so you remember. I also would like to get an update from Mr. Sullivan about the school bus contract, because I think it's, even though it's in the cone of silence, I think it's really important that we let the public know that we're not just giving up $50 million, that there are some issues, and I trust he can navigate the cone of silence.
I can speak in general terms of other district experience if General Counsel.
Yeah, and encourage the General Counsel just to make sure.
Just stop me when I cross the line.
So with regards to any discussion with regards to the current RFP, we are in the cone of silence. So no discussions with regards to that. If you are going to talk about other districts, by all means.
So other districts have experienced implementation problems with their bus cameras. So I know General Counsel's team has been taking that into account as we work through our own implementation.
And I think everyone can read the news when there's lawsuits pending in Miami-Dade about this. So I will leave that at that. But we are not leaving that on the table. We are actively pursuing options. I also want to address a comment about Tallahassee, asking Tallahassee to save us, because Tallahassee has very much put Florida in the position that it is in. So I would like Mr. Sullivan to discuss the educational budget that we are given.
Again, so just referring back to my presentation earlier, we should expect about 1.5% to 2% increase in the overall budget, but that would be per student, which we would benefit from. But even with an increase in enrollment, increase per student, if you're losing students, it kind of washes any benefit that you truly get from any kind of increase. And again, FES, the scholarships and charters are funded in that same bucket, so they would get a proportionate share of any increases that we experience from Tallahassee.
Thank you. And I just want to make some comment about that. There is a reason that they are increasing the per student allocation. It is so that the funding can go to charter schools in these voucher programs. It's not to help public education. I just want to be abundantly clear. I do think there needs to be a public education campaign on our budget, because there's a lot of confusion about what can be capital, what can be general fund. And I'm sure everyone's gotten the emails, teachers asking, why can we afford programs and building renovations, but we can't afford to pay them more? So I know that, and I'll harp on social media, a lot of other electeds for city governments have done very short explainers on the budget. Is that something that we can put together that would be very kind of like our little pamphlet, Citizens Guide to the Budget, but something that people will look at?
Yeah, we can do that. I know the chair has requested that we do something similar in terms of social media and really explaining our budgets, only because, as you said, it's very complicated. So everyone knows how we're funded, what those different buckets can and cannot be used for, and start with that as a baseline. And we're happy to partner with the respective board members so they can get it out on their channels as well.
Thank you. And then for the 2,000 that we've lost mid-year, there was a comment that that's not the norm. Do we know what has led to that?
So I would say not last year, we're in 25, 26, not 24, 25, but prior to 24, 25, that has not been the norm. The school district would lose this projected amount. We'll start the school year roughly close to that projected amount of loss that was determined by the state. Now you have a phenomenon in not just Broward County. If people are paying attention to the national news, our neighbors to the north, our neighbors to the south, our neighbors northwest of us, all across the country, it's the same issue: affordability, low birth rate. Families can't afford to be in large urban centers anymore, and also the complications around immigration policies in South Florida has really impacted us as well. We noticed that trend last spring when we lost probably about 3,000 to 4,000 students just in the spring semester alone. And so it's not a usual thing for us, but the past 2 years it's become the norm, and which is compounding our traditional losses of about 3,000 to 4,000 kids per year.
So it's not necessarily that they're going to charter.
No, charter schools have declined in enrollment as well, but the scholarship, the what's the term, Ms. Johnson, the scholarship, the family empowerment scholarship, that has actually increased to the tune, I think, about 12 to 15% just for us. So that is what, as I talk to my colleagues around the state, they're seeing the same thing, increase in family empowerment scholarship use. If you're in a large urban area or a very affluent area or expensive area like Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and now Orange County, you see that decline in enrollment too due to affordability issues. And also just the compounding issue with low birth rates too. You don't see a lot of new kids, small age kids, coming into elementary schools because people are waiting longer to start their families.
And so with that empowerment scholarship, they can use that for homeschool. I think or micro schools, yes. And I think a lot of families are turning to that because our class sizes are too big, especially in our elementary schools. So I think that's something we need to consider is how do we fix the budget so our class sizes are actually smaller and that we are truthful when we say our ratios, because I know at least in my district, they are not
Yep.
truthful in all schools. And so I think with that comment, I do think we need to revisit some of the cost-saving opportunities that we had discussed and then the board changed their mind in. I still think they were good ideas, but we need to implement them with more community input. For example, graduations. We had heard from the community that if we were going to put them in a gym, they want to be in their own gym. So is there a way that we can meet with some stakeholders to discuss or send out a parent survey saying these are the 3 options for your school? You can either go to Dillard, you can do 2 ceremonies at your own high school, or you can some other third option. And then that way the parents and the seniors make that choice at the beginning of the year to go forward that way. That way it wasn't a surprise to seniors from this year where the graduations are.
Yes, no, that's actually part of our plan is revisiting that, but doing it more in an organic way where we're working with parents and students. Because that was the shocker for them. You know, as we mentioned before, they don't pay attention to our workshops and things like that, so they learned about it once we actually put the information out. And I think I know where you're going with the next one. That's part of the plan too, to talk to the board as we go back out and do that a little bit more organically too, and get feedback and empower teachers, parents, and students with the high school scheduling, because that is a $25 to $50 million chunk that we always have to plan for, and it's being paid for on the backs of our elementary and some of our middle schools.
And I think that was my next bullet point, having a very open conversation about what the trade-offs are and what it means to have 18 kids in a kindergarten and the cost differentials, and have them being an active part so that they don't feel like it was a backdoor conversation where we try to bully that through. Following on that, I think there are ways we can improve teacher experience that is not necessarily budget related. So I think one we will cover later on with testing, reducing the amount of testing, I think would ease the stress on our teachers, which would have a better quality of life, not only for them, but for our students. So I look forward to talking about that later. I also would like to discuss teacher walkthroughs or observations. I think that puts an enormous amount of stress on our teachers. And while I see the benefits to it to a point, I think really having a reduction in that, as long as it doesn't impact teacher learning, because these are things that we can implement that don't cost money, but will be meaningful, I hope, to the teachers. So following up on that, also, when is the org chart coming to us?
That will be coming to you in 2 meetings in April to start that process earlier, just to ensure that we're able to work with our employees as if there are employees that are going to be impacted by the downsizing. So, and we already talked to Carol Hilton, CEO of CareerSource, to work alongside us just to make sure our employees have a place to land if they're impacted. But that will be in April 14th, and I want to say the following meeting is
a special, sir, the 28th.
The 28th.
Okay. And then I think as you guys are thinking through that, one potential solution to the org chart is creating a bigger departments with just one executive director instead of a bunch of other directors, because that's the feedback we get a lot is it being top heavy. So I would look forward to seeing your proposals for that. We get this comment a lot. I know we went out for KCW to get it appraised. And I know we've also been talking to other government agencies potentially about leasing space here. Has there been any movement on both of those options?
So yes, as far as appraisals, Dr. Wands, if you can refresh my memory, there's a specific policy where we have to get 3 appraisals, and there's a committee that's convened to come up with the appraisal price. If we were to surplus the property, I think the first one came in at around $65 million, and then the second one came in at
in the 40s.
In the 40s, and so we're
third one's
waiting on the
way.
third one
Yeah.
to be on the way. And then the committee will be established to set the actual true appraisal value as if we were going to surplus the property.
And then as far as leasing levels of this building, is that something you're
Yes,
still exploring?
we're emptying out the majority of this building and with the intentions of leasing out those floors. We already have a plan of where people or departments are going to go in empty spaces around in our schools around the district. And then we'll start that process of putting that on the street as far as availability of floors to lease.
And if we sell sell or lease the building, that revenue goes to what budget?
Sale, that goes to capital. Leasing is capital also. It goes to capital as well. Okay. I think the potential revenue annually for leasing that we looked at in the preliminary report, I want to say it was around $2 to $3 million.
Per level?
No.
Can you ask per level?
Total.
Yeah.
For the floors that we plan on leasing out.
And then for transportation, at one point during a workshop, there was like a hub model idea. Is that still being explored, or what are our current thoughts on transportation?
No, that is still being explored. The team is going to present some updates to me so I can see where they are at this point. We're also going to leverage some external experts to come in and help review and give us some additional innovative ideas that we may not have thought about, just to ensure that we're leveraging every opportunity that we can to become more efficient with our transportation services.
And I would just say in Pembroke Pines, sharing with the city or bus passes would not work, so please don't do that to us. And then I have two more comments. Textbook adoptions, are those mandated by state? Can we put them up? Okay,
Those
so
are
we have to do it.
Those are mandated by state. I think you can put off for 1 year, which we did with the science, and now we're paying for it this year.
Is there a waiver? So there's no way to get around that part. Okay. And then I would just like to agree, I believe, with Ms. Al-Hadaf about reducing barriers to accepting donations and having people come and give us basically free stuff. I know there was a contract that happened recently that we lost out on that opportunity. And that just hurts everyone in the long run, and it hurts our reputation, it hurts our partnerships. And I do think there's a lot of, like, especially small businesses that would come in and do murals or come in and, you know, do landscaping potentially for a few months, and you know, the department that's overseeing it, I'm not seeing a lot of results.
Yeah. No, I wholeheartedly agree. The barriers to donations are frustrating. Yes.
So, do you have a plan to address that?
I'll work with my colleagues in legal to make sure we can overcome those barriers.
Can we get a follow-up on what your perceived barriers are and what your solutions are to address it?
Sure, I'll work with my colleagues in legal.
Thanks, Bud. Sorry.
Ms. Rupert? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I first want to ask a simple question. What is the definition for an essential employee?
Those that are critical to a function for the district that may cause us to have a safety concern and just not simply operate at an efficient level where we actually end up losing money, time, and essential functions that keep the district operating.
Okay. It should be a really simple answer and should be guided by our strategic plan, which is coming to a close soon. Every single decision should be predicated on our students. Quite simply, how does your job impact the life and the growth of our students? Upper management, upper management, upper management, they all need to be looked at. That's the first part. The second is District 7 has a wonderful reputation for having some great schools. Broward Virtual, ATC, PBHS, my other schools, they're all waiting lists. You mentioned that before. And I know BVS has been really just, wanting to push forward with more students because they're asking to join them. So I'm looking forward to the conversation later this afternoon to see how we do that, because those are there's money right back to us. And ATC, Pompano Beach High School, we're doing Hallandale Beach High School, and I think that's great. So you'll have a north and kind of a southern area. And but there's also space on other high schools, middle schools, et cetera, that could be partnered up with ATC or some of the other programs the ones that can work out with students on them. There's, I want to see a robust discussion for that as well, besides BVS, because we do have waiting lists for ATC and I believe Sheridan and McFadder. So obviously we know it's there. And then I have another question. It's on page 15. Looking at the staffing levels across the same time period from 2019-20, it was 22,721. And then as you go down towards 2025-26, it's 20,847. So basically since 2019-2020, we have lost 1,874 employees already. So I say that to give everybody an understanding is that we have been losing employees, and obviously positions had to be a lot of that, I'm sure, and it still wasn't enough. So if the information that you're looking at or that you're thinking at, it should be two simple things. Is it working? No. Then we need to do something else. Does it affect the everyday life and growth of our students? Yes. Then we should be putting our money there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. This is very sobering news, Ms. Johnson, but it's good to get this out. If I wanted to know how close we are to 3% projected at the end of the year, how many more dollars would we have to spend or revenue would we lose in order to get to the 3% instead of the 3.08? What is 0.08% of $2.1 billion?
I think you already know, right? Yeah, it's rhetorical.
1.7 million. And the reason I wanted some time to pass there is, 1.7 million happens quickly. And so sometimes the percentages are more difficult to understand than the dollars, but 1.7 million on a $2.1 billion base is just incredibly close. I also want to make it crystal clear what doesn't seem to be so hard in terms of math here. Landon, if I have a 10-to-1 ratio of students to employees and I lose 47,000 students, how many staff would a proportional reduction be? 10% of 47,000. Let's move a zero.
Need a ChatGPT for that.
You got this, man.
I know you know the answer.
4,700.
Thank you.
I knew you.
That's what I thought.
Just put a lot of stress on you there.
Mr. Strauss is probably disappointed in me.
I was
the
hoping
math
you could
teacher.
outshine our CFO.
Didn't even give me a heads up.
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Zeman.
I'll text you next time. I'm not part of the culture yet. I just want people to think about that, because today I proposed negotiating for a new person to take a job at market salary, and it got defeated by this board. And to which I wanted to respond very, very loudly, like, if you don't negotiate based on market, what are you negotiating on? And it's difficult to do individual decisions sometimes. It's difficult to close a school. It's different to do that. So let's just do some more math. If we did the same proportionate reduction in schools, we would have closed 36 schools. By my count, we've closed 7. 1 last year and 6 this year. 2 were on the list proposed by the staff to reduce, and we took them off the list. If we were going to reduce staff proportionally, it would be 4,702 positions that go away. But there's more to that, because as you all know, when we lose students, we always lose teachers. So that red line that you see that's flat means we've gained one administrator, one non-teaching position for every teacher that went away for the past 10 years, which means we've actually increased non-teaching positions compared to teaching positions over the last 10 years. And I'm going to tell you the bottom line here. We pass the budget. 9 people passed the budget. 9 people passed these 11 budgets. And we did not hold the line, and we did not use business principles to make sure that we were delivering the best education for this community. It's one of the biggest failures that this board could have. Our job, number one, is to allocate other people's money to build the greatest community we can possibly build, and we failed. We failed by 36 schools, by 4,700 positions, and a decline of roughly 1,500 teachers that we replaced with roughly 500 more administrators, tilting the balance away from the things that we know matter the most: classroom instruction. Do we need administrators? Do we need grant writers? Do we need people to watch ESC? Yeah, we need all those things. But we also know that those things also get more and more efficient over time. Oftentimes, in my own perception, I see too many people trying to do a function. And it is the layers of Dr. No and Dr. No and Dr. No on top of everybody that prevents us from innovating. And so I'm actually looking forward to a significant reduction in outside school things. To me, the high water mark is 4,700. You want to get kind of excited about that? That would free up $352 million. Not counting the school closures. That's just payroll dollars, $352 million. It's a lot of money. This board owns this problem. This board will fix the problem. I guarantee it. We have an appetite for doing the right thing. I hope that the decisions we make about big dollars are not indicative of some of the decisions we've made about small dollars. We have to, as business people know, if you want to make a dollar, watch the pennies. So when we make small decisions, when we make medium decisions, when we make large decisions, you know, the laws of economics are like the laws of gravity. You can run, but you cannot hide. And eventually they will catch up and bite you right on the backside. And that's where we're at. We're in 2026 with a big bite mark on our backside. And we got to figure out how to solve this problem. The high water mark is 36 schools. The high water mark is 4,702. The high water mark is to stop debating things that go against the economics of education and delivering for our students by spending your money in ways that you know will deliver a better Broward County. The last point that's really important is we ought not to wait to let people know. It would have been more humane to tell them now. If you're in one of those 4,700 positions that we cannot afford anymore, it would be nice to know. It'd be nice to know which other positions are around that might be vacant, that are going to be filled. It'd be nice to know what career stores could do to help you. It'd be nice to do a lot of stuff. But we're doing nobody any favors if they're in a position that we can no longer afford to continue to let them work with the hopes that their job is going to be around next year. So this cumulative pain has been around for a long time. I've advocated for closing lots of schools to no effect. I've argued for this for a long time. I'm glad that we're getting to this point. There's two things that I think we ought to also think about, which is we ought to shoot like hockey players, you know, always pass to where the player's going, not to where the player is. Next year's enrollment level should be the basis of all discussions going forward. And I finally want to rescue Mrs. Hickson. If you guys would please deliver scenario-based budgets for us, Mrs. Hickson can decide whether or not we can afford a 4% or a 2% or 1% or a 0% raise. Just show us what it looks like. Tell us the pain we have to endure politically to give our people a raise. So scenario-based budgeting works in every organization that's over about $100 million. Would you please bring us a 4% raise and a 2% raise and a 1% raise and a 0% raise, you know, based on the budget decisions we're willing to take? And I don't want to sit here and judge our superintendent by this issue. One, he was not even here when this whole waterfall happened. Two, we approved the budget. So the relationship between the superintendent staff and his financial staff, the buck stops right at this table, where we get to make decisions about the budget. This gentleman right here, our leader, only executes the budget we give him. And so I would love to see, if my board agrees with me, scenarios rather than single individual cuts and ads at a time, because it's too easy to do ads and sometimes too hard to do individual cuts. But if we could see it at one time, because I really want to see if Mrs. Hickson's right. Can we give raises? Because right now, we never get to really make that decision. It usually comes down to, we're out of money, and so we do what we can. I would rather kind of make that decision next month, where we say, can we or can we not, and it's not giving a raise. I don't want to negotiate against ourselves, but can we set aside expected revenue in a fund that we could use for other purposes that are in the budget, and then we can negotiate, because it's very complicated to get into that stuff. But I think the buck stops here, and I think we need to have kind of an elevated discussion about this. There are some things that we debated that really aren't debatable anymore. We cannot afford to own assets that do not deliver to our strategic goals, and that's the bottom line. And the cost of us doing nothing for 10 years, $352 million a year of just operating money, let alone the capital we could have recouped had we made kind of steady progress on right-sizing. And what's the gain of right-sizing our property? We're actually sending kids to better schools. Schools that deliver all their specials in elementary school, that have all the debates and the extra programs in middle school, and have great athletics in high school. And how can you argue against that? Like we just have to move forward, and we have to be far more aggressive about doing this. And the faster we do it, the more we're going to deliver for Broward County. And so let's see how the votes go in the future. But I hope that we continue to see these scenario budgets so we're empowered to make the right kind of decisions, and that we can make really, maybe seemingly difficult decisions, but they're really not that difficult, because our job is to create a better Broward County schools and a better Broward County. And I know we can do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
How am I going to follow that? So to Dr. Zima's point, I like the scenario-based budgeting. What I had written in my notes, I think we know we have these problems. We've been talking about it. We know that we've had some hiccups. We've definitely been talking about it. But now the question is, what are we going to do about it? And do we have the appetite to do the right thing to make sure that we're actually delivering the best education for our students and using all of our taxpayer dollars wisely? And so I think my colleagues have really hit on most of these points of all the things that I have. And I appreciate everyone's input. I think to Dr. Zeman's point about the scenario-based budgeting, and then to Ms. Aladev's point about the plan, we need to see our options so we can make decisions holistically, because when we're doing things piecemeal, it's hard for us to see the big picture, and then one thing kind of informs another thing. And so if we're looking at what our options are holistically, I think we'll have a better plan as a board, and everyone can get behind that. So is that something that we can do for next month? Because we can also deliver that message to the our constituents and to the stakeholders too of what we're doing.
Yes.
Because we're doing a lot of things, and so that's the other thing that is getting lost in this narrative of self-flagellation. I think I was when we were doing redefining schools. Obviously, we're reducing our footprint. I know that we've reduced some of the magnet programs. That's going to reduce some transportation, and that we're working on other transportation items. We're having very serious discussions about how we're going to reduce other costs that we can't really talk about right now that are in negotiation, but everyone is very interested and very dedicated to making sure that we're moving in the right direction. And there's things that are totally out of our control, like the direction of education in the state right now and how it's being funded. So we have to do what we can with the situation that we have. And I think, looking at our goal has to be that we are continuing to be competitive and the best option, which we are, but we are going to have to reduce our footprint to be competitive with, knowing that we're not the only game in town anymore. And so I really like the fact that Ms. Thompson's willing to put out there. There are things that have been brought to the board before, like graduations, block scheduling. People aren't happy with that, but I think we have to be really serious about looking at these options. The communication around it needs to be different. There needs to be more community understanding of what we're looking at, what the benefits are, and what what we're looking at if we don't make hard decisions. But I do think that we can't leave any of these options on the table when we're coming back. And then in terms of staff reduction, which is a very difficult topic, I would feel more comfortable if we had a plan, if we had an idea of how we're looking to do that, like Ms. Thompson had suggested, maybe taking a layer out, but instead of just like a percentage reduction in every department or something like that, like how are we restructuring so that we're not losing the education quality component? And again, we just need to be able to see it so that we can tell the public what's happening and reassure them that it's going to be okay. So I think like if we can have something more concrete in the next month, I think that would be.
So the downsizing, as far as personnel, that'll be workshopped in April. That's something very delicate that we just can't put out there in Front Street. Want certain symptoms from concerned employees to happen. So we want to do that very methodically and in a good cadence that's going to inform the board and the public, and then continuously inform the public and the board while we talk and have those conversations with impacted employees. The budget, as far as just putting everything holistically and sending that to the board, we can send that out shortly. Like you said, we've discussed and presented a lot of things since I think last October up to now, and put out a lot of memos so we can consolidate all that information and get that out to the board and public facing, so everybody's well informed.
Yeah, and if we have those, like Dr. Zima was saying, if we have the various scenarios where if we make the decision to do this, this is what it's going to look like. This is the money we need. We can make more informed choices versus one-off and like hoping that we're saving money by picking off things kind of willy-nilly. And also, I think if we, instead of looking like we're picking off people, it's like, what do we need to do to grow the base? Yep. What is it that we need to make the schools the best schools that we can, instead of, I know everyone's screaming top down, but what is it that we need? The school, the class sizes, those are the things that people come to our schools because of those things. We used to offer that. So how do we stay competitive? We want to attract people. We don't want to have them going away because we're cutting in the wrong place. And so I think we have to, as a board, have to have a better understanding of what the plan is for that. But I would like to see a very strong base, and then see what we need at the top versus going the other direction. But just in general, while we're getting a lot of negative feedback and there's a lot of challenges, I do think that we have been addressing this, and there are a lot of forces against us that are really out of our control. So this is a new day where you're losing 2,000 kids in the middle of the school year. We're going to have to rise to the occasion, but I don't think that that's anything that we as a district have caused. I think that that's been outside of our control. So not that we don't have to address it, but I don't think that that's all because of our things that we have done. So I will look forward to that plan. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to thank my colleagues who brought solutions today. So I wanted to speak to some of those. I do support the proposal for furloughing district staff. I've also asked about that. So I hope that the superintendent can look into implementing that and that we get our opinion from our general counsel. I appreciate the suggestion for a financial recovery plan and a plan to stabilize enrollment. Those are things that I think we really do need in order to bring stability to the district. I also appreciated the suggestion for public education campaigns around the budget. I've been bothering the chief of staff about putting digestible videos out for the public to explain budget and the different processes that we go through, because they are not, they're just not user-friendly. So to the extent that we can engage the public and put things out in plain speak would be wonderful. I also appreciated Ms. Thompson's suggestion around graduations and revisiting some of the cost-saving measures. And I want to emphasize to the superintendent, I think like doing the big town halls where we're recording things and people come up to a microphone, like that's not an authentic or productive way to gather feedback. I think like I've been really fortunate to be able to do some parent roundtables and student roundtables where I sit down and ask questions, and to the student advisor's credit, he has helped me with that, and he, I think, asks in the student or alternate student advisor as well, ask very strategic, productive questions. So I encourage you to work with them as much as they're willing to do that. But being able to ask questions in a way that gets us to a solution. I've been sitting down with people to figure out, what kinds of solutions exist out there. I know we heard from some parents from Fort Lauderdale High School around graduations, saying that they were willing to work with community stakeholders to secure venues and things like that. Ms. Thompson brought something up earlier today, but also in this workshop, about quality of life for our teachers, and something that stuck out to me in the conversation around impact bargaining actually was about teachers having to move schools and move their classrooms. And I happen to think that we shouldn't just provide support to those teachers in terms of moving their classrooms. I think like at the beginning of the year and end of the year, when teachers are having to move, it's like moving out of an apartment, providing the supports that they need if they're even being asked to move classrooms within the same school. I think to the extent we can have PPO and facility staff help with that, it's important. And I'm particularly curious to something that was brought up earlier in terms of barriers to donations. Could you, this is something that I've heard over and over again as well. Can you speak to that?
Where do I start? So the team has done a yeoman's job in a call to action that I levied with the academic team. Pretty much, hey, we don't have the money. Let's leverage philanthropists, whatever partners that we can find out there to assist us in some of our initiatives. And one of those initiatives is Broward powered by AI. And the other part that people don't hear a lot is I'm the human in the loop. That's just the complete statement. So Dr. Cohn and the team did a great job in going out and finding support for Magic School AI to kind of scale that out across the board, and with additional things that the donor was providing, such as professional development and all of that. So I know there's some complications. General Counsel could probably talk about on their side as far as some of the barriers or needs to get donations legally sufficient to be able to bring them to the board. For us, as far as staff, there's not a lot of barriers. The only barriers is actually going out and finding a donor and convincing them that this is a great tool, resource, or service to our staff and our students, and the outcomes that they can get out of it. I know I'm not a lawyer, so I know Ms. Jock Adams could probably provide some details about what are some legal barriers that may get in the way of us bringing that to the board, just to protect the board and also the district.
Are you aware of any school board policies that pose challenges in terms of accepting donations?
Not that I'm aware of. If my policy wonks over there, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hill, or even Dr. Wanza are aware of any policy, but I think it's more about liabilities on the legal side, not policy issues.
I would have to double check. I don't think there's anything in policy per se, but anything that we take in terms of revenue, I believe does have to come to the board, which means it has to go through that process.
Ms. Jack Adams, could you speak to the barriers to accepting donations?
So one of the issues, there was an attorney that was handling this who's no longer here, but one of the issues was the timing in receiving the agreement and the changes that had to be made to that agreement.
So I'm not talking about a specific, because this is something that even when I was a teacher, I would hear about. This is not like a recurring theme. So could you speak to like just on a broad scale, are there policies in place that the board can amend to make it more expeditious and beneficial to our students to accept donations?
So it depends upon the type of donations that you're speaking to. There are financial donations and there are donations of tangible personal property. We do have a policy with regards to tangible personal property, and that is a policy that we need to comply with. In terms of the finances, in the specific instance that Dr. Hepburn was speaking to, that contract was provided to, the Office of General Counsel like a week prior to the deadline. And there were a number of legal comments that needed to be addressed that were not at the time. So I don't.
So the tangible property policy, is that something that we can revise to make it, to streamline the donation process?
So I would have to look at the policy in relation to what is required, but any policy that we have can be changed. So we would have to look at the policy in terms of any donations that we may get to see how it can be amended.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you for round two. Just a couple of things. So in the ad campaign that we've been discussing about sharing our district budget and how that process is, can we also add in, because we hear this a lot, comparisons to the other districts in relation to how much money we get per student here in Broward County? And if Ms. Johnson could speak to that, because we've heard in this room a number of times that both Dade and Palm Beach get significantly higher amounts of money per student. So when we're discussing how we can give raises or, what our situations are, I think it's really important that we're looking at the bigger picture that we have. So if you could speak to that now, but I'd also ask if we could include that in the ad campaign, that this is what Broward gets per student, but here's what Dade and Palm Beach, because we get a lot of comparisons.
So you're referring to cost differential?
Yeah, at the end of the day, what do we get from per student, and what do the other two counties? Because we've heard different things, and if it's the same, then we'd need to know that too. But we've heard in this room, like Palm Beach is almost $500 more a student, and Dade County somewhere to $800 to $1,000 more a student. So if you could maybe add that and address it.
We can grab that. I know it's based off of cost of living. I don't know why they think the cost of living is different in
it's a whole, the calculation is a whole page. We've sat through that.
You are correct. We do get the lower end of the Tri-County.
And I think it's important to include that in the conversation. So that's one thing. The second thing, to Mrs. Leonardi's point, and I'd like to say, maybe it's a town hall's the wrong word to call it, maybe community conversations, do it in smaller settings, but the budget would be included in that. And to Ms. Thompson's point, bring up the fact that, here's why we suggested getting rid of the 8th period personalization. Here's why we suggested, and put it into a package where we could have a discussion on what are your thoughts on this? If you had to pick 3 or 4 of these things, what would you look at? In terms of, I think it's important to not just have them come up with, it's not going to be a complaint session, right? It's going to be, here's the issue, here are some of our solutions, what do you think about them, do you have your own solutions? Really intentional conversations that maybe are in every district as opposed to regional. But I think the town halls have to be very intentional around both the budget and the strategic plan, because they all go together. So I think that would be important. I've asked the superintendent this question a number of times, and we already have a policy. So we've talked a number of times about naming, for lack of a better term, naming rights, right, or naming sponsorships, and we have a policy on that. So what are we doing to actively, like South Broward High School, maybe it's called John Doe Stadium or something along those lines, or the baseball fields or the soccer fields or the gymnasium, whatever. We do have a policy already in place. So what are we doing to actively get people so that, and where would that money go? I guess that's a better second question.
I'll have to double check where the money can go and can be used for, but Mr. Knapp and I have had conversations. He has the network and the exposure to help us out. So we've talked about that with him, kind of utilizing BEF and the network that he already has to garner that type of support to purchase sponsorships at schools, be it a stadium or gymnasium and things like that. And then you have Mr. Chisholm, as of recently, working with the principals around the high school graduation piece. So,
and I appreciate that, but we've been asking about this for a little while, and nothing's come to us yet as like a contract. So when can we expect to start seeing things come to the board around what we'll call easy money?
Yep, I'll follow up with James, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Okay. Well, I like to get an update maybe on that in the next, by next month. Like, where are we? What can we look forward to? Because we keep hearing it's going to come, and I haven't seen anything. A quick question on the org chart. It was a little confusing. So is it coming to us in April at a workshop, or is it coming? Okay.
It starts with a workshop.
And then the second date you gave was the meeting. Okay, perfect. You kind of addressed this, but I guess my question sort of is, is there any data to show that the immigration concerns are definitely affecting our enrollment?
Well, what I can tell you is that our ELL students, especially our fairly new newcomers, have declined over the past 2 years.
I believe we received a board follow-up on that. Dr. Zeman requested it.
Okay, because I've been, I must not have seen that. I've been to a couple of schools and they did mention that. I have 2 more things. So if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Jacques Adams, we have cadre legal on standby, is that correct?
Through the chair, for certain topics, yes.
Okay, so my question then is, for some of these contracts, especially like donation contracts, pretty standard contracts, is there a reason why, and I'm asking this because I know you're very, very short-staffed right now, and you just are one person even less staffed recently, and there are a long list of contracts that are in the queue, and some of them are on the cone of silence. So is it possible for us to send some of those fairly non-complicated things out so we can get all these contracts out the door, especially donation, ones that are, they shouldn't be that difficult to navigate.
Through the chair, I am in the process of doing just that.
Okay, great. And my last point is, so recently we had people move from Casey Wright into the classroom, and Broward Education Foundation did a great job of giving them supplies and kind of helping them with that process. So could we also, in the item that Ms. Thompson, I forgot to mention this when we passed the item, reach out to Broward Education Foundation for those teachers that are having to shift around based on our closing of the school, consolidating schools, and just have them find out, you know, what the teachers might need, or I'm sure they're happy to do that, or at least be more proactive in them sharing, because there's a whole warehouse where teachers can go to get items for free. There's a process that goes through, but I'm not sure everybody's aware of that. So at the very least, if we could make sure we give them maybe a one-pager, like, here are all the resources that we have available to make this move easier for you. Dr. Hepburn.
I'm taking note of what you just said so I can make sure, and when I meet with James and Ernie, we can develop that one-pager.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciated your comment about having productive conversations with students, and we've experienced that, and we experience that in all of our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions. They start with the same phrase: don't complain unless you take action. And that's what we tell our students when we have those conversations with them. That, like Mrs. Hickson said, a Speak Up, Speak Out is not a complaint session. It's a time for you to share your ideas. And I think that should be a guiding light throughout this conversation. So I understand that you're working with finite resources and mandates that often feel impossible to reconcile. You have a responsibility to be fiscally prudent, and I respect the weight of those discussions. But when comments are made at the board level that cuts should and will not impact students, it creates a disconnect between this boardroom and our classrooms. It just isn't factual. The superintendent and cabinet have been very honest with students throughout this entire process, whether it's through the student advisors or in direct conversations between the superintendent and other students. The fact that these cuts may impact them. Well, I know that this is the sincere intent of this board to not have cuts impact students. The factual reality is that we are feeling this weight. Respectfully, and I know this will be an unpopular statement, I'd ask that this is not the narrative anymore. I respect that the comments are coming from a place where it's wanted that the cuts won't impact students, but they are. The difficulties that we're facing just don't allow it to be a situation where they don't. And I think it's very important that when we have conversations at a public level, that we're being honest with ourselves, that we're in a situation where not impacting kids is just not an option anymore. Our students are resilient. We will adapt. We got close on multiple occasions, including block scheduling and graduation. We're used to navigating a world that changes quickly. In my eyes, making these hard decisions is a lot like pruning a tree. It's painful to cut away branches, and the tree might look smaller or bare for a season. But we do it because we know it's the only way to ensure the roots stay strong. Once these difficult, necessary decisions are made and the pruning is over, I truly believe that we will emerge as a leaner, more focused, and ultimately better district. And those words were not mine. That's what a 6th grade student said to me 2 weeks ago. And they said, I want to be in a situation where I'm not told the answer anymore is no, we can't do it because of budget cuts, or no, this is what's being taken away from you now. If we are able to navigate a time where these difficult decisions are made now, then we will be in a better position for the future, and we will be able to regain students again. So I ask that by acknowledging the reality of the cuts today, we build the trust necessary to grow a better tree tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Landon. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Landon, I think you redeemed yourself for the math equation before, so kudos to you. Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify one thing that I had said earlier for purposes of the record. I said bus cameras. What I was referring to are the speed zone cameras that are outside the Miami-Dade County schools that are affixed to poles and speed signs and things like that that allow radar or whatever to shoot through and catching people who are speeding in our school zones. And according to an article in the Miami Herald from earlier this year, that is generating over $2 million a month in revenue for the Miami-Dade County School Board. So that is definitely something that I think we should be looking into to see if that's a viable option for us. I won't get into the bus camera thing because I've been told about the cone of silence, but just wanted to clarify that. And lastly, if I may, to address a comment that was made by one of my colleagues earlier regarding the $5.4 billion budget that was previously passed by the board. That was not a unanimous decision. That was passed 7-2. There were 2 members of this board who did not vote in favor of this budget. And I was one of them. And the reason for that is because I thought there was too much bloat and I didn't think our teachers were getting enough money within the budget. So I just wanted to clarify the record that although the budget was passed, it was not unanimous. It was 7-2. And I was one of the board members, along with Ms. Rupert, if I'm not mistaken, who voted against, although her reasons may have been different than mine, who voted against the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Soup.
Yes, I was going to actually provide some information about the speed zone, the school speed zone. So that is being implemented. It is city dependent. Not all cities are on board. Sounds like Miami-Dade has a lot of cities on board. And we are collecting revenue from that. We get a small portion of the actual revenue that the cities collect, but not all of them are on board. Some of them are transitioning to be on board, whereas there's like a 30, 60, or 90-day grace period. Some are full-fledged by now, but not all the cities have implemented.
So I'd like a follow-up, Mr. Superintendent. What cities are actually implementing the program? How much revenue we as a district are generating from those cities? And I guess the second part of that would be, what are we doing to entice the other cities that are not participating? Is it a situation where they flat out said, no, you're not doing this here? Or have we just not asked them yet?
And some of them have asked us to give them the money we receive. So, so we'll follow up.
Any other board discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Pullman.
Just one thing. Thank you, Landon. And I hope that with Landon's closing comments that all of us adults here can have the strength to do the right thing for the students. And make a stronger tree, but not to steal from him. But I mean, the important thing is we have to have the strength to do the right thing right now. We're in a bad situation. We can all point fingers and take credit for one-offs, but the bottom line is together, we have to make the right decisions for the students and the future of the county, for the teachers. And so I really appreciate the motivation that you just gave us to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll recess this workshop and we will reconvene with the time certain for testing. Thank you. Thank you. The next item is instruction, assessment, and testing. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turn it over to Dr. Cohn and team to move forward with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Hepburn, educators, parents, students, and members of the larger community. I'm Fabian Cohn, I'm the Chief Academic Officer. Joining me today are members of my team.
Good afternoon, Melissa Holtz, Director, Elementary Learning.
Good afternoon, Richard Baum. I'm the Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research.
Good afternoon, Guy Barmoja, Director of Secondary Learning.
So thank you, board, for the opportunity to bring forward this important and timely conversation. On that, this one particularly sits at the very heart of teaching and learning, instruction, assessment, and testing. And so I want to begin.
Turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turn it over to Dr. Cohn and team to move forward with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Hepburn, educators, parents, students, and members of the larger community. I'm Fabian Cohn, I'm the Chief Academic Officer. Joining me today are members of my team.
Good afternoon, Melissa Holtz, Director, Elementary Learning.
Good afternoon, Richard Baum. I'm the Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research.
Good afternoon, Guy Barmoja, Director of Secondary Learning.
So thank you, board, for the opportunity to bring forward this important and timely conversation. On that, this one particularly sits at the very heart of teaching and learning, instruction, assessment, and testing. And so I want to begin by acknowledging what we've heard over the past several months from parents, teachers, principals, and most importantly, from students. We heard concerns, frustrations, and questions. And we heard and shared a shared desire that every minute of our classroom is used to inspire learning and not overwhelm it. So today, we will continue to listen, value these voices, and commit to addressing these concerns together. And so this workshop is not the end of the conversation. We believe it's the beginning. And so over the past several weeks, we have engaged a broad cross-section of stakeholders to examine both perception and reality. We have learned some things that were powerful. There wasn't a resistance to assessment, but more a call for clarity, for balance, and for trust. And we take that seriously because assessments must serve instruction, not replace it. And at the same time, we must acknowledge an important truth. Broward County Public Schools continues to improve academically. We're an A-rated district. We have no D or F schools. Student achievement has increased by more than 10 percentage points over the past 3 years. And just recently released our college and career readiness rates to 74%, a 5-point increase. And so with that progress did not happen by accident. It happened because of strong teaching, strong leadership, and thoughtful use of data to support students. But progress does not mean perfection. And leadership requires us to listen, reflect, and improve. So today's presentation shares our initial findings, grounded in educational feedback, student voice, parent input, data analysis. Our purpose is simple: to provide clarity, ensure transparency, and identify solutions. And with your guidance, we continue this work and return to the board in fall 2026 with a progress point of where we are, what we have done, how we have reduced confusion, and ensure that instruction remains a top priority. And at the end of the day, we'll share the same goal: to ensure every Broward County school student has high-quality instruction and education, supported by thoughtful instruction, grounded in meaningful assessments, and protection from unnecessary burden. And so we're committed to achieving that goal together. And so this workshop was developed because we listened from stakeholder feedback, particularly from teachers and parents concerned about over-testing and instructional time. But the work aligns directly to our strategic plan: improving student achievement, mitigating the achievement loss, closing the achievement gap, and ensuring equity across the board. But this initiative is about strengthening how we use existing systems more effectively. And so, to be clear, today we're accomplishing 4 critical goals. First, clearly distinguishing between required testing and optional instructional assessments. Second, quantifying how much instructional time is actually being used for testing. And third, explain how teachers use assessments not as an end, but as a tool to support student learning. And fourth, but most importantly, present concrete actions we are already taking to strengthen clarity, reduce confusion, and reinforce teacher autonomy. Our goal is not just explanation, but it's improvement. And so this presentation was developed not in isolation. We have had many different meetings with many different teachers through surveys, with principals, and we've had several different meetings with parent advisory groups. We've had individual conversations with student advisories. Their action plan is included and ingested in this report. You'll hear from Landon as part of the feedback we've heard from him. But this really is shared work, right? Shared ownership and shared responsibility. And because solutions are strongest when they reflect the voices of those closest to students. And so to start, one of the most important sources of confusion is terminology. All tests are assessments, but not all assessments are tests. Many assessments are embedded within instruction, such as teacher observations, student discussions, exit tickets, and classroom assignments. These instructional checks are not interruptions to learning, but they're part of the learning. And so clarifying this distinction is essential to addressing some of the concerns, not all of them. And so assessment serves one essential purpose, which is to help teachers understand what students know and how they support them. But without assessment, instruction can become guesswork. So assessment allows teachers to identify students who need additional support, provide targeted small group instruction, accelerate students ready for advanced work, and improve instructional effectiveness. Assessment is not the goal, student learning is the goal. And so assessment simply helps us achieve it more effectively.
So we did hear a lot in the field. We heard a lot about some confusion between what's required, what's optional. We heard concerns about computer-based testing for our young learners. We heard about stresses on students and the stress on instructional time. So we want to recognize what we heard and talk about some of the surveys that we put out. So during my segment, I'll be talking about what we heard out in the field from the teachers and the principals who were specifically surveyed. Fast overview of and required testing minutes. Here you'll see we had survey results from teachers from over 1,600 teachers. That's about 10% of our teaching force. And we saw a difference in, we saw that the majority said that students, that they felt students were over-tested. We saw a difference by grade level. At the elementary level, we saw that that teachers felt that students were more over-tested. And at the secondary level, while it's a majority, we saw that there were less teachers that said that they were over-tested. Also, by region, we saw a difference here where the STO region, those teachers didn't share this concern as much. So here, we look at some survey questions. All of the survey questions are in the appendix, but we focused on certain survey questions that we thought were insightful. Over 90% of teachers say that they know which assessments are state mandated. 82% can distinguish between what is district required and what were optional assessments. 83% of teachers recognized Performance Matters was a testing platform that hosted various assessments. And then more than half of teachers mentioned several different tests that are used. So they mentioned that the tests are used for adjusting instruction, preparing students for testing, monitoring progress, grouping, and assigning grades. So we were encouraged by the fact that teachers understood that there were lots of different uses for assessments. Finally, when we look at our teacher survey and we look at the results, the main source, we asked about the main source of stress for teachers and students. And what accounted for 70% of the responses were mandated state and district tests and the testing frequency within short periods. So testing time within a small amount of, within a small window. These remained the top stressors even when we looked at elementary teachers versus secondary teachers. For the elementary teachers, that third stressor was computer-based testing, but that differed for our secondary teachers, and they said that data reporting expectations were the third stressor after those first two. Regarding professional autonomy, specifically teachers' perception of the ability to determine how and when to implement instructional assessments, responses varied, indicating a range of experiences across different schools and roles. Now we'll pivot to the principal survey. We did a principal survey, and we had over 100 principals respond to this survey. And we asked what was a main factor influencing school assessment decisions, and 84 of those principals said district requirements was a primary driver. Next, we asked principals what they believe is driving over-testing concerns. The most common response was a mix of factors, so they couldn't identify one specific one, but a mix of factors. There were 39 principals who said there was true excessive volume of tests. But what is notable is that there were 25 principals who said that there were no concerns about over-testing at their school. So finally, when we look at the principal survey, principals clearly understood the district required assessment calendar. They communicated what were required assessments versus optional assessments to their school staff. And when asked what would most help principals lead a balanced assessment practices, the top request is clearer guidance, followed by training for teachers and parent communication tools. Now I want to pass over the slideshow to Landon, who will discuss from a student's perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Students have shared that they generally feel teacher-created assessments to be more reflective of what they are learning day to day, while they do not always feel the same connection to state and district-created assessments. This implies an important focus on keeping instruction and testing at a classroom level, while also recognizing the challenges of autonomy in the classroom. One underlying theme that emerged was that FAST assessments do not always show the full set of tested benchmarks, including content students may not feel as confident with. This highlights a need for continued extended learning opportunities at both the school-based and district level. Our high school student survey with 92,000 collective responses between Q1 and Q2 have produced extremely limited instances of the word test, testing, and over-testing when it comes to the field for students to share their concerns. While students may perceive a disconnect between classroom and state assessments, test anxiety and over-testing are not a primary concern from the student perspective at the high school level. However, there are nuances to this. This feedback is only looking at the high school level. Work is ongoing to collect student feedback at elementary and middle schools. There are considerable ethical guidelines and implications that need to be analyzed before those conversations and surveys can be had with those populations. We are actively working to seek out those voices and look forward to hearing their feedback. In one sentence, the call to action from students that we are hearing and talking at a whole district-wide perspective is that the tests students receive should be directly aligned to actionable curriculum while limiting excessive volume and frequency. Thank you.
So in addition to speaking to the student perspective, we had several conversations with DAC, most recently last week, where we sought to garner some feedback on what had they heard, what did they see, and what were some resolutions that we could take away as part of maybe the confusion or what they feel are some of the biggest trepidations around assessments. And so we had a really healthy conversation. They've been involved. We actually shared the parent guide with them to give us feedback, as well as gave them opportunity to provide us with some additional questions for the focus group that we're doing as part of our extended opportunity to go deeper into where teachers feel they struggle the most. And so this has really been a collaborative process with DAC.
So we do feel that there are some guardrails that should be preventing overassessment. Some of those guardrails include that fact that we do publish an assessment calendar that specifically says what are district required assessments, what are state required assessments. That district assessment calendar is brought to the board in October and approved. It's the uniform testing calendar as per state statute. We feel that we are trying to limit and monitor those required assessments that are on that calendar. And then this year, there really has been an emphasis of walkthroughs in our schools, and through those walkthroughs, the schools and the district departments have a clear view of what's happening in the classroom, and that can help them improve instructional practices. So here we single out exactly what are the state required, district required, and school discretion and teacher discretion assessments. So you can see the state required assessments, the FAST VP K-2, the writing assessment, the statewide science, and so on. The district required assessments, which are basically the science beginning of the year and middle of year and end of year assessments in grades K-5, iReady in reading and math in grades K-5, and then in 6 through 12, the NWEA MAP, and then Broward standards assessments that are quarterly exams focused on ensuring that our end of course exam students are prepared for their end of course exam. For the school discretion, we have the adopted instructional materials assessments, those unit, chapter, and topic assessments in ELA, math, science, and social studies. And under teacher discretion, teacher-created assessments including spelling, vocabulary quizzes, formative and summative assessments, do-nows, exit tickets, things like that. So we wanted to clarify, we know that one stressor was around the FAST, and so we wanted to clarify, what is the FAST, even though we're in year 3. We know that the state transitioned from one single end-of-year assessment to 3 assessments, a fall, winter, and spring assessment. These are each one-day assessments. One thing that is new when they rolled out the FAST is that they also added kindergarten through 2nd grade computer-based assessments. That was added to the state assessment portfolio. We do feel that although this feels like a lot more assessments, and we know that this has added stress, there are some positives to that, and the advantage is that parents and students know where they stand at each level. They get a perspective, and they can see their current performance level so that they can prepare for the spring assessment. Further, the FAST assessments tie directly to the Florida benchmark, so the Florida best standards are a direct, the FAST is a direct measure of those Florida standards. And they're intended to be a progress monitoring measure. So they're intended for teachers to receive actionable data early enough so they can adjust instruction. Finally, when we talk about the FAST assessments, really the idea here is that they can provide an early indication of learning gaps. They can provide the ability for teachers to target small group instruction, and they can be used to inform professional learning community discussions, and so that would in essence reduce excessive testing. We'll see in the next slide that the state we have here an illustration of the district required and state required assessments in terms of minutes provided and There's a requirement, a state statute, that we stay below 5% of the students' total school hours in a school year. And you can see, based on this chart, that that we are about half of that. So, this shows the district required assessments, including iReady, the science progress monitoring, and those quarterly exams, and how we are well below the 5% threshold. Finally, we looked at a comparative analysis. We looked at other district required assessments because everyone is required to publish their uniform testing calendar. We looked at our neighbors and what district required assessments that that they put on their district on their assessment calendar, and we see a lot of commonalities. We see a lot of the same types of assessments, and we also see that most of these other districts are also A-rated districts. Finally, I'll pass it over to Melissa.
Thanks, Richie.
Before we do that, I do need to gather feedback from the board about extending the meeting. So I would suggest we extend the meeting by 2 hours. Are there any objections to extending the meeting? Okay, seeing none, we'll extend the meeting by 2 hours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So we know that teachers don't just give assessments for the sake of giving assessments, but they use those assessments to take the data from assessments to help group students for small group instruction, identify students who need Tier 2 or Tier 3 support, to adjust the daily lesson pacing, and to help support push-in and pull-out services. Those assessments also help identify students for extended learning opportunities and acceleration and enrichment. Thank you. Broward County Public Schools teachers retain professional independence in their classroom within the established frameworks of state standards, district curriculum, board policy, and BTU contract provisions. Optional assessments are chosen by administrators and teachers. They are not district mandated, and they are used strategically in the classroom. It is the district's role to ensure that high-quality standards-based assessments are available to teachers, but these are optional assessments. And we think it's very important that we bring some potentially famous Broward County Public School people up to the table with us to share. It's my pleasure to introduce one of our finalists for Teacher of the Year, Ms. Denise Moore from Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary, to share her perspective on using test results to differentiate instruction.
Good evening. What a way to bring me to the podium. I'm just going to share just an example from my experience in third grade that highlights why state and progress monitoring assessments matter. I was placed in the third grade classroom to oversee the entire grade level and to support this teacher who was new to teaching and to the grade level. And when we reviewed her students' ELA data from our district's reliable assessments, we noticed that her class was only at 6% proficient. And so as that data would have been very discouraging for some, it was actually very informative. It showed us exactly where we stood and what we needed to do to move forward. My responsibility as a veteran educator was to help her understand how to use that data, how to drive that instruction. And so we identified strengths and weaknesses, and we targeted certain standards to move students towards proficiency by PM2 and PM3. We analyzed the data deeply, so we were able to see strand by strand, student by student, what that child need, and to assess them by creating small groups, which you all mentioned, which we knew which we know small group is the most effective way to meet students' individual needs. We were able to also identify not only if students needed to be remediated, but if they also needed to be enriched. So using these assessments gave us clarity and direction. It also allowed the teacher to have autonomy. We weren't just guessing what to teach next. We were making informed instructional decisions. At crunch time, which is what we call this time of the year, it is very important to be meaningful and intentional with your planning. And my job was to be very impactful in her class. So as we use and implement formative and summative measures, just like checkpoints, quick quizzes, exit slips, so students didn't feel, that they were having engaged instruction. I often reflect and ask myself, without these assessments, what would I rely on? General observation, hope. None of that would be effective and precise as using the assessments to gauge what the child needs. So as a result, we moved a class from 6% to 27% by PM2 to 63% by PM3. Having the highest ELA data in at Dr. Martin Luther King, which contribute to making historic B and probably contributed to making this an A-rated school district. So, assessments are not just students sitting at a computer. They are tools that empower teachers, guide instruction, and ultimately change outcomes for children. And I just want to let you know, in this case, we transformed an entire classroom.
Thank you so much. It is also my pleasure to invite our second superstar, another finalist for Teacher of the Year this year, Miss Ilona Tenerino Allen from Pasadena Lakes Elementary, to share her perspective on creating engaging instruction in her classroom.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if I'm going to do as good as Miss Moore, but I'm going to do my best. So I'm going to talk about how I use data and student needs to guide my instruction, my planning, while creating hands-on, meaningful experiences through project-based learning, STEM, and real-world connections in my classroom. In first grade, engagement is everything. 6- and 7-year-olds learn best when they are actively involved, moving, talking, building, and discovering. That is why planning begins with one essential question. What do my students need right now? The answer is always found in my data. Data helps me identify student strengths and gaps, and I can plan targeted instruction and adjust strategies to meet their needs. When I analyze my phonics assessments, reading fluency data, math exit tickets, and science observations, I identify specific skill gaps and strengths. If students need support with blending sounds, I design interactive literacy centers with hands-on phoneme manipulation. If math data shows difficulty with measurement or addition strategies, I create STEM challenges that allow my students to practice those skills in authentic ways. I create and design projects based directly on their needs. In first grade, to me, project-based learning must be developmentally appropriate, but it can also, of course, include rigor. For example, during a science unit on weather, students investigate how wind affects objects. They design and test different paper structures to see which can withstand the strongest wind from a fan. They make predictions, record observations, compare results, and then they revise their designs. This builds scientific thinking, data collection skills, and academic vocabulary, all at a first grade level, but with strong cognitive demand. If students are learning about plant life cycles, I design an inquiry project where they grow plants under different conditions, using data to track in journals, measure growth, and draw conclusions. They're not just planting seeds, they are analyzing cause and effect, gathering evidence, and explaining their reasoning. I intentionally embed first grade engagement strategies such as movement, partner talk, hands-on materials, visuals, and structured discussion. Students turn and talk, they use sentence stems, sketch their thinking, and collaborate in small groups, which has been mentioned. This keeps learning active while also building communication skills. I build relationships and I adjust my instruction to better meet learning needs for students who may struggle with engagement. I also ensure that real-world connections are clear. When students build a structure to protect an egg, they learn how engineers solve problems. This is based on data. When they design a simple solution to reduce trash in the classroom, they see how they can impact their community. When they measure, graph, and explain the results, they understand that math and science are tools used in real life, just as they track their progress and enter data in their goal folders. The rigor comes from thinking. Students are asked to predict, test, revise, justify, and explain. They are not just completing activities, they are engaging in inquiry, problem solving, and evidence-based reasoning. I do not just choose projects first, I study the data first. Then I design hands-on, meaningful learning experiences that intentionally target students while maintaining the high expectations. By combining data-driven instruction, first grade engagement strategies, rigorous science activities, and authentic real-world connections, I create a classroom where students are excited to learn and challenged to think deeply. I ensure that all students have access to high-quality instruction and all appropriate support needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you for being here today and sharing, and congratulations again on being finalists for Teacher of the Year. Wait for the slide to go back up. At the January 13th special school board meeting, a document was shared that listed the assessments that are required to be taken by students during the school year. We also received another email including a heartfelt message expressing the desire to reduce computer-based testing while acknowledging the importance of meaningful data. While just a snippet of the document is shown on the slide, the entire document can be found in the appendix. That document and message led us to do a deeper dive of all the assessments listed for kindergarten students to take. Several clarifications were made, which did reduce the amount of reported tests. There are no benchmark advanced, this is a kindergarten sample, but we've done this for all grades. Benchmark advanced writing assessments are not in kindergarten. There are cumulative math tests that replace topic tests. The science middle of the year test was listed twice, and there are 9 optional benchmark assessments that were listed as required assessments. When broken down, 12% of the assessments listed are state required, 21% are district required, and 67 of the assessments fall under the teacher or school discretion category. However, slides 28 and 29 do further solidify the district's need to provide clarity around assessments, as well as bring together a cross-section of K through 2 teachers to identify best practices for computer-based assessments in primary grades. I'd like to turn it over to Guy now.
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. As Ms. Holtz mentioned, computer-based testing, we can talk about Performance Matters. It is just a platform that holds our tests, like a backpack holds your assignments or your other stuff, right? So what's in Performance Matters is some required assessments from the district, optional assessments that teachers make, as well as question banks that teachers can use to make their own teacher-created assessments. Right? What we really need to realize, though, is that Performance Matters is just a platform. It's not the assessment itself. It's what we put into it as the assessments, right? But what we will do moving forward is we will tighten the communication around required versus optional assessments. We will make sure we have a clear communication plan for parents, as well as a training plan for families when and if applicable, right? So Performance Matters will get better, right? And as you know, it's not perfect. So we've had a couple complaints this year in terms of Performance Matters, but we've reacted to a couple of them. So here's 6 on the board right now. Number 2 is one that really hits close because it's one that every teacher needs, right? So after a student takes the test, they cannot see the questions they answered incorrectly. Well, solution, we corrected that. So now the test developer, either at the district level or a teacher at their level, clicks a button, and now students can see the questions they got wrong after the assessment is completed, right? Another one in here is number 6. The voice in the assessment was robotic. So I believe Ms. Holtz had one of her employees now record all of them as a human voice. So now it's not robotic anymore, it's more human. So as we take complaints or criticism of Performance Matters, we try to work with the vendor very closely to try to rectify and mitigate those complaints. Here you see a slide that talks about a balanced classroom. We have an elementary example and a secondary example. You'll see in elementary school A, the school uses formative checks embedded within instruction. They actually limit computer-based assessments for K-2. They prioritize observations over oral responses in small groups. And they use PM data only when designated times. Right? And the result is high engagement, strong literacy growth, and reduced student stress. In example B, for the high school, we see aligned assessments to an instructional pacing guide, either the district pacing guide or the adjusted pacing guide at the school level. They avoid duplication of tests, and they clearly communicate the assessments that are required versus optional and the purpose of each assessment. And I think that's really important. Students and teachers and all of us and families need to know the purpose of each assessment, because assessments have to be purposeful, not just given for any reason. Right? And the result of that school is stronger performance, more student clarity, and some instructional coherence. Right? So what a balanced day looks like, and we want to make sure we understand what balance looks like, right? So the core instruction should be the majority of the day. Right? Small group instruction should be embedded within that core instruction. Checks for understanding could be short or informal, like Dr. Cohn mentioned earlier. They could be an exit ticket out the door. It could be a question a teacher asks a student. It could be just an informal project that's done. Tests are assessments, but not every assessment is a test. Right? So I think that's important to take away from this. And testing is minimal but purposeful. So if you're not going to use the data from the tests, then it's not worth giving. So we want to make sure they're done correctly, They're minimal, but when we do assess, we use the data and we're purposeful with the data. Okay. So our model for the whole quarter, right? Instruction should lead everything in the quarter. Instruction leads, not testing, right? We want to limit the benchmark assessments. We want to make sure we review the checkpoints and the data and then adjust instruction as needed. We don't want to add tests to adjust instruction. We have enough data that we have now. We can adjust instruction from the data we currently have. So we want to teach, assess, adjust, and then support. And that's our circular model moving forward. And here is a whole year in the making, right? We've tried to reduce diagnostic tests. In secondary school, we only have maybe 1 or 2 diagnostics for our reading students, actually. So we're trying to reduce the diagnostics at the beginning of the year. The middle of the year is focused progress monitoring. So, for example, our EOC courses have Broward state standardized assessments that are related directly to the standards that are taught in first and second quarter. And our end-of-year assessments are accountability assessments that are state required. But along all this, we want to make sure our non-negotiable is no layering of extra assessments on top of each other. Now, to further elaborate, we have 2 amazing principals that have come forward. We have the principal of terrific third grade Marshall, Angeline Flowers, and we have the first-year principal of excellent Everglades High School, Marie Duboval. I would invite them up to speak about their experience with assessments.
Oh, I get to go first. Why I get to go first? Because I'm elementary.
Either one goes first.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair Lenardi, Vice Chair Dr. Holness, school board members, cabinet, each of you in your respective places. I am Angeline Flowers, the proud principal of Thurgood Marshall Elementary School, where this year's theme is Lights, Camera, Action. We're setting the stage for academic excellence. I've had the honor and privileged to serve as a principal for the last 18 years. Through my leadership, I have led through FCAT 2.0, FSA, and now the FAST. I want to share with you a little bit today how I leverage assessments along with my team at Thurgood so that, one, we're analyzing data, we're prioritizing instruction, and we're supporting teachers. First of all, I use the district's calendar. Before anything, I set the tone in how we're taking assessments. We take the district calendar, we take our calendar, and we navigate it, and it becomes a standing item at our weekly instructional team meetings. We're not just, okay, you guys say we got to get it done, but how does that look for our scholars? Right now, I'm going to self-report. I'm on the widow list because I haven't got that assessment started, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn. However, there's a strategic plan. Right now, we're working with our kindergartners, then we'll go to our first graders. I don't believe in over-assessing. I don't believe in the sake of just getting assessments done because we have to get them done. And so then from there, we do analyze the data. I heard the panel say already, what's the purpose of taking an assessment if we're not going to look at it? So we do analyze it. We're looking for trends on how to take this information for intentional action steps. And specifically looking at trends, how are our kids responding? I was working with a group of fourth graders the other day, and it wasn't that when you look at the data, they don't know anything. They have pockets of strength, but there are some pockets where we can actually shore them up to make them better. It was ascending decimals. So they missed it. 42% of them chose answer C, while another 30%, and I was able to work with them with the misconception. So not only are we utilizing the data to prioritize instructional staff, but then we are also utilizing it to meet our subgroups' needs. I want to commend the district. Y'all we done came a long ways. I remember when we used to have routine doing FileMaker Pro, where one school had a database, somebody else didn't have a database. Kudos, now we do have Performance Matter. We've gone from School City to Performance Matter. We do have a dashboard, so that takes the legwork out of me writing all the names down, because I'm a writer. I have to write everything down, highlighting who's this group, who's that group. So it takes that legwork out, so kudos to the district, and I think that's been one of the caveats in helping us be successful with meeting our ESSA groups, and we were successful last year in meeting the needs of all of our subgroups. And not just supporting scholars, we use the data also to support our teachers. We don't want to overwhelm them. You grow in your muscle with data the more you get into it. So one thing that we do, I have a group of teachers, they already know their data. They come with PowerPoints. This is how I'm going to use my data, Ms. Flowers. I don't like how this was looking and this is my action plan, while some of our other data helps us to team up, co-teach, helps us to give hands-on support so that our teachers don't feel like they're in it all by themselves. So we get very intentional and responsive to the data, not just for our scholars, but for our teachers as well, so that we can really have a greater impact. I do see an added value in the FAST because now we're just not waiting for the summative assessment. We have benchmarks along the way so that we don't have missed opportunities. In the past, leading, there has been missed opportunities when we waited just for one assessment. So all of the assessments aren't full day assessments. Sometimes there are a few here, sometimes there may be 5 items there, but just to gauge the learning where our scholars are at. And then finally, those of you that know me, I'm into the aesthetics as well as weight. So as leading with data, I think about Quick Weight Loss Program. Very successful program. You had to, in order to guarantee this program, 3 times a week I had to go in and weigh in. They look at I'm weighing in, they're looking at my journal, and they're having conversations with me. So by midweek, if I did not weigh where I was going to be just for my 3-week goal, we did an intervention. If I had too much salt, I was getting on a water flush. If I overate on carbs, they was putting me on a protein break. So I take that real life experience to the classrooms, to leadership, so that, guess what? We can't wait until the end. We cannot wait. We don't wait. We're using these assessments to really put that intervention in, whether it's a small group, whether Ms. Flowers is teaching a group, whatever it is we need to do to support teaching and learning so that we're intentional, responsible, and that we're doing all that we need for our scholars. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Tag.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. That was quite interesting. Again, my name is Ms. Duperval. I am the first-year principal at Everglades High School, and I'm so excited to share how we use FAST data to strategically guide instruction, to protect the instructional time, and align resources for both students and teachers. So I'll begin by framing FAST as a recalibration tool, right? Because FAST allows us to triage the instructional needs, allocate the resources intentionally, and support the teachers and accelerate students with purpose. My decision making from PM1 to PM2 is truly driven by movement, not levels, level 2, level 3. I'm really looking at what moved, why it moved, and what instructional response is going to yield the highest academic return. After PM1, I analyze scale score movement, achievement level shifts, reporting category performance shifts, then triangulate that with what we're seeing in the classroom, teacher level patterns, subgroup performance, and classroom assessments to determine the instructional need behind the scores. The focus is truly to identify the right instructional signal for each student. For example, when reporting categories show a shift or a particular subgroup, we leverage that with district support. Our data coach-led trainings to help teachers recalibrate at the teacher level and ensure that instruction is aligned to the identified needs of the students. Once we get all that information, we actually group the students based on cohort, 4 distinctive cohort. Green students, and our goal is to really keep them stable and sustain and monitor them. The bubble students, the high level 2s, our goal is to try to convert them to precision and to proficiency. The low 2s is really providing them access to grade level thinking so they can go to proficiency. And also we look at our red students for regression. Our goal is to restore them. So from there, we prioritize standards that require reteaching, acceleration, reinforcement. Planning conversation takes place, coaching cycles, intervention blocks that are aligned to specific skill gaps rather than a broad remediation. Supports are tiered according to the targeted small group or structured intervention minutes or extended learning opportunities that we may have. At the same time, enrichment is prioritized in order to sustain students who are proficient to make sure that we don't lose that growth from them. Between the PMs, we monitor performance in real time, and we use different platforms, teacher assessment, district assessments, and also the structured mini assessment that the district provides. If growth is not evident, we adjust instruction. FAST really informs the resource allocation that we have. It guides us in intensifying the tier 2 that we have, the tier 3 that we have for our students, and also helps us prioritize coaching. Professional development as well. So budget follows whatever instructional need that we have. Finally, moving from 1 assessment to 3 progress monitoring really, I think, strengthens intentionality, because we start off the year, I used the PM3 from last year as a way for strategic planning. But then PM1 helped me establish priorities. Then PM2 served as a mid-year calibration. And PM3 is what we're looking to confirm the impact that we have. So the 3 window really allows us with a smaller window to really be impactful to our students and adjust. So FAST truly, for me and at our school, increases instructional precision. It makes sure that the students receive the right support at the right time. It strengthens teachers' practice, aligns resources strategically to measure the need. Intentional alignment is what I think drives sustainable growth, and I think I can attribute that to the 11-point gain that we've made and that has surpassed the scores for the past 5 years. Thank you.
So finally, we wanted to connect the assessment clarity and instructional focus to the outcomes. So as we know, we're an A-rated district. We have been an A-rated district for the past 2 years. We have no D or F-rated schools. We've improved in our proficiency in ELA and in math more than the state average. So our goal is to protect instructional time, clarify requirements, and reduce unnecessary overload so schools can stay focused on the work that drives the results. This leads to Dr. Cohn's discussion about our next steps.
Thank you. So obviously, we said we listened, and we're still listening, and that this is not the first, this is the beginning. And so there's a commitment to clarity, there's a commitment to transparency, and there's a commitment to listening. And most importantly, a commitment to continuous improvement. So we heard clearly from our teachers. We have teachers here today that took the time out of their busy day to come and speak to us, parents, as well as students. And so we are acting, right? And so when you look at slide 38, this was collectively based on what we heard, what we've seen from surveys. And so you'll see that part of our charges moving forward is strengthening teacher voice and collaboration to not only extend beyond the survey that we did, but then bring the teachers who said in the survey they'd like to participate in the focus group. So we're going to be pulling those teachers to do a deeper dive, to look at some additional root causes. I believe there's some lessons learned, some best practices from there. We're also going to bring together a cross-section of K through 2 teachers, because what we heard was that those particular teachers felt that computer-based assessment was not appropriate. So we want to take a look at that. Even though the state does have computer-based assessments, we need to take a look at some of our internal computer-based assessments. We also want to look at how we can calibrate with our district advisory groups to continue to have conversations with them and clarifying optional versus assessment. So one of the asks was for us to do a pivot memo clarifying the optional versus required. We did do a pivot memo at the beginning of the year on our district-approved calendar, but we can send out another one. And then we could also look at school-level assessment plans and making sure that we verify the required versus optional, and then more importantly, looking at our school support and practical tools, such as Performance Matters. You heard that we are still working on Performance Matters. Performance Matters is in all of the top 10 largest districts in Florida, and the only difference that we see from when we introduced it to when other districts introduced it is we started with our adopted core platform. And so our teachers, our parents got used to that platform, and then we switched over to that platform. So we know that there's an unsettling piece to that because they're used to certain data that they're able to get, certain ease of use in those particular platforms than there are with Performance Matters. And then you'll see that we're reinforcing professional autonomy and calibration. You heard from one of our teachers how she's been able to really use her own professional autonomy in project-based learning and be very successful at it. We want to continue to support teachers and provide professional learning in there, as well as some transparency and communications. So we've got a lot of action steps. We're looking forward to hearing from this board for additional action steps as we think about how we focus on improving clarity and making sure that teachers feel as if they're heard, parents feel that they're heard. And so we'll turn the mic back over to you, and we're ready to listen.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. We have a number of public speakers today. I would love to hear from the students first. So if you are a student and you would like to do public speaking, please approach either of the microphones on either side of the room and just state your name so I can cross you off the list. Welcome.
My name is Antonella, and I'm from Hollywood Hills Elementary, and I'm here to talk about the test that we're having. So what I feel and the kids feel from the school, that the school board is giving us too much like Performance Matters and tests. So, and with that, it takes us a whole bunch of time that it takes us too much time, and so we don't have enough time to do like the original work that we're supposed to do. At least one of the Performance Matters takes like more than 3 days, or basically like a whole week. And so then it gives us like too much pressure for us to like finish it in time. And we basically have 2 tests, which is like the reading test that takes like at least a week. And for the writing test, it takes us at least 2 days. But it also let us have less time for the original work that we're supposed to do, like booklets, magnetic readers. And so I know it's like helping us, but I feel like it's giving us too much pressure. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Antonella. We have our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Olivia, and I'm a student at Roselle Elementary. I'm here today to share my opinion of testing. First, I want to talk about diagnostics. The first diagnostic I get. You need something to start you off in the beginning of the year. But whenever I do the second or third diagnostic, I'm already at that level because I'm leveling up as I go through my lessons during the year. Second, I want to talk about Performance Matters. 1. Performance Matters is always glitchy. 2. Performance Matters does not let students see the questions sometimes. 3. Performance Matters is combining platforms we already have, such as Benchmark, Savvis, and Progress Learning. This year, my teacher had us first look at the questions on Benchmark and then take the test on Performance Matters because some students could not see the passage. Overall, I think the 3 tests that I mentioned should not be mandatory in Broward County schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other students in the audience who would like to speak? All right, I'll read 3 names at a time, so if you hear your name called, please approach a microphone. Jill Siegel, Lisa Reyes, and Anna Fusco.
Begin. My name's Jill Siegel. I am a elementary school mom of a 3rd grader and a kindergartner, and I'm also PTA president at Tropical Elementary. And just to quickly paint a picture, and Mr. Mr. Barmoha, you've already heard this, so I'll make it brief, but the reason that I got, I guess, frustrated or irritated with the testing was I was in my daughter's classroom volunteering, and I got to watch them take a test about Venus flytraps, which are very important to all of us, as you know. But it was very hard to watch kindergartners do it because the content was so difficult for them on a computer. So I guess that's a second issue, that it's all computer-based. But it was toward the beginning of the year, but not the beginning. On the left, we have this big article that has to be read to them, but they have to click to have it read to them. On the top right, they have the question that they have to know to click second to have it read to them. Below that were multiple choice questions that they had to click after that in order. And once they decided which question or which answer they wanted to use, they had to scroll down and click next to submit. It might seem simple to all of us that use computers regularly, but as somebody who tried to encourage outdoor play and normal kid play, my kids don't go into kindergarten ready to use a laptop mouse and all of that. So I hated it, and I watched the teacher struggle, and I watched her so politely and so much better than me, which is why she's an educator and I'm not, have them all close their computers, and they went and sat at the carpet, and they talked about it and how far they got. And it just sort of had me start questioning, well, how often are we doing these, and what's the purpose? So I'm not here to debate that data is needed. I know that. I have a child that is, he has an IEP. He has a diagnosis for that. We've been through RTI. We've been through PMP. Like, I understand the terminology now. I understand the need for data. I don't understand the need for so many tests, especially computer-based tests, especially when they're small. I think we'd be foolish to suggest that class sizes are going to get any smaller moving forward. These teachers have a lot of kids. They want to work with them one-on-one. They want to work with them in small groups. They want to be able to have the art of teaching back in their hands. They want to be able to look at our children as people and not have to look at spreadsheets and data and answer to all these different entities that are demanding things. And the reality is suggested becomes mandated because teachers don't want to say, oh, well, you suggested it, but I'm just not going to do it because I don't have to. I mean, they're going to do it. So my request as a mom of both my kids, which, by the way, are very different. I have one who is one of the last ones done, and we feel so bad that he's, the whole class has to wait. And then I have one who's the first one done, and she comes home with so much artwork that I need, a museum to display it all because she's just coloring and coloring, waiting for her peers. So I would just wish that as an advocate for both of my kids, but all kids in between the two, that we don't need redundant or unnecessary data and that we don't need things that are especially computer-based for such small children. Our teachers know what they're doing. They know the kids within a month of having them. And that's it from me. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Lisa Reyes, then Anna Fusco, and Kenny Minshew.
Yes. Good evening. There are 39 instructional weeks in our school. These 39 weeks do not include full week breaks such as holiday or spring break, winter break, those things. Within the 39 weeks, 18 include at least one half day or a full day of no school. We will look at the actual number of weeks our children are in school and compare that to the number of assessments they are required to take, whether district required, school required, or strongly recommended. The numbers are significant. Kindergarten students take 59 assessments over the course of the year. First grade take 56 assessments. Second grade administers 59 assessments. Third grade gives 58. Fourth grade, 63, and fifth grade takes 65 assessments during the year. These totals do not include additional quizzes and tests that teachers give to support instruction, such as geography state quizzes, spelling tests, and other classroom-based evaluations tied to lessons. To further illustrate what this looks like in practice, I want to read an email that was sent to first grade families from a teacher just informing what the following week would look like. Greetings, parents. I hope your week is going well. I wanted to update you on the tests coming up soon. Please mark your calendars. 1, we tried to take the benchmark Unit 4 test today. Due to technical glitches on the computers, we were unable to finish. We will try again tomorrow. 2, we took a science test today on gravity. The kids did well. 3, Friday, January 9th, we will take the Topic 8 math test. It came up on us fast. The county will have shut down the test on Friday, so we don't have time to slow down. So we're working hard every day to learn about our groups of 10s and 1s. 4, next week on January 12th and Tuesday, January 13th, we will take the iReady mid-year diagnostic for reading. Wednesday, January 14th and Thursday, January 15th, we will take the iReady mid-year math diagnostics. These tests are able are to update your child's learning path on their iReady lessons. It's important that they do not just click, 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 so that the system can assign them the lessons at their level. 5, the mid-year science assessment will take place sometime soon. The window opens up next week, so we will wait and see when we are told to take it. 6, we will be taking our first You Fly Phonics pattern assessments this Friday. It will cover words with long A and long I, as well as a few heart chart irregular words. In closing, the sheer number of assessments being given to our elementary students is simply outrageous. For many children, assessments are not a neutral event. They bring real stress and anxiety. They shift the tone of the classroom. They change the culture of the school during district and state testing windows. And when testing is happening on a near weekly basis, the pressure never truly lifts. With this many required assessments throughout the years, teachers are inevitably pushed toward teaching to the test, not because they want to, but because student performance is directly tied to how teachers are evaluated and how students receive their A and B grades. When professional evaluations and school grades hinge on test results, the focus narrows, creativity narrows, flexibility narrows, and instructional time narrows. Was that a beep on me? Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Trudy Germanovich and Jordana Egan, Bridget Pearsall.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I'm going to deviate a little bit from what I was going to say. Number one, I think we could fix this with one simple solution. The testing calendar. Put the word optional. Put the word optional so that the principals know, the teachers know, the parents know. If that happens, you're only going to have a few tests that are mandated. Those tests would be the 3 that are required in state statute. And if you had my belief system, you would believe that everything else should be left to the teacher. The teacher is the professional. The teacher is the one, not the district staff. And that's what's happening. It comes back down. You say, oh, it's optional. No, it's not. No, it's not. When district staff comes in and says, let me see your data, they want to see the data. Now, you could do it where you let the teachers actually choose, and then you'd know which program you should not buy next year. Wouldn't that work out better? You could still put it in Performance Matters, so you could still collect data, but it would be actual data of teachers that wanted to use the test, that wasn't told, you must take these tests, because it informs instruction. I'm sorry, I taught that first grade almost the same way as that teacher talked about here. Project-based learning, that was my thing. All the way up when I was teaching, all the way in middle school, project-based learning. If I had to teach today, I would have quit. I would not do this. And that's why teachers are leaving. That's why parents are leaving the public schools. They don't have to do this in charter schools. The only thing they have to do are 3 tests a year. That's it. That's all you should require too. Thanks.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, please wave your hands to keep decorum instead of clapping. Jordana Egan, Bridget Pearsall, Lucy D. Capua.
Hi. Hello, I'm Jordana Egan from Plantation, Florida. I teach at Tropical Elementary. First, I wanted to share that this is not about fast testing and data. I love data. I utilize data from summative and formative assessments to drive my instruction daily, just like the expert educators and administrators shared. I'm a highly effective educator that works closely with multiple student interns and teachers new to teaching. And that was my email that you saw on page 28. Earlier today, I did send an email referencing 2 short videos to most of you in this room. I respectfully ask that you review those this evening if you haven't already. I want to address something that is not being accurately represented, and that is time. While it has been stated that FAST takes a full day for reading and a full day for math, the iReady diagnostics are being described as taking significantly less time. That's not the reality in your elementary classrooms. Because we can't test during lunch, recess, or specials, many of our students have accommodations. These tests take days to complete, sometimes 2 weeks just testing. My most recent intern, when her university supervisor came to observe her, I said, she hasn't taught a lesson yet because we did iReady reading and math, and it took us 9 days of all day to do. It's real life, guys. And I have touched base with iReady people. They are changing the test for next year, but I'll see it when I believe it, okay? In early elementary, students do not yet possess the keyboarding skills, trackpad control, reading stamina, or on-screen navigation fluency required to independently test for long periods of time. Being familiar with an iPad or your mom's cell phone isn't the same as navigating a computer assessment. We also need to talk about platform consistency. When students take tests in Benchmark and Savvis, the tools are intuitive and closely mirror what they see on the FAST. That alignment truly matters. It reduces their cognitive load, and it gives us cleaner data that we can use. Performance Matters does not mirror those systems, as you'll see in the videos. It is not intuitive. Errors occur. Tests sometimes must be reset if a single item is mishandled. Grading inaccuracies have been found. When teachers are troubleshooting technology instead of focusing on their students, it impacts the climate of the room and ultimately the validity of the data, which is very important to everyone in this room. If the data is collected through a system that is not developmentally appropriate or technologically reliable, then we must question whether the data itself is truly accurate. We are a K-12 district, pre-K to 12. What works for these middle and high school teachers and admin and everybody doesn't translate to elementary. Developmental appropriateness must be central to assessment decisions. And while assessments may be described as school-based decisions, the data is monitored at the district level, pulled centrally, and used for conversation. That creates an expectation regardless of the wording. My request is simple. Streamline the platforms, align the tools with FAST, pull data from Savvis and project instructional time, and ensure that what we collect is truly reflected of student ability, not student navigation skill or technology tolerance. We all want meaningful data, but meaningful data comes from meaningful systems.
Thank you. Bridget Pearsall, Lucy DeCapua, and Heather Velasquez.
Hi, my name is Bridget Pearsall. Just to introduce myself, I'm a mom of 3, and I also taught in Broward County 5th grade for 4 years and a total for 8 years. I'd like to discuss the amount of assessments and how it impacts the pacing of instruction in our classrooms. I don't feel that parents or teachers are actually confused about what is district or state testing. It's just that it's not clear, and they're going to edge on the caution and give it if they feel like they need to. When they're asked for the data, they want to have it. That was how I always was. Your data is also supported that you showed us earlier that teachers agree that elementary students are over-tested and that these cause stress driven by district and state required assessments. So that's what I'm mainly talking about. We look at how many tests the kids are taking. Yes, in addition to regular classroom quizzes or tests, instruction is becoming driven by deadlines rather than understanding. The result is surface-level learning. Teachers are forced to move students on to the next concept before they have mastered the last one. I see this with my daughter with almost every test, and she's not below average. There is simply no time for support. The district gives testing windows. They decide when teachers must give these assessments and put unnecessary pressure on students and teachers. Yes, this keeps everyone on pace, and I understand the need for that, but something we all learn early on is that not every child is ever on the same pace. We are talking about 5 and 8-year-olds. The first district required assessments are administered sometimes weeks after school begins. The final required assessments are often a month before the end of school, so instructional time is cut short and our pacing guides are not always accurate right from the get-go. I have personally had conversations with teachers who know they administered tests before their students were ready. A recent example is that one testing window was December 12th through January 9th, which we all know the majority of that were not in school. That is only 5 instructional days before a 2-week break and 4 instructional days after.
Your year at a glance earlier showed the list of district and state required tests. However, I feel it's important to note that some of these occur multiple times a year, and especially iReady, very much more time than it says that it will. You said yourself that every student should be getting a high quality education. It's so sad as a teacher, especially a teacher of this county, that I don't feel that my children are getting high quality education. It's really hard to watch. I'm really passionate. You can hear it in my voice. I don't mind that I'm passionate. I love it. I love teaching. And it's so hard for me to think that I'm on the side of possibly leaving a county that I worked in and actually loved. I loved it. I loved every minute teaching here. We just heard so many teachers give great examples of how they address their students' weaknesses in learning. And did you notice that all of those are active and project-based lessons? This is what we want more of. And since I have your ear at the moment, I'd just like to add that I never knew how hard it would be to be a former teacher turned parent. I know how I want to help my kids, and I can't. And one last thing is, unlike Palm Beach, why aren't we allowed to see what our kids are getting wrong in Performance Matters? That's the best way I can help my daughter. And I really just want to see it and help her. I don't want to share it with other people. I'm not cheating. I just want to help her. She's 8. Thank you.
Lucy and then Heather.
Hi, how is everyone doing today? Good afternoon. My name is Lucy DiCapua from Coral Springs, Florida. I'm here representing the teachers and the students of Broward County. We're here because the district constantly is raising concerns about the volume of testing from K to 5. I'll let you know right now, I'm talking about K to 5. I see a lot of surveys about the principals. This is K to 5 that I'm mainly bringing up. You can see from your own survey that 76% of the K through 5 teachers are saying that we are testing too much. You need to listen to the people that you employ to put in charge. The workshop exists here because the concerns were loud enough that you guys needed to hold this workshop. Yet when I looked at the presentation that you guys were just saw, it showed that you were justifying the level of testing that you're doing. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for you guys to listen to us, to the parents, and to the teachers, and to the students who are in the classroom and saying that they are being tested too much. You said that you spoke to the advisories, or to the student advisories. K through 5 doesn't have it. This is your advisory group right here. They went, they talked, and you can go to the schools and talk to them. The district is not in the classroom. The districts are not getting the 6 years olds on the computer. They're not dealing with the anxiety from the students who are being tested after testing after testing. The district is not losing the instructional time because of the benchmarks windows. The teachers are. The parents are here. We're dealing with it at home. Their students are dealing with it day to day. Some students don't want to go to school during heavy testing periods because instead of being engaged in learning, they're spending extended times on the computer with assessment after assessment. I truly believe that this board is concerned about the students, but I need you guys to understand that these suggested tested are not suggested. You can ask the board, you can ask the district yourself, 100% of the schools are doing it. If 100% of the schools are doing it, it is not suggested. You talk about the amount of time that it takes for these students to take the test. The amount of time that they're saying it takes is not. Our state says that we need to be under 5%. We are not, because you're not adding the suggested testing and you're not doing the amount of testing. Therefore, we are breaking state law. We need to reduce the amount of testing these students are doing. To wrap it up, we need to get rid of the testing windows. We need to get rid of the so-called optional testing, and we need to give the discretion back to the teachers and back to the principals and away from the district. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we need Kenny Minshew and Anna Fusco. You're next on the list. You can go ahead. Kenny and Anna, please approach the mics.
No, I'm going. It's okay.
We're going in order. Okay. Brooke Bordy and Cynthia Dominique is who I have next on the list.
Am I ready? Are we good?
Oh, sorry,
Good
Heather?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to come speak on this topic. Broward County Public Schools has approximately 236,000 students, not data points. Approximately 75,000 of those students are elementary age, and I'm here to represent my third grader and other elementary kids. My name is Heather Velasquez, and I'm from Damie. It has been largely expressed by classroom teachers and parents that our kids are testing too much. It may seem as though students don't mimic the sentiments of the parents and the teachers, which indicate that there is a systemic issue at hand. They are experiencing a normalized testing culture. High-stakes testing increases stress. Research indicates that cortisol spikes are associated with impaired working memory, reduced focus, and lower performance. Stress is not healthy for adults, let alone children. This means that results don't always reflect the student's capabilities. Reading, writing, and math are monopolizing teaching time. Science and social studies fall to the wayside. Learning is so narrowed due to the abundance of testing. Testing days are dreadful for our kids. No recess, no specials, sitting in silence while each student has an opportunity to finish their test. Our children don't recognize what true engaging learning can look like, but many educators do. Students spend so much time on screens in the classroom, and teachers are not afforded the autonomy to run their classrooms as they wish. They are pressured to administer tests weekly for multiple benchmarks to cover all of the standards that will be on the FAST test. And I'm talking tests, not assessments. We are putting kids on iReady for minutes and passing rates. Some of these standards haven't even been formally taught to the students, and they are expected to pass according to the software or school criteria. This is damaging confidence, creating extreme dislike for learning, and ruining the educational experience. Comparison is the thief of joy. These kids are comparing themselves by level, who reaches stretch growth, who's being celebrated, and a score. I mean, they know what percentage rank they are. These are 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds that are crying out loud. My child, our children are more than data points. Why do we need all of this data? Allow teachers to use the time they have to address the needs of their students. If you have read some of the comments on this agenda item, you should be aware of the mental health toll this is taking on students. This is not what children should be worried about when it comes to going to school. Anxiety, physically ill, such worry about the weight of a diagnostic. This isn't isolated to our lowest quartile students, but to all students, even high-achieving ones. Don't we want students to be excited to learn, eager to engage in the classroom, not sitting in front of computers to complete assessments and learn how to use computers and the software while doing so? As a parent, this is not just a concern for the students, but the teachers as well. As a district, aren't we prioritizing mental health? How do we expect teachers to do their best work under these conditions? I commend the teachers that do show up and do their best every day with a smile on their face.
Thank you. Brooke Bordy and Cynthia Dominique.
Good afternoon, Brooke Bordy from Plantation, and thank you to the 5 board members that are currently here. I know it's the end of the day, but this was probably the most important issue of the day, and I hope whoever isn't in the room is listening. We were hoping to get some change today, and I don't know how that's going to happen. But regardless, we're here, and my son is here, and I have 3 kids. I have a 6th grader, kindergartner, and a pre-K student, and I'm here because the littles are going to have a different education than my 6th grader. There's been a big shift over the last several years, and there's a lot more testing. For the older child, I didn't worry about mental health or whether education was developmentally appropriate. I didn't think about it, and that was great. That's my role as a parent to support, but I'm concerned now, big time. And Brooks, he's super well adjusted and go with the flow. I don't know if my daughter's going to come to Broward County Public Schools. We'll be seeing. So the presentation attached to this item reads as an ode to testing, a defense of testing. It implies that teachers and parents are confused or not informed. But in my eyes, the presentation shows a disconnect between staff here at KCW and what the parents and teachers, and most importantly, students are experiencing. There are 2 different realities that I can't explain in the entire presentation that I heard, and the teachers and principals speaking, with staff. That's not our reality. The people that you just heard from, that's what's really happening on the ground. So suggesting that teachers misunderstand the requirements or that we parents are overwrought or bent out of shape, it's deflective at best, and it's gaslighting at worst. Your teachers are telling you that they don't have a choice. You've heard that repeatedly. I hope you believe it now. They don't have a choice in giving all of these benchmark tests. We've asked for a memo since December from our DAC meeting. We've asked for a memo to be sent to teachers saying what's not required. We haven't seen it, and that's a telling preference to maintain the status quo and to continue testing. And how many tests have been taken by students since December, since we haven't gotten that memo to clarify that benchmark testing on performance matters isn't actually required? Is it or is it not? If it's not required, just send a memo, please. We keep asking, and if you can't send a memo, maybe it's not true. Many of you are educators, and I just can't emphasize enough that there's just a vast difference in the classroom and what teachers are expected to do nowadays. And for anyone not convinced, I urge you to think about this in terms of enrollment, FTE, what the future of the district looks like. Parents are going to leave. I might leave. A bunch of parents might leave. We're talking about micro schools. The teachers aren't going to stay. Your best, most passionate, experienced teachers are going to leave as well. So maybe that's convincing. Thank you.
Cynthia Dominique.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Dominique from Margate. I have 4 children in BCPS and involved in multiple advisories. And I've had the opportunity to speak to parents, staff, the academics team, principals, teachers, and they echo the same sentiments. There's too much testing, and they don't feel like they have a choice. We shared with the academics team that we feel like this presentation that they just provided with you all was the defense of testing. It's a validation of the value rather than looking at this with a neutral and holistic perspective to figure out how we can assess achievement gaps and learning gaps and learning gains without excessive testing. When we compare the chart on slide 22 to what is actually done in practice, we see that students who are taking FAST spend approximately 3 to 5 hours a day for 6 days, which accounts for almost 30 hours, and this is all data for students without accommodations. iReady takes approximately 4 to 5 hours on 2 days, twice a year, for a total of 20 hours. The beginning, middle, and end of year science exams take 1 to 2 hours on 1 day times 3 for 6 hours. That equates to a total of almost 56 hours of testing and over 7% of instruction time, well above what the state mandates. There are also microassessments, growth checks, curriculum tests that upper level district staff have told principals and teachers are required. We are hearing directly from principals and teachers. They have been told these are required. They're not going to speak up. I'm so glad for the brave teachers and principals who actually speak up, but the majority of them fear retaliation and retribution. So they're not going to speak up. They're going to toe the line. So all of these, including the topic assessments, if you allot for 3 topics at 30 minutes, that's upwards of 90 minutes a week. And at 90 minutes a week for about 20 weeks, out of the 35 to 40 weeks we have in school, that accounts to over 12% of our total instruction time. This doesn't include time spent on test preparation, practice assessments, data or goal-setting chats with students. All of the things that build anxiety and competition amongst our students. They are stressed. My 10-year-old decided not to come today because he wanted to speak. But he's overwhelmed with getting his iReady minutes and prepping for tests and getting all this work done that he has to do. He's in the high achieving and gifted class. And I'm hearing so often every day, Mommy, it's too much, I'm stressed. I can't go to my scouting meeting. I can't go to my football trip because I have so much to do. He's bringing home books and notebooks and folders because he has to prep for these tests. It is ridiculous. We need to balance accountability and teacher autonomy and the art of teaching. If the district wants to see greater achievement in our students, preserve access to recess and specials, prioritize mental health for students, teach typing and technology instruction instead of expecting students to learn while taking the test, decrease class sizes to increase teacher efficacy and small group support, remove iReady Diagnostic 2, send a clear memo to teachers and principal that curriculum tests are not required, and be consistent with that same messages when instructional reviews happen. Move the fall testing window up and move the spring testing window further back towards the end of the school year so that we can maximize instructional time in between. Implement more project-based assessments and learning so that we can test real-world application and true proficiency. Pay teachers a living wage so that we can retain highly effective teachers and experience. Our quest to become an A district, in that quest, we have to ask ourselves, what do we lose?
Thank you, Cynthia.
What do we lose? We're losing students. We have a body that is disengaged. They're not excited about learning. They have no passion. They're not curious. Dr. Martin Luther King said, the function of education is to teach one to think extensively and to think critically. Clay Bedford said, you can teach a student a lesson for a day, but if you can teach him to learn by creating curiosity, he will continue learning that process as he leaves. Data doesn't drive the A. Quality instruction, quality teacher-led instruction is what drives the A.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, I think I have Kenny. And after Kenny, Anna Fusco.
Wrong one, hold on. Boom. Good afternoon, Kenny Minshew, Plantation. Testing, it's a hot topic with me. We had a beautiful presentation with nice colorful pie charts and graphics and whatnot, and it looked good. And then we had the leadership team up here presenting it, and I know you're just doing your jobs, okay? It sounded good what they said, but is the chart really accurate and the comments really drilling down into true teaching in our public schools? I think not. This whole testing thing was brought in with the education reformers. They wanted to test, label, and blame our public schools as failures. And what they do is they said that there was a crisis in our public schools. The media jumped in on it, and they carried the message too out there. But it's all part of a national assault on our public school system. So they usher in the testing. Do you think grades might be, not grades, but the state data maybe sometime is tinkered with, to put it nicely? They remove and ignore community voice. I'm so glad to see folks here talking, our teachers, our parents in our community. And no disrespect to the two principals that were in here today, but you really think the principals are going to talk out against it and you call them in here to come and have a conversation? Testing destabilizes teachers' jobs by bringing in performance pay based on student test scores, things of that nature. Our kids are not like market pieces sold in the market, like the market economy that they like to drive, that, it's going to make things better. No, they're kids. They're not a commodity to sell at a store, and their data shouldn't be sold either. And it shouldn't be used as a way to say, well, with these data chats and whatnot, where they come in and say, well, Mrs. Smith, she's on chapter 3. Well, Miss Johnson over here, she's only in chapter 2. Well, Miss Smith, or Miss Johnson, I'm sorry, might not be an effective teacher. We know that our kids learn at different places and times and spaces. And to try to, I guess, categorize that, and it's sad. It's not true teaching. It's not. A data mark is not true teaching. Get back to what it used to be. The teachers, the leaders in the classroom, the educator in the classroom, group work, make it fun. It's not fun anymore.
Thank you, Kenny. Appreciate it. Anna Fusco.
Thank you again. Let all the parents and the teachers get to speak. I mean, I'm here all day, every day, and I can stay hours, but I thought it would be courteous to let them speak. I wasn't trying to disrespect the chair. I'm Anna Fusco, the Broward Teacher President, and I'm also an educator. I've been saying this for a long time. Anna Fusco is completely anti-testing. I opted my student out of when it was FCAT. You don't need to be to do these tests to be successful. He's a firefighter. He's a nurse. He owns 2 businesses. He's an amazing, successful man. He didn't take any FCAT testing in this Broward County Public Schools. That doesn't define our students. We understand that the state mandates have come through and that we're forced to do that. We're not saying that we want to go against what the state mandates are. What we're saying is that we want you to take away all the extra testing that I like every one of you there. I really do. Guy, Fabian, Richie, Holtz, they're great people. They're doing their jobs. Of course, they're going to come in here and put this amazing platform up and bring in, of course, we know 2 amazing finalists. I stood up there on the stage with them. And you know what we got from all of them? We got the instruction that they were able to give. No disrespect, ladies, but you spoke very little about the testing. You spoke about the data and the amazing instruction, but they didn't get to tell you the bits and pieces of what was balanced. Was it more testing or more instruction? But we know they're amazing instructors because they became finalists. And the 2 principals that spoke, they spoke well too. But the point is that there's an excessive amount of testing. You guys stood up there at that press conference that 38,000 students have left our schools. You've got parents that came in here that said, we don't know if we want to stay because of the excessive testing. I know we didn't line this boardroom today with 1,000 parents and so forth. You know what? You all put out that survey, and they did not collaborate with Broward Teachers Union. We knew it was happening. Now the Broward Teachers Union is going to put out a survey, and you're going to get the real data, and it's going to go to every educator and not the select that the admin was told to give it to. Did you know that? 13,000 teachers didn't get that survey. They did not. They will from the Broward Teachers Union. It'll be anonymous. It'll be mimicked questions and some better questions. If you really, really want the data. But you know what? Those students that spoke, they spoke for the thousands and thousands and thousands of students that still come to Broward schools. They should matter. The parents that spoke speak for them also. They should matter. We don't need 200,000 parents to line, and we don't need the 2,000 students to line. Listen to the ones that were here. They matter. Show it.
Thank you. Okay, board member discussion. Board member Thompson. Oh, she's not here. Board member Hickson. Sorry.
Wait, yeah, she's on the line.
She's on
she
the
should
line?
be. Yeah.
What?
She went home for a sick kid.
Okay,
you
so
hear
she's
me?
not on the line? Yes. Okay, go ahead, board member Thompson.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I would like to say that I'm speaking first as an elementary school mom, because I do have 3 kids that are in elementary school and take a lot of these tests as well. I think my kids are probably in the minority, because when I ask them, they would like more tests because they are just highly competitive. But I did want to put out that that's some students' experience as well. But I would like to really go back to what the majority of people focusing on elementary school are saying, is that we are testing too much in our younger grades. And I do think there's a big push for micro schools and homeschooling because they can control that curriculum. And I know that there are benefits to assessments and so on. And I know that when I have my parent-teacher conferences, iReady is always the assessment that is used to kind of talk about their progress. So I'm not trying to discredit that, but I would really like the staff to engage in meaningful conversation about what it would look like if we just got rid of the district-required testing, primarily for elementary schools. And look at because I also caught the teachers that talked, and I want to thank them for their courage, because I think sometimes speaking from the board is difficult. There are other ways that you can gather data to make sure that tests are being taught to, or children are achieving what you need. And so I would really like the board to explore getting rid of the majority of the district required tests, potentially keeping iReady, because that is the tool that I've spoken with teachers that is helpful. And I also think even if we're saying something is optional, but everybody else is saying they don't feel like it's optional, then it's not, because perception is reality. And then just by doing community outreach, talking to elementary school parents as well, this is a factor in when they're choosing their schools or when they pull out from our school. So I'd really like us to think of a strategy where we eliminate as many of the district required tests and leave it up to the state and then the teachers. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. So does any of the board members want to weigh in on getting rid of a majority of the district required tests before I go to Dr. Zeman and then Board Member Hickson? Mr. Hickson?
Well, I mean, it was part of my discussion there, so I don't know if you want everybody to.
I'd like to hear from my colleagues before I weigh in.
Okay, so Board Member Zeman and then Board Member Hickson.
I think we had a swing and a miss here today. The comments that the audience has brought up about this presentation, I think, are spot on. And I think there's, in some sense, diminishment of the board's responsibility by getting a brief that provides no options, no recommendations other than what we're doing is right and perfect and ideal. And what offends me about that is it's our job to kind of know what the community is saying and what might make sense about some very subjective things like trade-off between elementary school mental health and elementary school fun and learning and elementary school engagement, which is very different than middle and high school of the same set. And I wish that the presentation had brought us, as I have said now, dozens and I feel like Ms. Hickson talking about pay raises. I keep thinking that the staff is going to bring us things that inform us and then provide us options on ways to go forward. And instead, what we got today was largely a very defensive treatise on the status quo. And I appreciate your academic talents and your credentials and your experiences and things like that. But we have a school board for a reason. And our job is to weigh in on big, big policy issues like testing, which is a huge issue in our community. I will tell you, as a parent of two sixth graders and an eighth grader, I've just been through 23 years of elementary, largely elementary, a little bit of middle school learning. And while my kids are three of thousands and thousands of kids, I've watched the anxiety and the stress and the missed birthday parties and the missed baseball games and the missed camps because, in third grade, they're worried about, a test. And I love data. I absolutely love data. But I also recognize that the extreme collection of data and the difference between what is formally optional versus what is perceived as not optional is a big deal. And I am going to continue to push for reduced testing in elementary schools. It's just too much. And to me, that's my own opinion as a board member, balancing the mental health, the stress, the anxiety that kids feel in schools in order to provide data to adults who would like to, have an infinite amount of data. And as much as I love data, we got tons. And I don't think we became an A district because we tested so much. I think we became an A district for a lot of other reasons. And I don't think we've even caught our stride yet in academic excellence. We're going to continue to grow, but I think our pace of growth is actually going to grow faster than it has for the past 3 years. Not because we test so much and gather more data, but because we make good reasoned decisions about how much is enough and what the real marginal value of that one more iReady test is compared to the marginal value that we can get from other data. So are you the chair right now? Ms. Leonardi's the chair right now. Thank you. As we go around, or maybe at the end, I would like to do this again, but I don't want a defense of the status quo presentation. I would like some serious staffed options about what would it look like to reduce elementary K through fifth grade testing, and my colleagues may even be interested in reduced testing in middle school as well. But in my mind, we deserve to have options We deserve to listen to the community and to reflect what we've heard from the community and what our own judgment is on this trade-off. And again, it's not just an academic question. It isn't just a data question. It's a whole bunch of integrated things that all go together. But I feel on the pretty extreme side of reducing testing in elementary schools. Like if we cut it in half, I'd be happy. And so to me, that's where I'm right now. I'm dying to learn more from you if we can do this again and get options. But when you just bring us a brief with one options and it's a defense of what you already have, I don't think it serves the community very well. I just would really like your expertise and your guidance and your incredible knowledge reflected in recommendations of which of the options to take. But as a board member, I can't tell you that 50% reduction in elementary schools is the right answer because I'm not informed enough, nor is the public, I don't think, informed enough on where we draw that line and say this much is too much, but I don't know the right number to land on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Zeman. I agree with everything that you just said. And, looking at, I know I don't say that very often, so, yes. And I, Ms. Thompson said something similar, but I think the problem is we could very easily as a board say, get rid of all the district required testing, but we don't know what the value of those things are. I agree with Dr. Zeman, and how could we reduce this? So, one of the things that we heard, and she left, but I have to say, I know Miss Egan personally. She was both of my godchildren's teacher. She's a fantastic teacher. As she mentioned, not that all of you here aren't, but, she does a lot of student intern teaching. She's like the go-to person. And it's when she's telling us that iReady takes 9 days to complete a test, like does iReady, and I see us as staff shaking our head, but she's a teacher sitting in the classroom, and the students even said it takes them a long time. So either something's not going right when they're doing the test, or I always say this, perception is reality, right? And we can say facts all we want, but someone's perception is their reality. And this is the reality of our students. I know that Lily and AJ, when they went to school, had tummy aches because they were so stressed about these tests that they were going to take. So they didn't want to go, and then they'd have to make it up later. I don't know what the right answer is, except for I know there's a lot of people here, a lot of emails, and we're having this workshop because people feel as if there's too much testing, and that includes our educators who are the experts in this job, right? We hire them to do it. So I agree with Dr. Zeman. What would it look like? What district required tests really help drive the curriculum and the movement for students, and which ones maybe don't? And I would say there's a couple in here that aren't listed. So for example, it says district quarterly exams that include algebra, geometry, biology, civics, and U.S. history, but we give semester exams, and I'm pretty sure if you ask a high school student, those aren't optional. Those are definitely exams so I feel like this list also isn't necessarily a complete list. And I don't think that high school students, we've heard from secondary, they didn't feel as if that was a huge problem for them. The bigger part is K through 5. So I also have I would like to know what each of these tests do and where you feel as the experts in this area where we could reduce this based on the feedback that we're getting. My second question would be, is it possible, do we have to give the tests on the computer, or can we give, at least for the kindergarteners, some kind of hybrid where they're taking it on paper? And someone did mention about class size, and I'll say I believe that a lot of testing moved to computer-based so that it took some of the onus off the teacher for having to grade it so that you could have quicker results. So I do understand that. But, kindergartners, we are making assumptions that and listen, my 3-year-old grandson can get on the phone and iPad faster than I can. So I know they're wired differently, but we can't just make those assumptions. So before I ask the rest of my question is, is it possible to give the tests on paper, or is that a state mandate that it has to be on the computer?
So for the state assessments, the STAR assessments that are given, the STAR Early Literacy Test is given to kindergarten students, and STAR Math is given to kindergarten students. And those are computer-based. There's only a paper-based option for students with accommodations that say that they need paper. So it's students that cannot access computer. So for the state assessments, we are required to give them as computer-based assessments. Obviously, we have leeway with non-state required assessments.
Okay, so thank you. My suggestion would be, at least for maybe the beginning part of kindergarten, and work their way up towards that, so because it does add anxiety when you're trying to do something. I've been trying to do something on my Glowforge for a week now, and I'm doing all the things I'm supposed to do, and it's still not working, and it's just so frustrating that I can't function any other way because I'm just focused on that. So I can imagine how the babies feel when they don't know all the right buttons. So if that's something we can do, we can all weigh in, but that would be my hope, that we move them, guide them a little better than just making the assumption that they know how to do it when they get here. A number of people talked about the art of teaching. And as a 37-year educator, I love that phrase, because teaching is a passion, but it is an art. It's a tap dance that you have. You see what your kids know, which you need the data for, but then you have to figure out how to get them where you need them to be. And you want them to learn and be excited about learning. And I think that we've heard today that elementary students don't have that feeling. So I think it's important to figure out the balance here of doing that, because they're missing out on those things that they go to school for: art, PE, recess time, snacks, all of those fun things. And the last thing I guess I have a question on is performance matters, because we've also heard a lot of complaints about that. And I know in the PowerPoint it says it's just a platform, but do we have to, can you explain it? Because, we don't use it, so we don't know that exact information. But even the students were complaining about performance matters, and that it made it harder, and I'm guessing the intent was to make it easier. So how do we rectify that, and do we have to use it if it's having so many issues?
Sure. So Performance Matters is the district's assessment and reporting platform. What we had before was we utilized an assessment platform that was within Canvas called Mastery Connect. And there were a lot of limitations in terms of reporting and in terms of the assessments within that platform. So we went with a more robust system that a lot of other districts in the state use. We have, I want to recognize, we have heard feedback at our elementary level for this platform, but at our secondary level, we have not heard a lot of negative feedback on it. What we did was we transitioned the assessments at our elementary level that are in our instructional materials, because we have instructional materials that are in different, that are from different vendors. So we have Benchmark for our English language arts, we have Savas for our mathematics, and we put them both in Performance Matters so that we had one unified platform that students could get used to taking the assessments in, and then teachers and administrators could get used to seeing the results in. It's not perfect, and we're working to make sure that it improves. But what they had last year or the year before was they were at the elementary grade level. They were taking those same assessments, but they were taking them in the instructional materials platform, so in the Benchmark platform and in the Savas platform.
Okay, thank you. Because what I heard Ms. Egan say is there were some tests that mirrored the state tests, whatever they were taking. So if I'm going to say this, I forgot what the names of them were, but it mirrored so that those students were learning the skills they needed to take the assessments that were graded on, right, as a district. But the performance matter was a difficult, it didn't really help the students in getting the skills they needed to be more proficient in test taking, for lack of a better term, or not so much the knowledge, just in terms of the practicing, so you get, because remember, K through 5, these are, rote learning on what you need is really important for them to focus on the curriculum as opposed to the actual test taking skills. So I don't know what that looks like, but again, performance matter seems to be an issue, and I'm sure it's growing pains. So just like when we started on focus and all of those things.
We're 2 years into it, and so yes, the previous platforms were more parent friendly in terms, because they were so used to being able to access some of the data within the platform. The reason why many districts are moving towards Performance Matters or are using Performance Matters is because it provides a high-level district overview, a principal overview, and a teacher overview. Some of the data that the other platforms had, principals really technically didn't have all of the access to the data, nor did the district have all the access to the data, so it made it difficult for us to dispatch support to schools that needed the most support. That's why large districts are using things like Performance Matters. And the other thing that I think is important is that, as you all know, we go through an adoption every year. So we could go from a different ELA or a math adoption, there goes that platform, right? So we're not beholden to that platform if we don't adopt that instructional material.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'll just end with this. It's very clear that, again, perception is reality. Our students, our teachers, and our parents who are affected directly by this feel as if there's too much testing. We have to address it. I, again, don't know. I'm not here to tell you what the answer to that is because I'm not an expert in that. But I do wish that we had options here. It did feel a beautiful presentation, and thank you for all of the data, but it didn't really say, well, here's an option of maybe we could do less of this or less of that, and what is your expectation if we didn't do that testing? Because we did get to an A for 2 years in a row with a lot of this information. So I don't want to disregard that either because I think it's important. But we, at the end of the day, we want well-rounded students that love learning that are going to leave here and be excited about being products of Broward County Public Schools. And I feel like we're kind of squelching that a little bit. So thank you.
Could I just add something? And that feedback is important. So if you go to slide 18, it actually tells you which if we were to remove the district required assessments, those are the ones we would be removing. So you would have the science beginning of the year, iReady, the NWEA, and the Broward Standards Assessment. Those are the ones we would technically be removing from the option, right? The ones that you are hearing about also in Benchmark, Advance, and Savas, which are in Performance Matters, those are optionals. Teachers, we can clearly make that, again, we send a pivot memo out to principals saying, here are the required assessments, here are the optional ones. We can send another pivot memo to remind them, here is the board-approved assessment calendar that has required and optional. If we wanted to go a step further, to your point earlier, that middle row is what we're saying we would have to take away.
Well, and I don't know if it's important to take all of them away because I do hear a lot of people say stuff about iReady and that how helpful it is. So again, I don't know, maybe 9 days for iReady testing is excessive to me, and I see you shaking your head, but we have had more than one person address that. So maybe we need to find out where the disconnect between what you think it should take to do iReady and what is actually happening in the classroom, because I know the principals and the teachers have said the data from iReady is very valuable. So I don't want to be the one person that tells you, get rid of iReady, and then we find out we really needed the information. That's why I'm saying I don't know the right answer, but we can't not listen to the people who have come here to share their real life experiences with us.
So if I may share something. So there was a reason we didn't come to you with options, because like I said, we had met with the parent advisory board 5 times. We heard, we listened to them. We also met with the students. We also met with teachers. We also met with principals. There was a variety of things that they had that we couldn't necessarily isolate to one single thing, right? We heard about the K through 2 computer-based assessments. We heard about the over-assessment with performance matters. We also had heard the optional versus required, right? So in our slides 39, 37, and 38, or 38 and 39, we said we need to really explore this deeper. We need to have a focus group with more teachers to hear what they were really saying about these issues before we come to the board and say, here is what we have heard from everyone, to be able to come with a root cause. Because my concern is, if you go back and look at that middle row, iReady isn't just an assessment. It's a pathway that provides remediation and enrichment throughout the entire year. And it also provides homework support. And so we have some positives and negatives when it comes to that component of it. So we didn't want to just necessarily make that recommendation, because it would have created such a cataclysmic piece of damage to students that really need it. So we needed to really come back and observe and get more data, and then come back to you with some substantive information from what we've gotten from other teachers. We needed to expand the pool beyond 1,000 teachers that responded.
Well, we appreciate that, and like I said, I don't know what the answer is, but I know that I think we would all agree
more data collection
today there needs to be a definite change in what's happening right now. So appreciate it, and I look forward to this coming back with, after you've gone through these action items, to see what we can do moving forward. That's a balance for our students and our teachers. So
I agree.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to everyone who came to speak. I really appreciate getting everyone's perspective. I have 4 of my own children, 1 that just graduated and 3 that are currently attending school. So I am experiencing this on a day-to-day basis. And I'm I'm aware of the, kind of the balance that we have to achieve here, because we do have the state mandate. We're required to do these tests. Our school and district grades depend on that. But we have to balance that and getting the data that we need with the student experience and teacher autonomy. I really can't emphasize enough how important I think it is for the teachers to be able to teach. I think I said this at a different time, but we went to the Florida School Board Association conference in December, and one of the talks that I went to talked about the art of teaching and the ability to allow teachers to be teachers. And when you think back on your own experience, every teacher is different. I would never try to homeschool my own children, because I want my kids to have all those different perspectives. They get my opinion all the time, so that's not. So I think it's very important that everybody is allowed to do their to teach in the way that they bring the best out of the kids. And so I agree with my colleagues about over-testing. I've never been a fan of this. I understand that it needs to happen to a certain degree, and I think in middle school and high school, it's necessary because that's real life. You're going to be stressed out. You're taking different classes, and that's part of the deal. You're not going to get away from testing in college, but when you're a little kid, you want your students to be engaged, to love going to school. And so if they hate going to school because they're sitting in front of a computer taking a test all the time, then we're not achieving what we want, which is to have engaged students. I love the project-based learning. I mean, I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. I was actually just thinking about that with my son that's in 4th grade because I haven't seen any of that this year at all. And so I was concerned. I think back on my own experience and how much you get out of that and how you learn in a different way, and it's not all linear, but the way that it's presented, you have certain teachers that are funny and certain teachers are very artistic, and you absorb all of that as a student. And so I share with my colleagues, I'd like to see how we can look at this where we're collecting enough data to be able to move forward, but that we're also providing that education for our kids that the parents want, that the kids are going to take with them forever, that makes our district attractive. And I know it's a difficult ask because there's so many requirements that we have. I'm not trying to be Pollyanna and act like we're going to get rid of that. But there's also this idea with the school grades. My kids have in elementary school gone to a C school, and they have the most amazing teachers. It's not the school grade, it's the teachers. It's who's there with the kids on a day-to-day basis. And those teachers have become my very good friends. And it's difficult because you can see how their enthusiasm for teaching has decreased over the time I've known them. My oldest son is 18, so they've been in school, this is probably 14 years. And so I would like to restore that passion that they have and to feel that they have that freedom so that they can do their job. They all kind of talk about the halcyon days of, basically probably the early 2000s where I think people had a lot more freedom to teach. So we're not getting away from testing all the way, but I think for the good of our district, we need to figure out a balance, like Ms. Hickson said. That's what I would like to see. I can't understate how important it is for the kids to be kids and have that experience. And also just a little plug. I would love to see people reading a whole book because that's great. You can read a passage, but there's a lot to be said for being able to get through an entire book. I mean, who would have known Tale of Two Cities was so good if you hadn't gotten through the first 2/3 of a very boring, horrible. But I mean, you're the educators, but these are the things that we're putting these kids out into the world, and it's our responsibility to make sure that they have that development and that they have that, the problem solving, the analysis, and the endurance, really. I mean, if you can get through a book, because it's problematic for people that are going to college now because they've never read a whole book. So I think we're on a good path. And I really appreciate everybody's input. Obviously, the parents feel very passionately about this, and I think we need to listen to them because they're the people they're our customers, and I think that they're bringing back good information for us to rely on. So I look forward to the follow-up because I think we can come up with a good balance for this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree. And part of our action items was to go back and engage the parents again on a larger scale, and even during a parent university, perhaps, on that topic, so that we can come back to the board with more informed decisions on where we are. Because, like some of the parents said, we only got 1,000 teachers that responded, and we did send the survey out to everyone. And so the 1,000 that we got was mixed, right? Because if you all heard, some of it was around pacing. It wasn't necessarily iReady. Some of it was around performance matters. So it was all different things, right? So I want to make sure that when we come to the board, we come with some good data from teachers, larger focus groups of more than 1,000 listening, and then bringing parents in, bringing students in, so that you have a forensic audit of information. Then we can decide, hey, maybe we don't bring an iReady contract back to the board, right? But here is the decision. Because I will tell you, everything on that middle column that is required, we have data to say that it's working, right? So it may be working. Now we just need to decide, well, it's working, but we as a district are deciding not to do it, right?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I actually felt the anxiety coming off the children when they spoke. And that just made my my kids are older now, and they didn't experience this much at this young of age. And it was very powerful. And I do want to tell those students, if there's any of them left, or brothers and sisters, what a great job you did. And to be super brave and speak up in front of all this. That's a lot. That's a lot for me. So it's an awful lot for them. I also felt the passion of the mama bears. And I'm going to say Kenny Bear, because he spoke. I think he was the only dad that spoke. I had to give him some credit. That attitude flowing forth from you guys, which is like, you can't explain it. You want to do what's right by your kids, and you're going to keep pushing, and absolutely you should. And I'm hoping today that we actually learn from this. I know I want this craziness to stop. I want to let the teachers get the joie de vivre back, because I believe if we give that joy back to the teachers, we cut as much as we can out of the tests, or at least in another format, like hands-on learning some way, somehow. There has to be something. I think that enrollment will come back, but more importantly, the joy of learning will be with the kids. Any optional district tests need to be taken off the plate. That's just me. I love the idea, or I think it was you, Fabian, that said about Parent University. I wrote down, we need to let parents, students, teachers, principals, staff, and the board collaborate in those open table meetings like we did when it came to the facility stuff. I absolutely know that we can actually fix this. I know we can do this together. It's not us versus you. It's nothing like that. Although sometimes it does feel that way. I still feel like an imposter, and I've been here a minute, but I think we can. So for me, if I was giving direction, I think we need to do much more communicating, very meaningful communicating, and getting a lot more buy-in from the teachers, and let it go out to everybody. I think we can do this, and I think we can make the experience for our children and our teachers and our families 1,000% better, because everybody will be rowing in the same direction. And I look forward to that. So anything that we can do on this, I'm in. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Cohn, I do want to thank you for the presentation, but I will tell you that what we're doing, unfortunately, it's not it. And it's not just today. What I'm hearing from my parents and from my educators who are speaking to me, the kids who came today, the kids who I talk to when I visit my schools, not a lot of them are telling me, you know what, we have just the right amount of testing. It's always the same story. It's too much. From the anxiety to the pressure, from taking away the teacher's ability to have the necessary instructional time with their kids. I know we have certain mandates from the state, and in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting we do anything to change that. But whatever we control, or we can control at the district level, I think we need to take a hard look at what we're doing and trying to come up with some mechanisms and some strategies in conjunction with our parents and in conjunction with our teachers to try to fix this. I think we had an opportunity today, and we missed it. And this is no disrespect to Ms. Moore, who I'm sure does a great job at MLK, and the principals who spoke for their respective schools. I thank you both for coming in. But the reality is this presentation was, to me, kind of just like a manifesto about how great all this testing that we're doing is. And I don't believe that that accurately reflects what my parents tell me and what the teachers that I talk to tell me. And whether they were brave enough to come here today and speak their minds freely or not, I can assure you that the majority of the teachers that I talk to think that we overtest. It's just a reality. And I was a little disappointed to not see some different options available today. I just kind of got the feeling like we were defending what we were doing. And yeah, I get it. But the reality is when your constituents are telling you something, and when our parents are telling us things, we have to listen. I mean, we sometimes forget we work for these folks, right? That's why we're here, to service our kids and to service our parents. So I'd like to see some aggressive action being taken, whether that's a parent university or whether from a district level, if we can start having some more input about how we start reducing this as a whole, and certainly trying to turn the classroom back over to the teachers in some sense, as opposed to sitting in front of computers and taking tests. Listen, I went to school a long time ago. Not as long as Dr. Zeman, but I went to school a long time ago, and our tests were once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, on a piece of paper and spiral notebook. That's how we did it, and I'm including high school too. I don't think I used a laptop for educational purposes until I was like halfway through college. And I graduated in 2001. So I realize that the times have changed, but the reality is we're doing too much of this with our kids. Everything is this. And the parents don't like it. The kids don't like it. The teachers don't like it. So why are we still doing it? So I really am going to challenge you, sir, as well as, I guess Hepburn's not here, so I'll direct this to Fulton. You'll have to tell him for me. As well as the superintendent, to come up with a plan of how we can start to significantly reduce a lot of this testing that we're doing. And I hate to compare things, but I heard it from a couple parents and a couple of my colleagues. When we look at our charter schools, they have 3 mandated tests that they have to take. Now, obviously, I realize that they have a lot more autonomy than some of our schools. But, a lot of these parents, you heard, I forget who the speaker was, she's been a Broward resident for however long, and she's now contemplating taking her kids out because of the testing anxiety. And when we're dealing with very, very young minds, we are establishing educational core memories, if you will. And if this is what we're telling our kindergartners, our first graders, our second graders, our fifth graders, our fourth graders, everybody in elementary school, that this is what to expect, they're going to have some potential problems moving forward about tests. And I'm not going to even get into the mental health issue aspect of that, but I can assure you that it's probably not good to be having testing anxiety as a second or third grader. It's probably not a good thing for one's mental health. So that being said, I am looking forward to a continued conversation with both the superintendent's office and your department, Dr. Cohn, because we've got to find a way to fix this. This is excessive, and it's too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give my comments, I do need to gather a simple majority to extend the meeting. I would recommend doing it by 1 hour. The strategic plan, the rest of the strategic plan workshop can be done in board member walkarounds. So what we have left is the 2 workshops on Broward virtual and workforce education. So are there any objections to extending the meeting by 1 hour?
I object.
Chair, I just have a.
So I hear one objection. Is there another? Or go ahead, Dr. Zeman. Do you object?
Wanted to share with you that I have a motion for both of them that would allow both to be disposed of quickly.
Okay. We don't do motions in a workshop, but yeah.
Sorry. I will have a statement that might allow us to dispose of both very quickly.
Would you like to share that statement?
Yes, both of these next 2 presentations are brilliant. They're spot on, and they're exactly the kinds of things this board has already advocated for, and we need to move it to action in a school board meeting. So that's what I'm going to suggest at the beginning of both items.
Okay. I was informed by staff that we need to do those 2 workshops. Their recommendation was to go straight to Q&A, but I was told that we need to do those 2 workshops. They need guidance today, is what I was told.
Right. We're bringing 2 proposals, one from Broward Virtual and also one from our workforce education field, to provide some opportunities where we can bring money back to the district. But we want to make sure we do this tonight because we don't want to push it off.
And with
This
all
is
due respect,
essential.
the presentation is so clear and the recommendation is clarion.
It is.
And if you want to go to a presentation QA, I understand, but boy, those are brilliant presentations, and I'm not sure we need it.
So I heard 2 objections. Are there any other objections to extending the meeting by 1 hour?
I object.
Yep. I noted 2 objections.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was number 2. I hate being second.
All right. By a simple majority, we will extend the meeting to 7:40. I'd like to give some comments on this. I had a bit of a different takeaway from this specific presentation than some of my colleagues. I did not get the sense, well, let me back up. If you are looking at the survey results of the teachers and the principals in the survey results that are presented to us in this presentation say they feel we are over-testing. So the staff did not present us a picture of everything is fine and everyone thinks everything is great. They're telling us, our people are telling us that we're over-testing. So I do want to clarify for staff who put this presentation together, they are not trying to present some perfect picture of what's going on. So I did need to clarify that. And I think Dr. Cohn beat me to it, but on slide 38, there are next steps. So there wasn't, they didn't bring us a presentation to say that everything's fine and we don't need to do anything. They came to us with next steps. Now, whether or not those next steps were as aggressive as we would like, that's a different story. But I think that in fairness to the people who gave this presentation today, this is really the first time in my 5 years, that we've asked them to address this. And I think Ms. Bullman made this point very clear. Like the culture of over-testing has been so ingrained in public education in the United States. Like even when I was taking my teaching and learning classes in college almost 20 years ago now, this was a huge part of the curriculum. And there was a major public debate that was going on at the time that's really kind of died down. People have kind of accepted that this is part of the culture of public education in this country. So if we no longer want that to be the culture, which I certainly have never wanted it to be a part of the culture. I was a teacher in the classroom giving tests that I did not feel were meaningful or good for children, but I did it because I was forced to. But if we want to change that culture, it's not going to be done in one workshop. So I guess my first question is, when can we expect the follow-up to this workshop? So staff is going to go and do their next steps and do their focus groups and come up with and look at different options for reducing the testing going on in our schools. When can we expect the follow-up to this workshop?
So I would say we could probably provide you a follow-up either at the end of third quarter or sometime in fourth quarter. One, because if we make a decision that some of the contracts will no longer move forward, we'll have to be bringing those contracts to the board for next year.
Okay, so sometime by the end of this school year?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
this school year.
Okay. again, to reiterate, I understand that a lot of the overtesting is either coming from some sort of miscommunication from the district or in between schools. I would say that pivot memos are maybe not the way to communicate these optional tests and things like that. But I will say, like, having been in the classroom and being told that I need to give these tests, and oftentimes the district was blamed for that. I think that sometimes optional doesn't really feel optional in our schools. So, the school leadership sometimes feels like, well, it's optional, I'm going to go above and beyond and mandate it in my school. So I think like those things need to be clarified, and I don't think a pivot memo is the way to do it. That's why I think like roundtables and the focus groups that you're going to do are going to be very valuable. Like speaking to people in person, hearing what their day-to-day experience is, and then communicating, even through BPAA and I know you guys have your meetings, monthly meetings with principals, communicating that way. I would say that the issue of the computer-based testing, like some of my colleagues, I understand like the push and pull and the balance that needs to be done there. Like I remember years ago, the first time my kids had experience taking a computer-based test was with the FSA, and that was their first experience with the platform, and it created all sorts of problems. And so I understand that they need to practice on the computer, but what I've heard from parents, and I share this concern as someone whose children will be going into public school not in the far future, is screen time overall. And I think like we're going to have a conversation in the coming months about technology in our classroom, but understand like parents want to know how much time their kids are spending in school on screens. So I think like sure, maybe we're testing on the computer too much. There is a reason for that, right? That they need to practice the testing on the computer, and the state testing is on the computer. But are there other ways then we can reduce the use of the computers in the classroom while still remaining equitable? And I know that's like asking for a million things to be done at once, but I am very concerned about the screen time of our students, and I hear from parents that they're concerned about the screen time. So I don't think that's just a testing related issue. I'll just echo the desire for more project-based learning. We know that it's effective, that it's good pedagogy. How do we make performance matters better? Because I do recall when we went to fast testing, going to schools and the principals complaining that they didn't have good access to data, right? So we tried to fix that problem by implementing performance matters. We heard from a principal tonight saying like that was useful, that she's not having to write things down, because the principals were complaining about that. But we do hear also from our students and from the parents that that performance matters is glitchy, to use the term that one of our students made tonight. So how can we make that better?
So I think the things that we're already doing in terms of these focus groups and working specifically with the vendor, we're lucky enough to actually have two of the employees from the vendor on site here that are going through some of the troubleshooting that we're going through, and we've made a lot of corrections to the system. Interestingly enough that you bring this up, because they are in so many districts, you would think that the problem should be rampant, right? But I think Broward is so unique because of how we brought it in, where we started from something that parents really liked and then moved to something else that, helped the system out get better. So I think, to your point, bringing parents to part of those focus groups around performance matters and asking what are some things that they want from the system, because it was originally designed as a district principal and a teacher tool, not necessarily a parent tool. So I think, and they've been very helpful in making changes. So I think one of the things we can do to ease parents' fears and get their buy-in is bring parents in to be a part of the focus group to allow them to make some changes to the system.
Yes, absolutely, 100% do that. I think someone used this phrase, and I don't have the ending of it, but I think, like, you know, when I was in the classroom for a period of time, they had us post an essential question on the board. And I think the essential question for us needs to be like, somewhat, I'm going to butcher the quote, but if you're not going to use the data from this test, then why are you giving the test? So I think, like, as we move forward with our principals, with our teachers, our district staff, like, how are we going to use this test, and if the data from this test, and if we're not going to use it, then we're not going to do it. And I'll say, like, just again, going back to my experience, it felt like sometimes I was giving these assessments, and the way it was communicated to me too was that, like, we have to feed the district overlords the data, you know, like, we weren't really using it. It wasn't helpful to me in my instruction. And I think another interesting thing to consider is, like, and I've heard this from students too, like, there is a disconnect between, like, the instruction and the fast testing and the assessments that we're giving. So I think we need to look at that as well and try to not have a disconnect there. But again, like, I think if you roll back the tape, when do we move to fast testing? It was like 2021-ish? 2022. Yeah. I remember when the state said that we're going to move to this fast testing, we're going to do 3 assessments. I said on this dais, I am very worried about the over-testing that this is going to cause. And I'm not trying to eliminate blame from us and say that we don't have work to do to try to reduce testing in our schools, but this is coming from, again, 20, almost 30 years of a culture of testing in this country. So if we want to move away from that, then we have to do so deliberately, and it's going to take time, and we have to do it aggressively. Ms. Rupert, you said you wanted to speak. You flagged me that you wanted to speak. I'm okay. Anyone else? Board discussion? Dr. Zeman?
Just real quick, I want to be really clear about my view of these recommendations. If you bring what you label as direct actions, and it includes releasing a pivot memo, I'm going to just say that's not a direct action. If you're going to go talk to more people to gather more data, that's not a direct action. A direct action is, here's a list of 50% of K through 12 things that we don't need, and here's why we don't need them. Here's 25%. Those are, like, things that we could then ask a few questions and say, why don't you bring us some items, and if we get consensus, that'd be great. My concern is there's a lot of talent sitting at that table, a mountain of talent, and I want to know from that talent kind of what your assessment of how you read the data. If you need to go get more data, that's great, but if you could do it quickly and get back, that'd be great, because we do have contracts that we may not need anymore. But what we really have is a whole, tens of thousands of kids, like in elementary school, we have roughly 120,000 kids that are suffering to some extent. And we can relieve that suffering and actually increase our academic success, in some people's view, if in fact we spend less time assessing and more time opening that up, and all those other attendant benefits that come from teachers like. And I'll tell you one other thing. There's 13,000 teachers in Broward County School, give or take 100. There's 500,000 parents. If we buy software that's going to be opened up to parent use, yep, I think no matter, not in academics, but in anything, like, Facilitron, right? If we let PTA people use Facilitron, we better do parent focus groups and figure out if they like it and if it works, and make sure we get all the features and functions set in the right way so parents can use it. This is a massive number of parents in Broward County compared to employees, and that's just, good guidance, I think, for our organization. But thank you very much.
Any other board discussion?
Can I respond?
Yes.
So, Dr. Zeman, I appreciate the feedback, and I welcome the feedback. So the next iteration will come with some tangible next steps with some data. It's going to be data that we've already collected some of the data. We just didn't want to present it yet because we were still collecting the data. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Dr. Fulton?
So before we close, I just want to thank everyone, thank the team for working on this presentation. This didn't happen overnight. They actually been working and making sure that they beat the pavement, working with parents, working with teachers, trying to get feedback, and also with students as well. Some feedback came from all of our stakeholders, and as Ms. Leonardi said, it wasn't all positive. It was really good input to take forward and move. And I want to thank the parents. I want to thank the students that came out, our advisory groups that also have been very helpful in guiding these conversations. But what I will tell you, the conversations that you heard tonight really is a positive step forward to what our district is about, moving forward and working to do what's right for our kids. I don't think there's anybody in here that wants to continue to say we want to test our kids to death because the outcome is not what we want, but we want to do it right. It's a delicate dance. Mrs. Leonardi did speak about the assessment argument that has been around for a very, very long time. But I think it got exacerbated when FAST moved to 3 times a year. So that added also to what was already a big Pandora's box that has been out there. While we won't be able to solve it tonight, but I think you have our commitment that we're willing to work together with our teachers, with our parents, with all stakeholders to do everything we need to do to ensure we keep learning at its highest. Broward County in performing is at its best that it's ever been. So there's a lot of great things that are happening. So in order to fix a problem, we don't want to create another problem, but we want to understand that it's a delicate balance, and the outcome of what we want is to ensure that our students continue to learn, but learn in a stress-free environment because that's important. They can't do their best. But the feedback and moving forward is going to help us be able to come back prior to the end of the school year to see where we would go in ensuring that we protect instructional time because that's very important for teachers, and that we reduce any redundancy that may be happening in the area of testing. So again, thank you for the team for all you do, and thank you, board, for your comments and your feedback tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Ms. Hickson wants to say something.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that I think all of us appreciate very much the hard work that you all did, the staff, to bring that presentation to us. So I don't want anyone to leave thinking that we didn't really appreciate the information. I think, we also appreciated the parent input, but it took a lot of time. It was a great presentation, and I just wanted to make sure you left knowing that. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take the next 2 items together. It's Broward Virtual School and Post-Secondary Workforce Education Expansion. What we need from staff is just information on investment and return on investment.
They're looking for space to expand their program.
Are we still on? All right. We will go ahead and get started. I was informed that there is no public comment on these 2 items. And just very briefly, we need to know for each item, Broward Virtual and Workforce Education, the investment that's being asked of the school district and the potential revenue that we could expect from that.
Good evening. Jermaine Fleming, North Region Superintendent. I'm here with my colleague, Principal Christopher McGuire. Whoop, whoop.
Thank you.
Representing Broward Virtual School, and obviously there's a demand beyond our capacity. So Principal McGuire will tell us the exact figure on that, but you'll be pleased to see the return on investment if we expand.
Okay, I was hoping to have the slides up for you, but that's okay. We have an opportunity. I heard it during the budget presentation that new revenue streams are necessary in this district. And I've identified one with my team. This is my assistant principal, Antoinette McGregor. First of all, greetings to the board members, board chair, Mr. Superintendent. I'm Chris McGuire, principal of Broward Virtual School. Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Fleming. So what we're asking for, and I want to be very specific, if you could bear with me while I'm bringing up my computer, is about a $5.6 million investment to expand capacity, instructional capacity at Broward Virtual School, to tap into FTE that is currently being lost to Florida Virtual School. And if you look at the slide, one of the slides shows you how many completions Broward Virtual School is yielding on a yearly basis, which is just under 20,000, compared to almost 40,000 that Florida Virtual School is pulling out of this district. And that equates over a 3-year trend of 3,200 FTE, which the math is about, depending what number you use, which calc you use, is about $25 million. With the initial investment of $5.6 million, we can retain I'm going off of memory here, 10.3 million in FTE in the district. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean it's a $10 million profit, because after expenses, that brings to the general fund $4.7 million. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's with an increase in staff of 40 teachers, 40 instructional personnel, some support personnel to go along with that to provide student support, and cost of course licensing through Florida Virtual School. And I hope that the slide that compared what Broward Virtual School does and Florida Virtual School does made sense. I was hoping to present that information, but that's okay. I don't have to. I think that's it.
What slide is that? 5? I think it should.
Okay.
All right, I guess we'll do the feed board Q&A on Broward Virtual first. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, and I'll say I'm a thumbs up for the suggestion. And we talked about this actually when I came to visit the couple of times I've been there, and interestingly enough, I've come to learn that there's really a need in our district for some flexibility for our students. We have a large population of students that are athletic and are performing at high level and need the afternoons to be able to do their practices. And by expanding this, we've talked about it in different school situations where they needed to leave early, and then that became an issue. But this would be such a great way to keep them, not have them go to a charter or a private school, and be able to keep that FTE money for ourselves, and then have them not walk away thinking we were inflexible and didn't give them the opportunity to reach that high potential. When we go to graduation, I remember last year, most of the people that spoke were athletics, the baseball, gymnastics, swimming. I think people don't realize how many students we actually have in that capacity. So I think that's a really good way for us to show them that we've heard them, that we are flexible, we want them to stay. And so I'm a thumbs up on anything you want to do.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming to our graduation last year. We appreciate it.
So Ms. Thompson.
My comments are about workforce, but I'm supportive of this as well.
Dr. Zeman.
As am I, and I'd like us to reach consensus on this. The ideas that you have and the projections you have are remarkable.
Thank you.
What's really remarkable is that increased revenue means increased service to the community.
Absolutely.
So while we
Local.
are fascinated with revenue right now, because it's fascinating, we measure what we need to do by serving our community. And so here's a case where there's a real double bottom line. You've figured out a way to serve more and deeper, and this is a wonderful idea. I just think that we should reach consensus on you being authorized to expand this program to the extent that service and revenue increases.
Thank you. That point is so well taken, because we believe we deliver a better level of service locally here, Broward teachers to Broward students. We understand, our teachers understand the community. Nothing against Florida Virtual School. It's a statewide model, and they've been in business 5 years before we were. We were their first partner. But their teachers are all over the state. It's a statewide network, and that's okay. That's what they were designed to do. But this district 25 years ago went down this path to say, hey, this is a good thing for kids, and we can enhance it locally. So I take your point. It means a lot to me.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thanks, Chair. Fantastic. Keeping kids in Broward County Public Schools and making money. What's not to love? And, you know, I've recently had the pleasure of working with Mr. McGuire. He's been helping one of my children as a student. Top-notch service. And so I'm 2 thumbs up, and I love that you're bringing this solution to us. I think it just checks all the boxes, and this is fantastic to expand this, and I love keeping it local. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to work with your son.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. McGuire, since my sister is one of your teaching staff, I'm not going to be too hard on you today.
Before you were elected.
There you go. He had to qualify that, right? Well, you won that one, Mr. McGuire. But I can tell you, just my knowledge of what you do, it's well appreciated. And bringing this to us today, it's awesome. And by the way, tell Michelle I said hi.
Will do.
But what I'll tell you is this: the increase in enrollment that this will bring and generate revenues at the same time, I am completely for this. And I believe also I wanted to ask Dr. Hepburn. We are putting a plan in place, I'm assuming, to also, have our students choose Broward Virtual as a first choice as opposed to Florida Virtual. And I know Florida Virtual is a great program, but we have Broward Virtual that is right here in Broward providing similar services. So is there an action plan to ensure that students are not leaving us to go to Florida Virtual?
There is a plan to make sure we're well aligned with the school staff to actually have to approve students taking virtual courses in the marketing. It's just so after this investment, after they get blessing about moving forward with this investment, then the machines start working.
Awesome. So, Madam Chair, I'm fully supportive. Good to see you, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, District 7. Of course, I love it. It's about time.
Thank you.
And your former student is in her 3rd year teaching now.
Oh my God, that's great.
So success, success, success.
I love it.
Kids will thrive when they have a great environment, which is what you run. So I appreciate it.
So happy. That makes me very happy. Thank you. Please send her my best.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera. All right, you guys have your
Thank you, sir.
direction on Broward Virtual? Okay, awesome. Workforce?
Good
Thank you,
afternoon,
everybody.
Ted Toomer, Central Regional Superintendent. I am pleased to bring before you today our ask for Broward Technical Colleges. But before I do, I just want to say that our technical colleges have been ranked #1 in the state for 8 consecutive years. And our ask tonight is just straightforward, that we basically, the demand already exists for Broward Technical Colleges, so we just need space and capacity. And we have an idea how we can expand responsibly using workforce dollars and maybe some capital funds when necessary. But I will kick it to Dr. Neesmith. But before I do, I just want to introduce our principals here. We have Ms. Carol Daniels from Sheridan Tech. We have Celeste Johnson from Vader, and Nita Rancourt at Atlantic Technical College. All right, Dr. Neesmith.
All right, good evening, Board Superintendent. And just to reiterate, they are the best tech directors, not only in the state, but in the nation. I'll put them up against anybody. So in short, bottom line, as Dr. Toomer indicated, we need space. And taking a phased approach and being responsible and identifying strategic spaces so that we can expand programming across the district and providing expansion of services to our communities, not just the adults, but also the high school students for career dual enrollment. I think when we talk about career dual enrollment, we're speaking about receiving funding for the high school as well as for workforce college. So there's a double funding with the career dual enrollment. Expansion will allow for us to increase enrollment in that space. Currently right now, we have about approximately across the 3 tech colleges, 245 students that we could not allow into our programming because of limited space. That yielded approximately $1.3 million loss for this school year. On the adult side, we have somewhat of a wait list of over 700 adults that are eager to get into our programs, but due to space limitations, and that's resulting in over a $10 million loss. So when you combine that too, based on the figures we have today, we're losing approximately $11.5 million. Additional space will actually not only yield back that 11.5, but actually have potential to earn more based on the space that we have and being strategic in where that location is provided. So in short, it really is about just, we need space.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to these 3 fantastic women, girl power. And to you, Mr. McGuire, I feel like, but everyone sitting at the table, these are probably the most successful programs that we have in Broward County Public Schools, along with the Pompano Beach, model that we have. So I thank you for coming today. I think it's important. We sort of had the discussion about expansion when we were talking about Glades Middle School and what that looked like. And I would say there was a lot of, not at Glades, but just the general idea of expanding was a popular idea among the people, just not in their particular school. So I'm wholeheartedly for this. I appreciate it. I just want to say I love the way our high schools work in these 3 schools, because I've had this discussion with Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Fulton, but we have to change the pedagogy of how we teach our students. We still work in Industrial Revolution times. The bell rings, you move here, the bell ring. That is not our world. And so you have such a good model that we could start to move into the realm of how does AI fit in there? How do we move our model of how we're teaching students to real world? And so being able to expand that, I think, would really help us be in the forefront of the nation on how we change pedagogy and teaching across the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I am incredibly excited about expanding workforce development. I think in the survey that Dr. Zeman referenced, talking about how great Hepburn is, it also talks about how much the county wants workforce development workforce development opportunities. And I would very much welcome it in District 2. As Mrs. Hickson said, at my community meetings, a lot of people wanted these opportunities. And now that we have 3 potential vacant buildings, I think it gives us an opportunity to build there. I also think it's something that we can sell as opportunities to the high school students, not only in our schools, but potentially in charters, that this is a new opportunity and accessibility that they might not get anywhere else. So I am a big fan. I think District 2 should be the launching point for this. And thank you guys all for your work.
Thank you. Mr. Spellberg?
I'll be brief because I have good news to share. And I just want to say thank you to these incredible leaders. These schools outperformed the district average in every single category on the student feedback survey that's new for this school year. And in some cases by margins of 36%, 27%, 29%. So that's a big deal. And we have proven data to show that students are experiencing these programs in a positive way. And I can't look forward. Wow, I need some additional Broward Virtual School English Language Art classes. I look forward to seeing the incredible things that happen when more students have access to these programs.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, I just want to kind of connect a couple dots, and it's similar to what Mr. Spellberger is talking about here, which is we have two cities, Fort Lauderdale and Plantation, that are thinking actively about how to enhance enrollment in their schools, Stranahan and Plantation High School, both of which have space available, both of which are in areas in which there's going to be great demand for these things. My vision has always been that 30 high schools in Broward County would have these programs, not 3 adult college education, because it means so much. And there's such a big demand for people to take these programs. But in Plantation and in Stranahan, there's some near-term targets with a little bit of utilization of space that could really capture more FTE for kids to stay longer and for kids to start there. So under that model, they want to have guarantee of all ninth graders will have one of 3 things when they're done: acceptance into a university, acceptance into a institution of national service, so they're doing the military, AmeriCorps, Peace Corps, any other corps that is there at time, or to go to work the day after they graduate at a living wage job. Think about a high school that makes a commitment to their freshman class in places like Plantation and South Fort Lauderdale, where they can move smartly through 4 years with the kinds of programs that you offer, additional counseling to make sure that they're lined up and swapping between those 3, it doesn't matter. But it's such an attractive thing to the city and to the parents to send their kids, which is exactly what we're looking for, right? What's the keys to the kingdom to win the hearts and minds of students and parents? And this program at high schools, like embedded in the high schools, to really allow the people to realize their dreams beyond that. And sometimes there's multiple dreams. There's, I want to have a craft, a trade that I can do right now while I have to work to put myself through college. And so these things are not mutually exclusive, but there's this really cool opportunity, I think, in 2 schools to make this universal commitment that you're going to either get an education, you're going to get enlisted in some kind of national service, or you're going to be able to go and earn a good living the day after you graduate. And so I'm hoping that we can think some more about that and come back to the board with some specific ideas. I also would not run away from spending capital money where you need it. Some of these programs are done on the light. You try and simulate things when what you really need is a lab. I hope that we're a wise board and we invest in some of your labs, not just in your 3 adult colleges, but in our traditional high schools as a way to really capture some of the need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks. I love this. I think just being a parent and hearing from my son who's in high school and his friends, the conversation has shifted from, times past where people were talking more about college, and a lot of the kids want to do the technical training. And so the fact that we're the ones that are able to provide that to Broward County is amazing. And I'm encouraging all the kids to use these particular services, and to the point of everybody else, it's like to be able to have a job, a skill when you get out of school, especially for those that don't want to go through college, is great. But I think you're even attracting people that might be on the fence between going to college and getting a skill. So it just speaks to what great programming we have and such a vast array of different career paths that we have. So expanding it, I think, is the only option for us, and it really differentiates us from any other educational offering in the county that that's available. And I think that we have to keep making sure that we are telling everyone about that too, because you go to a different school, private school, charter school, they're not getting these kinds of options. So this is what makes Broward County Public Schools great. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Neesmith, it's good to see you. I know we took a tour of Beer Middle together, and we talked about workforce expansion. And thank you, Dr. Toomer, for having this guy give me that wonderful tour. So I am very supportive of this. I know I visited McFadder with Ms. Johnson. It was a pleasure visiting McFadder. And I see all the wonderful programs that are there, and I know you're running out of room as well, as you had told me before. And Ms. Rancourt and Ms. Daniel, right? I will be visiting your campuses soon. So I am very, very supportive of this, and I believe it's a good opportunity for the district to increase revenues, which is another direction that we can go as we also try to battle, the fight on decline in enrollment. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Obviously, also in favor of all this. I think these schools offer unique programs and opportunities for our kids who want to think outside the traditional box, right? And I think in a world where we may be facing the reality that AI may be taking some of the more computer savvy or technical jobs, a lot of these technical jobs are recession proof, AI proof, and things of that nature. So I'm glad to support this. Hopefully, we can get everything that is needed, and these programs can continue to excel in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? At the direction, you guys have your direction, yes? Okay. At the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. March 3rd, advisory committee reports, FAST PM2 academic update, attendance update, rule development, attendance, policies, legislative affairs, referendum and intended allocations, rule development, SSCP, Part 2, the PMOR RFQ, defining scope and expectations. And then for March 24th, we have our FSBA Master Board training, redefining our schools update. Please note that the order of topics and scheduling remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. I know we did this earlier, but Ms. Hickson said she wanted to give some board comments, so go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
I just have an extra one now after you read that. That was a lot of items for one workshop, and we didn't even have that many this time, and we're at almost 7:30. Do all of those items have to be on that workshop? Because that just seems excessive.
We'll review it, but a lot of them were planned and then a lot added due to requests from the board. We're reviewing and see what we can whittle out or possibly push to a different.
Let's see. So we have the advisory committee reports. Those have to go. FAST PM2 academic update, is that?
That's a mid-year update from PM2 data, unless you want it a different way. Maybe.
Dr. Hepburn?
Okay, so we probably can.
We did provide it as a memo as well, too.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's already been sent out. Okay.
Okay, attendance updates and rule development for attendance.
Well, I guess rule development has to go, but can we just get attendance
update? The attendance update was part 2 or follow-up from the last attendance meeting or workshop that we had early on.
It was a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was a while ago, so it was in September. So again, if you want certain things differently, we can provide that differently and bring the items that really need a lot of discussion to the workshop. There's a lot of packed stuff for the next probably 3 or 4 months.
So would you guys like the attendance update in a memo instead, or would you like a workshop?
I'd like a discussion on that.
Okay. Policies, legislative affairs.
Those are 5 policies, and those should go relatively quick. Again, it's just trying to bring all our policies up to date.
Referendum and intended allocations.
Is that for the 3rd?
That's for the 3rd, yeah.
I'm sorry, you can remove that because the board needs to vote on the resolution on the 10th of February. I'm sorry, of March. So that intended allocation would be a later date.
So probably March 24th then?
Yes.
I don't want anyone to think that we're not discussing it publicly.
Yeah, March 24th. Yes.
Okay. Rule development, SSEP.
Again, all these policies are trying to bring them up to
Are
code alignment.
time
I see the
sensitive?
chiefs back there. I don't know if you can.
And the PMOR.
Yeah, PMOR has to stay.
Are the rule developments time sensitive, or can they be moved?
Chief, can you, that rule development for SSEP, is that?
We just need to clarify, which one was it, John?
These are the.
Which policy was it?
It says rule development, SSEP.
I think
It's 2080 and I believe 2080, 2090. They're still in legal. We have not received them back yet, so
But I just want to remind the board that they are time sensitive because they are dealing with our staff regarding going through the fingerprinting as well as the disqualifying
offenses. Yes,
right.
yes, yes. Fingerprinting and background and disqualifying offenses, but it's with Ms. Jock Adams at this time, so she could maybe opine as to when it would be released.
So through the chair, originally there was another attorney that was working on it that is no longer here, and
Do you think
I
it'll
will-
be ready for the 3rd? That's
Yes.
the question.
yes,
Okay.
yes, it will.
Okay, so my other, thank you, that just struck me. So I would like to ask the superintendent, the board directed not just an audit on the referendum, but for the referendum issue to be sent to the IG. And based on the discussion that I had with the IG last week, that has not occurred yet. And they were really specific about how it has to come to them in order for it, and I'm guessing you had the same conversation
Yes, we
with
had
the
the same
IG.
conversation.
So can you update us on that? And then she also mentioned that maybe there could be one contact person at the district that had communication so that they would know how it needs to come, because it was very specific. Like if we had just said, check this out, they wouldn't have done anything, that there has to be a specific way that it gets communicated. So can you just update us on what's happening with that and when that, I guess, allegation will be sent
Yep.
to the IG so that they can start working on it?
Yeah, so yeah, we had the same conversation with the IG, and it was just for me, I was expecting that the chief auditor would send that. So it's a great discussion of who, when these things come up, to send these requests or for an investigation or to review whatever the IG conducts for certain matters that we're discussing as a board corporate. So great discussion now of I can send it, but moving forward, who should send? Is that going to be different per item? As I was telling the IG, right, it could be, right, because right now the referendum is looking at my side of the house as far as staff. So as I was telling the IG, I don't think it's appropriate for it to come from me when it's dealing with some potential mishap that comes from my staff. And I don't know if that looks different if it's, let's say if it was something out of the general counsel's office that we were concerned about, with who would send that, right? So I think it's a great discussion to have right now. But I can certainly send it just to get that to the IG's office, or if you prefer Dave Rhodes' office sends it, or if you prefer.
So I guess that would kind of be the question, if we thought it, because it was an audit and IG kind of falls under that, what do you think of her suggestion of having one person be that contact, and maybe that person's in the auditing office? Because there is specific wording that has to occur for them to even take it up. So I think if you have too many people
Correct.
doing that, you're going to fall into the possibility that they don't take it, not because it's not valuable, but you didn't make it as an allegation. So do you think it would make sense to do that through the auditor's office?
Yeah, we can identify a point person where Dave Rose identified a point
Chair?
person.
I'll add you to the list, Ms. Thompson.
I have something on this.
Okay, Ms. Hickson, are you done?
Yes, I kind of want us to just discuss it so we make sure it gets moving. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Would it make sense for it actually to come out of the board office, like one of our assistants is the appointed person, since I feel like most of the reports are going to come from board direction? Is my suggestion.
Mr. Cervera?
A couple things, and I'm making these comments on the assumption that my colleagues had the benefit that I did of actually sitting down and speaking with the Inspector General. First and foremost, there is no pending anything with them right now. So I
That's
think
not true.
I think.
Yeah, they have several.
I think. Well, no. Excuse me. In regards, are we talking about the referendum? Or are we talking in generalities about what they're handling?
Referendum.
You just
The
said
ref-
there's nothing pending anything. So I just wanted
The
to
referendum,
clarify.
there's nothing pending with the referendum because it was given by a board directive without really any clear instructions or incidentally any accusation that would trigger the jurisdiction of the IG's office. And we continue to sit up here and think that when we have issues, oh, let's just send it to the IG, let's just send it to the IG. They're going to fix everything, and they're going to do their report, not fix everything, but they'll accept jurisdiction of these reports. I think the reality is we have to be mindful of they only have jurisdiction over certain things. And the directive that we gave them on the referendum issue, it's my understanding that they wouldn't have jurisdiction over it as posed. Now, if we want to have the chief auditor's office fix that and maybe try to tinker to trigger jurisdiction, fine. But as of right now, it's not going to happen. Incidentally, I'm pretty sure that some of my colleagues up here will like literally term out of their board positions before we get anything back from the IG's office on this, which is another reason why I called for an independent investigation that would have been a lot swifter. Be that as it may, it is what it is. But I think we have to have a realization what the IG's office is for, how they work, how they operate, and what things are actually under their jurisdictional purview. Because we just like to think that they're just like this magic thing in the sky where we say, let's send it to the IG's office, and they just listen in on our board meetings, and they take things up, and they handle it. That's not how it works. Those are just my two thoughts. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
I too thought that the IG's office was listening in on our meetings and was just going to take it up. No, I'm just kidding. I think that the issue that we have was how do we get it to the IG's? So we gave direction, and then there's another step that needs to be taken for it to get there, and that was the conversation I think that she had with everyone, which is this point of contact. But it wasn't clear. Ms. Jock Adams was in all the meetings, so maybe you have a better idea of what would be the best way to do it, and whether or not this is an exercise that we want to follow up with in this particular issue.
So through the chair, in order for the IG to be able to receive the allegation or the tip, it has to have a lot more information than the motion that was made. It has to have facts that support misconduct and or gross mismanagement as it is defined in the ILA. So it's not enough to state a motion. It has to be supported by those facts. And so I'm not here to tell you who to assign it to, but whoever you do assign it to needs to be able to address it from that perspective so that the IG can receive it and begin to work on it.
It seems like the auditor would be, and I think, the audit is already done, so that would be the supporting, at least initial facts that we're providing.
So through the chair, I think that separate and apart from the audit, whatever you send to them would have to allege that misconduct or gross mismanagement. So it has to be structured in a certain way.
Right.
You can't, supplant the audit for that.
Can the auditor make those allegations based on the findings of the audit, or they're not? That's not something that they can really make. They can't draw those conclusions. They're just doing the audit. I see what you're saying.
There would have to be some logistics in terms of instruction to whoever you assign to this. It's not enough to state the motion. I think there needs to be some instruction on obtaining that information that rises to the level of misconduct or gross mismanagement.
So can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I think the issue is, if you'll recall, we had the OIG come and give a workshop presentation to us over a year ago. I think that, and I do want to clarify any mischaracterizations of what's going on with our staff, because we made a motion. Our motion was not specific enough. We didn't know that it was specific enough. We didn't get that guidance when we had that workshop, and that's fine. And staff, obviously, it kind of like everyone kind of assumed that someone else was going to do it. I think, I don't know if it needs to be done through like board action, or if you would like me, the chair, to email the auditor. I think the auditor for this case, and probably in most cases, would be the most appropriate place to do this. But, you know, I think that, and I discussed this with the IG as well, like the allegation is, the allegation is, and I don't think I believe it, but I think we need to clear it up. The allegation is that we have staff who put something on the agenda to mislead the board to enrich themselves, right? Like that is the allegation that has been made. And so that is what I would like the IG to investigate. And I think that would qualify as gross mismanagement.
That's the
and
allegation,
misconduct.
right.
Based on that allegation. So I don't know if we need to take formal board action to clarify the motion and direct the chief auditor to do that. We could do that on, I believe we have a special meeting on the 3rd, or if we can just come to a consensus tonight to do that. But I do think that the chief auditor makes the most sense to be the point of contact. Ms. Hickson?
Yes, and I would agree, because both the chief auditor now and the chief auditor we just direct appointed used to work in the IG's office, so they will be very familiar with what that wording should look like and what would be taken up and what wouldn't be taken up. So I think they have the expertise to do that. So I agree, but I think we could, I think if we just have consensus today that we could let the auditor know that we expect them to send this to the IG based on the discussion we had.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes on auditor, and yes, our audit policy designates the chair as our liaison to the auditor. So I'm not sure that we need to have consensus. We've already talked about this ad nauseum. You know what we'd like to do. I think you just sit down with the auditor and say, hey, write this up in the right way and make the allegations and get it over to the IG. Yeah. I think any employee, by the way, can make that type of allegation to it. But if the board does it, because of our policy that says the chair is our liaison to audit plans, this just fits very naturally into that policy.
Any objection to that? No. Okay. Any other board discussion? The scheduled order of business for the School Board of Workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the School Board Workshop.
Boom.